Hello and welcome back to the EGC TV Elite Classic 4. Here we are. The final day of the group stage is on us, and joining me today is the lovely Krakeny to kick things off with Louis MT versus Numedan.
Yeah, hello Dakota. Today it's gonna be an action-packed day. We don't really have any specific deciders on who's gonna be going into the top 8 today, but a lot of it comes down to seeding. We're gonna be taking a quick look at our group standings here as we see Group A being led by Wham01 at the moment, followed up by Vortex, Marineland, and Anaton. Those are going to be the players from Group A that are going to be qualified for the group stage. At this point, with the point difference between slot 4 and 5, there's just no way for them to make up any points today. But today, there's still a lot on the line, because depending on where you rank in your group, you can either go straight into the round of 6 or even straight into the semifinals.
And looking at Group B, the story is quite similar, although there are some caveats over here, because as much as, the top 4 is pretty much set, as you said, there is a great level of uncertainty when it comes to who's going to grab that number 1 spot and go straight to the semifinals, who's going to get the number 2 to go into the round of 6th. And with one more set to play for each of these players, the order of the top 4 could easily shuffle by the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, there are going to be some pretty interesting games today. We're going to be starting off with Louis MT up against Numedan. While they are not going to be playing for a slot in the playoffs, they're still going to be playing for a lot of prize money, as every single win, of course, does contribute a good bit to the prize winnings that they can take home. But after that, we've got Vortex versus Anatant, Beastie versus B, and last but not least, Marinelord up against Wham. So still some very, very exciting games that are going to be happening here today. Definitely a lot still on the table when it comes to seeding, as we mentioned.
Looks like we're almost ready to go with game number 1, though. We will kick things off on Lakeside, and we do have a Japanese versus OOTD starter for us, bands being the Byzantines, the Ottomans, and the Malians for both of these players, and the Knights Templar being taken away from Numedan as opposed to the Ayyubids on the other side. We head into game number 1 on Lakeside.
Here we go. We've got VS Numedan in the color red playing as the Order of the Dragon. His opponent, already mentioned, Louis MT in the color dark green, playing as the Japanese. Oh, we're back.
We are, apparently.
Surely jumping back into the game in just a little bit here as our technical team is getting things ready. It looks like we're back in the color dark green. We've got Louis MT in the playing as the Japanese, and both players here, as is common on Lakeside, starting off with the docks, the top side of their regions there. Get some of that early fishing in.
And I think this is a good time to point out the history of these two players, because believe it or not, Numedan has never won a series against Louis MT. Louis is 10-0 in the last 3 years against Numedan. But Numedan was always able to take away 1 or 2 games in every series they played. So I think an interesting one to look at here. Louis MT, of course, unable to get to the top 4 in his group. A bit of a disappointing performance for him here in Elite Classic 4.
Yeah, to be fair, there has been a lot of shuffling when it comes to like the performances of these two players in particular, I want to say. Louis MT, he did take a longer break. I want to say like 4, maybe even 6 months long. Maybe not quite as long, but like a couple of months at the very least. And Numedan, in the meantime, he has been properly grinding for his practice. So he's definitely been improving time and time again now. And at the moment, both of them in a very, very similar position skill-wise, I want to say. So this is going to be anything but one-sided. Early on, not a whole lot going on here, as both players just going to be rushing up to the feudal age here. On hybrid maps like these, early on, just fishing is everything that you're going to be focusing on. Even on a map like Lakeside, where there aren't a ton of fish, just that little bit of a presence on water means that you're going to be getting a much easier transition into either military units in the feudal age or an even quicker castle age follow-up.
Yeah, that's just one of these, unique features of some of these hybrid maps. It starts very slow, but it really is a storyline of how you leverage that early economy to go into an early castle age. And you know how it is with the Japanese mounted samurai, always a big power spike as you get the castle. And on the other side, you do have access to the Gilded Knights, so I think that's going to be an interesting matchup to look out for.
Yeah, it's always the question whether you really want to go for the Gilded Knight up against the Mounted Samurai. The charge is one of your biggest damage sources for the Gilded Knight, and having that blocked by the Reflective Armor does kind of devalue that matchup. Like, typically, Gilded Knights, like, whenever Order of the Dragon has, like, a same unit type army composition that they're up against, like Knights against Gilded Knights, Spearmen up against Gilded Spearmen, the Order of the Dragon pretty much always win those engagements. But Deflective Armor just changes the entire story up. But Order of the Dragon, they also have the strongest Spearmen in the game, so that's also definitely a choice here for them that they could go for, especially in combination with a potential Burgrave Palace, as we've seen the Regnitz Cathedral not necessarily be like in favor with the Order of the Dragon typically. It's just getting those cheaper and quicker spearmen out with the Order of the Dragon, or just in general all infantry for cheaper. It's such a massive boon that when you actually like put up the numbers against each other, the bonus that you get from that compared to the Regnitz Cathedral, more often than not, the Burgrave actually pulls ahead depending on how many relics you're actually able to secure.
Speaking of relics over here, both players do have one relic on their side of the pond that's reasonably secure, and then the rest of the relics are up for the grabs in the middle of the map. Same with the sacred sites, and I think this is a good time to point out the key features of this map. There is just so much on the far left on the side of the map. A lot of hunt to work with, quite a lot of gold, both sacred sites fairly close to one another. So it is certainly one of those maps where you cannot just be locked inside your base, waiting for something to happen. This is certainly one of those maps where map control plays a huge role, even in early game, I would say.
Absolutely. Now the age up has come in. Something to note here, Numidan, he went for a very excessive boom on water, I want to say. 6 fishing ships out on his side. That is quite a bit. He's going to be overfishing on that one deep sea fish spot for sure very soon here. And at that point, he's going to have to vacuum up the remaining couple of shoreline fish spots that he has out there. But it looks like there's a plan behind this madness, as he is opting into some aggression on water. So if he actually is able to push Louis MT off of water, he's going to be able to gain access to his side of the water as well. But Louis, in anticipation of that, he is getting the arrow slits upgrade on his stocks. So Numidan actually going to have to invest quite a little bit more into this naval aggression in order to really get him off water.
Yeah, Louis on the other side, he's just focusing on going up the Castle Age. You can see 11 on food. Pulled off some villagers off of gold, but still banking up quite a bit. And it looks like he's going to be making a run for Castle. And it looks like Numidan is just going to hold back that ship for a bit. He's going to wait for the galley to pop out before moving out. Louis is almost halfway ready to go up to Castle Age, though. So you have to wonder if this timing is a little too late now for Numidan.
And behind this as well is also adding in a barracks and now going to be adding in some spearmen. So I guess he knows that he might potentially be a little bit late to the age up. And he's going to be utilizing those couple of early spearmen in order to at the very least secure the relics and make sure that Louis isn't going to be able to get those in for free. Now Numidan, he did spot out that there is indeed a naval emplacement. So next step would be for him to send out 1 or maybe 2 fishing ships out towards his aggression on the pond, in order to start to be able to actually hit the dock with his Springle ship.
Yeah, for now he's just blocking off that deep sea fish, just in range of the fishing boats. Means that Louis had to pivot to the north, but Louis still has his workers working. He's getting ready to age up the castle. On the other side, though, Numidan does get the benefit of that Aachen Chapel, and look at his resources. It's not like he's going to be lagging behind that much.
Yeah, and we are now getting the Daimyo upgrade in for Louis MT, so he does have the option of getting an Uma Beneman out before actually getting up to Castle Age. So we'll be able to at least have 1 heavily armored cavalry unit out there on the field, but looks like he is actually getting it in queue. For a second I thought maybe he's just going to be getting that Castle Age timing up first. No. It is going to be the Uma Beneman and a demo ship in queue. Looks like at the same time Numidan is actually trying to do some aggression out here. Of fishing ships.
Some
demo ship
idle
has
been
been cancelled.
It's going to be Castle Age for both, and there is the Burgrave Palace that you pointed out. Numidan opting for that choice, also Gilded Spearman on the way. And for Louis, it's going to be the Floating Gate, no surprises on that side. Gotta say though, it's a nice little touch. Louis is adding a bit of a wall to the far left of his base, as to make it a little bit more difficult to get potentially surprised by any cavalry coming in. It's not like there's going to be much cavalry coming from Numidan initially, though.
Yeah, exactly. No cavalry here early on, but just having the option, or not just the option, but like always diminishing the ability of your opponent to run around your base, always very, very helpful. It's definitely something that Numidan is going to want to look for on his side as well. He does have two very nice wood lines in theory to get some walls out there, just to kind of restrict the army movement of his opponent. But at this point in time, it's a little bit late for that, and the Umabeneman might potentially get a little snipe in now on the gold villagers here, potentially on the wood line, but looks like Louis doesn't want to sacrifice too much HP on his Bannerman for the time being.
The Bannerman did lose the deflective armor for the moment, so you gotta be extra careful with that spearman chasing you. For now, Louis is going to pull back the cavalry. First mounted samurai is gonna be on the way for him. And for Numidan, it's just a heavy focus to spearmen. He is also moving out to drop a tower on the sacred site and to grab the relic. First prelate is also on the way for him.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Getting the outpost up here just to be able to immediately garrison that relic inside of it. Mabeneman still looking for potentially some damage here, but Louis is going to be getting deterred here by the spears for the time being. Numidan, with that early outpost, is going to be able to also start securing up those sacred sites along with those relics. Wondering where Louis' first Shinto priest is going right now. I don't see him moving. Oh, never mind. He did grab the relic inside of the space, so the safe relic did get grabbed first. And, oh, this feels kind of dangerous here right now for Louis. Double stables is only just now adding in the archer range, but against this many spearmen that are out on the field already from Numidan, it's like Louis, at least for the time being, there's not a lot that he can do with those knights.
And Numidan is adding the wall that you pointed out a couple of moments ago, and that's just going to be such a huge asset for him. He is playing against cavalry, and you want to make sure that that cavalry cannot just run around you. You have the slow spearmen, you don't want to be chasing, you just want to funnel that cavalry towards your spears.
Exactly. Numidan now also adding in some of these gilded crossbowmen. Louis, he is starting to add in some Yumi archers, but he's going to really need a lot of them if he wants to be able to contest what Numidan has out on the field at the moment. We're looking at least like 20 Yumi archers that Louis is going to need within the next like 4 minutes.
Numidan did lose his scout over here, so he's deprived of vision for the time being, chasing down all this cavalry. There's way more spearmen, though, out there, and looks like he also has the head start in collecting relics. The relics are steadily coming in. Gilded Spearman misses the opportunity to jump the cav. Cavalry looking for the first snipe of the game. Villager goes down, and the villagers are trapped outside, though. That is a bit of a danger zone. Thankfully, the spearmen are there to save the day. They had to delete the wall to save the villagers, though.
And they say quick walling doesn't exist at Age of Empires 4. Quick little wall there from Numidan, just to make sure that those villagers do get back to safety. Louis a little bit slow there when it came to the reaction on chasing those down. At the same time, Villager is trying to finish up the outpost, and you just see how much damage those spearmen do to those mounted samurai. They cannot stick around for long. The outpost is going to get finished up, but it does look like Louis managed to also kill the prelate over there that was carrying the relic. So this does look like it's going to be a game destined for a 4-1 relic count for Numidan. I don't really see a way for Louis to be able to secure one of the relics out there on the map. He is adding in Yumi archers, but just doesn't have the mass quite yet, and he's not moving out with them. So for the time being, it does appear to be the case that, yeah, Numidan should be able to secure the lion's share of the relics here. No sprinkle emplacements yet, though, on that outpost, and it is vulnerable here at the moment.
Have the damage output to pick them off so quick. And it looks like we're just going to have a fight here for Numidan. Jumps the cavalry. The Yumi archers do get picked off, but the cavalry does stay alive for the time being. And also the tower is kept intact. Looks like Louis MT unable to actually seal the deal on this tower just yet.
Yeah, it's just so difficult when you don't have the numbers for the Yumi archers to really do any meaningful damage yet up against all of these spearmen. They're not veterancy yet as well. That upgrade is only just now on its way. And with that, Numidan, 3 relics secured, 1 more safely in the back of his base, and pretty much set up to be able to capture those 2 sacred sites in the middle of the map now.
And that's always a consideration when you have a map with just 2 sacred sites. It's orders of magnitude easier to keep control of both and force your opponent on a timer. And we've seen this so many times in competitive games. 10 minutes feels like a lot of time initially, but so many times you just start the timer and in a blink of an eye, you're down to 5 minutes, and it becomes a realistic win condition.
Exactly, and it's not just that you're putting on the timer on your opponent, but you're also generating that passive gold income, 100 gold per minute for each of these. So in combination with those 4 relics at the moment, that is going to be 520 gold per minute here for Numedan, just completely passively. Now the Springone placement has come in. Second outpost is coming up, but Louis once again tries to pressure the outpost. Fortification isn't through quite yet. It's going to be finishing soon here, though. Veteran sees in on the Yuumi archers, but doesn't feel like it's quite enough. And now with the fortification, Louis, he's not going to be able to push into this position as easily anymore.
Yeah, that fortification is coming in clutch here. The tower was destined to die. And it looks like Louis is just going to pivot to the south over here. He's going to have to try and challenge one of these sacred sites because, as we just discussed, the sacred site timer began, and it's also a massive gold trickle here for Numedan. This tower is also fortified, though, does have a relic inside as well. Does not have the Springone emplacement just yet. The Spearmen are chasing around, looking to jump the Yuumi. Yuumi count is slowly increasing. As a response, we do have the men-at-arms coming in here from Numedan. Tower trying to get the Springone emplacement in. Crossbows firing from the shadows. It's a huge army here for Louis MT, though, and looks like he is going to make a stand here. Men-at-arms do get picked off by the Mounted Samurai. Yuumi focusing down the crossbows, but the Spearmen do close the distance. And that could be dangerous for Louis. Louis is going to have to pull back the cavalry for the time being. Most of the army from Numedan is gone, though, and the Yuumi are now doing work.
Yeah, Louis did a great job of focusing down the crossbows with his archers, just when the spearmen were hesitating to go for the engagement. And just like that, Numedan's army being caught out of position here. This outpost is going to go down, and the decap of the sacred site is certain at this point. One relic can now be brought back here for Louis, and suddenly this game is going to be a lot more open from here on out. Numedan, he's going to have to remake his army. Looking at destruction value, yeah, Louis, he just destroyed a lot of army value right there during that last engagement. And Numedan, he's on the berries, not on the deer. Looks like he doesn't feel like he's got enough map control to move out onto the deer now for good reason.
Yeah, the ability to retain the army is so huge here for Louis MT. He still has 17 mounted samurai. He's actually healing back all of these units. And look at that, the mill being shown here is actually a clue for Louis that his opponent is moving out on the food. There's a big batch of villagers down south for Numedan on the berries. And here's the thing, Numedan does not have a scout, and those berries are right next to a stealth forest. Thankfully, there is a tower, so at least there is some early warning here for Numedan. But I just don't think that these villagers can make it back home if the cavalry arrives, and that tower is not going to stand against this army.
Yeah, though to be fair, there isn't really a need for Louis to immediately go for that side, just because you don't anticipate your opponent to be going for the berries when there's deer right next to it. He is sending units over there right now, or at least a scout alongside one mounted samurai, but this is one of the key things, or key benefits that berries have, is you never know when your opponent is on them, because there's no giveaway through the Fog of War. With deer, you can always tell, because the deer disappear off the map, they die, so can always tell if your opponent's potentially on deer. Meanwhile, with the berries, not so much, but looks like there were a couple too many villagers on the berries.
Gotta love the probe. Send one mounted samurai, and now the villagers just do have to make a run for it. Numedan is lucky that this was only one mounted samurai. This could have been so much more devastating for him. Keeps everybody alive, actually.
Exactly. For the time being, Numedan not taking any heavy eco losses. He is rebuilding his mass at the moment. Notably, no more spearmen from him at the moment. He just bolstered his front line with only men-at-arms for the time being, which is interesting. Men-at-arms, they're not the worst. They can actually fight against knights, the gilded variant at the very least. And they're very tanky up against the gilded archers, at least compared to the gilded spears. But the main damage up against those mounted samurai will now all rely on those gilded crossbows. And Louis behind us, he's got such a massive armor, and with 47 Yuumi archers, he's easily going to be able to one-shot any of those gilded crossbows.
25 mounted samurai, 48 Yuumi. We all know that the Order of the Dragon units are worth more than their population cap or their contribution to that top balance bar indicates, but still, this is just such a huge numbers advantage here for Louis MT. And he knows that. He is prepping a trebuchet. He's also getting a couple of Onamusha in to pick off those men-at-arms. He's slowly getting ready to challenge that other sacred site in the middle, which does have 2 fortified outposts on it.
Yeah, behind this, we also have the second upgrade on his TC already, the second daimyo upgrade, so his farming economy is going to be looking very, very strong, even compared to the Arkenchapel from Numidan alongside those gilded villagers. Villagers, once again, are going to have to make a run for it now that the main army is going to be visible, and Numidan, he knows what's going to be coming his way now. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is the entire army. Yeah, Louis doing a great job of not showing the Onamushas yet. So he is depriving Numidan of that information, and for good reason. Numidan still making more men-at-arms, so the Onamusha are going to have more units that they can effectively counter once they do come in.
And you don't really have much for Numidan to pick off those Onamusha with. You would have to use your crossbows, but if you do that, you're not going to be focus firing on those mounted samurai, so it's going to be so challenging for Numidan to fight this army here. He doesn't have a lot of static defenses at home either. Does have a lot of stone in the bank, but he ran out of stone to mine, so he's not going to be able to afford a keep just yet.
Oh, Numidan, is he thinking about moving out? This is the most dangerous spots ever to start moving out. And I guess he wants to secure these outposts, or maybe even secure the relic. That is going to be so difficult, though, as he might find himself out of position. It looks like Louis, he is circling around with his main army now.
This is such a nice little touch. The Trebuchet is challenging the towers, which meant that Numidan pulled away his forces, and now the cavalry is just going for the walls. You're going to have to fight this if you're Numidan, but your army is slow to catch up. Villagers will start getting caught in the crossfire. Numidan, though, very, very cautious. The moment the army arrives, he's just going to pull back. Single man-at-arms challenging the Trebuchet over here. And the Onamusha are now revealed. It's a two-pronged attack, and Numidan does not have the speed to catch up to both of these armies.
Now, wall is getting destroyed. Louis not charging through the gap, though. Sitting back for the time being. Crossbows are chasing the army back, but at the same time, this means that Louis is going to have free reign over the middle there, and could potentially start bringing that rally back. Numidan is repairing the outpost. Now there's more units charging forward. He's going to have to pull his army over here, but at the same time, oh, this is so difficult. Louis loves to do this. These two-sided attacks. And Numidan, he's getting forced to surrender one of it. Don't tell me there's an overchop. There's an overchop!
Oh, there is an overchop. He doesn't notice, though. Louis does not notice the overchop. It doesn't really matter. He's just going to bash his way through the walls. Numidan is pulling back his forces, and look at that once again for Louis. He's not overcommitting his army. He's not risking this army getting trapped and potentially destroyed, even though he does have a huge army and it would be challenging for Numidan to deal with this. He just detaches a couple of cavalry, and now this is nightmarish for Numidan. He's got a slow-moving army having to catch up with mounted samurai running around your base. This is the absolute worst-case scenario.
There might be a transport ship coming in, but Numidan, he's housed!
Oh, he
can't get the transport ship out. Oh no, he can't get the transport ship out.
No.
He's rushing the house
That
up.
is so sad. And now the mounted samurai finds it. Transport ship pops out. Gotta make a run for it. But where do you go?
I guess you just start gathering wood on your opponent's side.
Oh no, those poor villagers. At least they're alive, but for how long? Louis does steal the relic from the middle, decaps the sacred site, a lot of momentum going for him. Numidan is up to 23 gilded crossbows, though. And he does have a decent force of men-at-arms, though, as well.
Yeah, now, most importantly, he also has more spearmen yet again. Fight is coming in, though, and the army, it's a complete surround here. Numidan, villagers getting caught as well. Crossbows are trying their best, but this is the biggest weakness of the Order of the Dragon. You do not have as many military units as your opponents do. And just like that, he is getting completely swarmed. The army count from Numidan is falling rapidly. He's doing a lot of damage as well. But when your army count is falling so quickly, it just means that you're going to be losing out on DPS as well. Though actually, Numidan is doing significantly better here than I would have thought so. It's a trickle on both sides, alas.
Here's the Caustic Curse. Just to clean up. It felt like he held for quite a while, but realistically, I feel like there was a second layer to this for Louis MT that just did not exist for Numidan, and it's Louis securing game number 1, despite being down on the relics for quite some time. I want to ask you, though, where did this game start to swing? Was it that first initial engagement where Numidan's army was just completely reset and Louis was able to retain his?
Yeah, I think that was like the major point that really kind of cemented the position, because if Numidan hadn't lost that army, he could have made a switch into Horsemen as well, Gilded Horsemen, in order to just deal with, like, have much more rounded army composition. His reliance here on just crossbows and men-at-arms and some spearmen there, it just didn't scale well enough. And when you get some mobility with those Gilded Horsemen, you're going to be able to dictate the flow of the game much more, as you're going to be the one that's actually able to put pressure on the opponent. And yeah, it just means that you can start applying pressure while, like, just sitting on your relic advantage, sitting on your sacred side and whatnot. But the second that you just suddenly aren't able to exert any pressure at all, you're just being holed up inside of your base, it just gives a lot more power over to the Japanese to field these large armies, this death ball here pretty much, because of the Dragon, they just don't do well when they're up against large armies. They're fine, like, trading out in, like, small or medium-sized armies, but the second the army gets bigger and you're actually able to one-shot units from the Order of the Dragon, the fewer army count just becomes much more noticeable.
Well, that settles game number 1. And now we're looking at game number 2 coming up here. We will be heading out to Gorge, and we do have a matchup that we do not commonly see here. The Macedonians will make an appearance, and they're going to face off against the Golden Horde.
Yeah, Louis, he does love his cavalry-heavy civilization, so Macedonians or French, most the choice here for him, gonna end up as the Macedonians, so we'll definitely see a lot of Radari here, Gorge being a very, very nice map here, just to play around with that mobility, but Radari, you only unlock them in Castle Age, and past Castle Age is something that the Golden Horde do know how to pressure. They're very strong at, applying pressure very early on against their opponents, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The thing is, once the Macedonians do actually get their way up to Castle Age, they do have the ability to age up with one of the strongest defensive landmarks in the game, with the Golden Horn Tower. Having that Arbalista placement on it, it just means that if your opponent is still in Feudal Age, he cannot pressure you anymore. It's a no entry rule. Anything around that Golden Horn Tower, if you get a good position on it, is pretty much unraidable.
Yeah, speaking of raidable and unraidable, though, we are looking at Gorge, and this map is notorious for just getting dragged out into long games with a lot of little pockets of economy as the players do spread out from their initial bases. It is one of those maps where you really cannot sit inside your base because it's so difficult to just protect all angles, and so many times you see games decided by whoever is able to raid the opponent's little pockets of economy more effectively.
Indeed, indeed. Now, on a map like Gorge, the resources are fairly spread out to the sides. We're taking a quick look again at the head-to-heads here between these two players. And yeah, we mentioned it earlier, Louis MT, 100% win rate up against Nimodon. And so far, it definitely looks like Louis MT is in the driver's seat here, winning his first game in the set between the two. Nimodon, you mentioned it earlier. Every now and then, he does manage to sneak in a win during those sets, so everything's on the table yet.
Yeah, they did meet just a few months ago, back in December in EGC Masters. That time it was a 3-1 for Louis MT. A scoreline that we've seen quite a lot, and oh boy, this is going to be rather overwhelming. So in this very brief break before game number 2, let's have a quick look at the statistics for the civilizations so far in the group stage. Of course, there are some other sets still to be played. And I think one of the things that we're going to have to look at is ban rates. Ottomans and Malians very high on that list, 81 and 67 bans respectively.
67%. Wait, no, it's not. Yeah, that's 67 individual bans. Nice for the Malians here. It's interesting that the Mongols are actually like having the highest win rate after 6 games. Yet they haven't been banned a single time. For good reason. Nobody bans Mongols at the moment. Mongols on paper, not good. I'm guessing all of those victories must have been on hybrid maps. But now, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. We're jumping into game number 2. Nimodon, once again in the color red, playing as the Golden Horde. Here on Gorge, his opponent, once again as the dark green, utilizing the cool new color that we do have available here. Louis MT playing as the Macedonian dynasty, and oh, we're getting a little bit of an interesting opener here, as Louis MT is opening us up with a stronghold.
Ooh, that's an interesting opening to start things off. You know, Macedonians, you don't often see them on this map specifically, mostly because Macedonians are among one of the more banned civilizations. I think when we looked at those stats just a moment ago, those bans are referring to the bans in the individual draft. They do not actually include metrics related to when this civilization gets sniped away from the opponent. And in this tournament, you do pick 2 civilizations for each map, and your opponent takes away one of those. So many times we've seen that Macedonians do slip through the draft, but then every single time it gets picked, it just gets sniped away by the opponent. Hence why we haven't seen a lot of Macedonians in this tournament.
Indeed. Now, Atgemar have been spotted out by Numidan, so he is aware that there's going to be spearmen coming across the map. And in response, he's pulling 4 villagers over to gold early, needs to gather just enough in order to be able to get the age up in. Most likely after that, will be transitioning back over towards the food. But actually, Numidan, or rather Louis, he's not going for the gold. He's going for the Uvu instead.
Yeah, the gold mine is offset to the far south of Numidan's base, which is not a very common way that this map spawns. And that's part of the reason that Atgirmother just decided not to challenge that gold mine. It would have been too late anyways. Numidan does have the gold that he needs for Egypt already, so probably the best thing that you could do with that spearman is just try to pressure that Uvu a tiny bit. Some more Atgirmother are crossing the map though, so this is going to be some pretty heavy pressure here in Dark Age.
I'm kind of unsure if LuMT has been thinking about pressuring the gold and just hasn't found it. Can we quickly check the vision on Louis just to make sure that he actually did scout out the... Okay, he does know about the gold. He did scout out the gold. There's nothing worse about, like, just not finding the gold and running your spearman into the wrong position just to end up not being able to do any pressure on your opponent. So the Uvu is going to be getting torched down here. Now, Numidan, he should end up with enough stone to be able to produce a Batukan. But if LuMT, with 4 spearmen, he might be able to destroy the Uvu in time to deny any Torguts from coming out.
Yeah, do keep in mind, gold is low for Numidan. He could go back on a gold mine, but he decided to pull the villagers away, so that's going to be a consideration moving forward. And on the other side, LuMT, of course, quite far away from Feudal Age just yet. That's one of the trade-offs that you get when you go for early Dark Age pressure. It's going to be a big investment as well, all the way up to 4 spearmen. And this is one of the issues that you sometimes get with civilizations like the Golden Horde. Your age up is tied to a specific timeline. You do not really have the means of accelerating that, unlike with other civilizations. So for Numidan, it's just a waiting game right now. He's just going to have to wait for that 1 minute to tick down.
Khan and Togut age up is coming in. So we are most likely going to be getting that Hippodrome in from Louis here. It's just never really a reason to be going for the Grand Winery. It's like the numbers on the Grand Winery for the Macedonians is actually really good. Like, it gives you a significant food gather speed increase. It's just that the benefit that you get from having a production building out early alongside unique cavalry units with very, very strong buffs on them, there's just never a reason to be going for an eco landmark on a civilization that is all about tempo.
Khan and Torgut now finishing up here for Numidan. Louis is on the way up with the Hippodrome. 6 villagers pulled to make it happen. The Ovu is gone though. There's no gold collected. There is 280 stone in the bank here for Numidan. But that's all that he can work with.
Oh, sheep snipe.
Ooh,
oh,
poor
wait,
sheep. That's
oh
just
my
one.
God.
Make it 2.
Wait,
Nope.
maybe. Oh, he's gonna have to sacrifice. Oh, he's not going for it. That was close. That was a lot of back and forth there.
It's still 1 sheep down. Bit of an annoyance over here. First Torgut on the way here for Numidan. He is just so confined into his own base right now. He's gonna have to start adding some archers to deal with these Atgirmother.
Now we are gonna be getting some archers in here from Numidan with the batch production. Archers, of course, being just kind of like the bread and butter of the army composition for the Golden Horde. Like, you get the Torguts out. After that, it's just going to be archer spam non-stop. And with that, you've got pretty much a full army composition. It's like the French army composition just with actively making only a single type of units there. Now H-Up has also come in for Louis. And will soon be able... Actually, okay, never mind. He's starting off with some archers as well. I thought he might be immediately going into some horsemen. I think he did spot out the archer range, but instead he's going for his own archers instead.
Yeah, for now he's just going to check these archers. Looks like Nimodon is not going to get them across the map. There's Batu Khan looking to challenge the gold mine. There are some spears nearby. The archers do get spotted from Louis MT, so Nimodon does have that information. He knows that his opponent is committing to archers for the time being. And it looks like it's just going to be a bit of a reset for everybody. So what next?
Yeah, that's the question here. It's just so weird to me that Louis is making archers. Because realistically, in Feudal Age engagements, there's no reason to be making archers up against the Golden Horde, because they're going to be making their own archers and cavalry. So your archers, they're going to be doing neutral against your opponent's archers, but they're going to be doing negative against the Torguts. So it's like, you could have gone for horsemen, which would have actually like been countering the archers. So I'm not sure what exactly is the plan here for Louis, whether he's going to be trying to switch into a different unit now, or whether it's just going to be trying to buy time for eventual Varangian, like just Varangian guard switch, because Varangians actually do make a lot of sense here when you're up against the Golden Horde. Torguts do very, very little melee damage, so the bonus armor that you have on the Varangian guards mean that they basically take no damage at all from the Torguts. And the archers already do very low damage up against them when you get both the melee upgrades in. But just mass archers is perplexing to me, at least at the moment.
Yeah, heavy focus from Louis MT on the eco upgrade side of things. He is realizing that the game has slowed down a bit, so this is probably a good time to squeeze in some eco upgrades, play a little bit more defensive. He will have the slower composition, though, which is a direct swap from the previous game. In the previous one, it was Nimodon with the slow composition. Now he is the one with the ability to start running around, and there's a great target. Hunter's out already for Louis MT, only 2 spearmen protecting them.
Yeah, so now Nimodon is going into spearmen, which, in theory, makes sense, right? Because eventually Macedonians surely are going to be going into cavalry. It's just that Louis, he's not cavalrying, he's just infantrying at the moment. We're at the point where Louis almost has more archers than Nimodon as the Golden Horde, which is whack. It's just, these army compositions don't really make a lot of sense here to me at the moment, Lidakor, and now we do see Nimodon pushing forward with his army. Very similar numbers at the moment on both sides, so Louis should be able to hold here.
Oh, Cav does charge in, do get staggered by the spearmen. Nice job by Nimodon to snipe off a lot of the archers, and so far this is a one-sided engagement.
Yeah.
A couple of casualties on the side of Louis MT, not much for Nimodon.
That is the issue when you just don't have the right army composition. Like, your archers can fire off against Nimodon's archers, but when they do, that leaves an opening there for the Torguts to snipe, or rather charge in as well. Yeah, Nimodon now just going to be applying non-stop pressure at the front line for Louis. Means that Louis, he's not going to be getting any silver anytime soon, as he's just going to be unable to gather gold here for the time being. Next up could be the deer gathering operation. So Louis is going to be pulling off that early on here. That's an outpost now.
Yeah, still dancing around. Bit of a poke and prod. One big difference, though, and I think we gotta talk about this, is again, behind this, Louis is getting quite a lot of eco upgrades. Not much on the side of Nimodon, though.
That's true, that's true. Double Brodex is definitely something that Nimodon should have gotten here a while ago. Especially with just how much wood he has been gathering, so a little bit sloppy there for Nimodon potentially, just considering that he definitely must have had the resources, as he's actually getting blacksmith upgrades in at the moment. Once again, Louis is getting pressured off the deer here. We don't have an arrow slits emplacement on the Varangian stronghold, so it's not like this is a particularly strong area here for Louis to hold. Archer numbers very similar, but Nimodon has blacksmith upgrades, and Louis, he's got +1 damage on the archers. That's about it. Nimodon's about to be having his second upgrade come through soon, but Thrash are already here. trash all
LUMD
the
for now
units.
just playing very, very defensive over here, confined into his own base, but the ability to take the hunt is no longer there. And his gold mine is also quite exposed, so he's gonna have to soon take a fight here to preserve those resources. Looks like this fight might be coming. Louis is creeping out of his base, but his army is exclusively archers. There's nothing else to supplement that. There's practically nothing that can deal with the Torgut.
I mean, the archers will do significant damage against the Torgut when they activate their ability. The issue with that is just like, once you do that, you can no longer kite. Kiting is not going to be in the menu anymore for you. Louis should soon be able to spawn his champion, like his Radari, Hippodrome Radari, which is going to be a lot of value, especially when it comes to like the bonus attack speed. But now, once again, villagers on the deer are getting idled. We do have the arrow slits in placement on the stronghold, so now they actually do provide a significant bonus here to the defensive nature of Louis' base. The champion just spawned. It's moving forward. That's going to be a lot of movement speed now on all of these units. We do see the runestone getting dropped as well. Some additional range on all of these archers now. Instead, now Louis is actually going to be in a position to defend here with just archers at the moment. That is not something that Numedan expected. We're seeing 8 more archers getting queued up by Numedan now. Archers that he doesn't have out on the field immediately, though. And Louis, he looked like he was about to be taking the engagement there for a little bit, but Batukan arrow is coming in. Numedan still trying to just trade out the military here for the time being, but does fall back for the time being. Overall, I want to say trades weren't bad for Louis here in this engagement. A lot of villager idle time, just the 5 villagers that were gathering on the deer. But he has been able to hold this position. And I believe I just saw an outpost getting rushed up on the gold now as well. So Louis MT should soon be able to get some access again to the gold there. And there it is. The outpost is getting rushed up. Stone being gathered up as well. So we'll be able to get an emplacement on it on top of things.
And looks like Louis is going to challenge this further. He's trying to creep out of his base. Took a good fight just a moment ago. Trying to leverage that. Start creeping up. And Numedan was the aggressor for quite some time. Now things are changing. He's going to pull back. Looks like Louis is not really interested in pursuing. He's just going to fall back once again. Both players super, super cautious with their armies. You know, just looking back at the previous game, there was one critical fight early mid-game, which kind of sealed the deal in many ways for Numedan. You can really see that both players are being very cautious not to overcommit the fight here.
Numedan still adding in more and more archers. It's kind of crazy that LuMT has been able to keep up with the Golden Horde archer spam here. But it's just the archer spam that he's been able to keep up with. The rest of the army, not so much. While the archer numbers are even, he doesn't have a direct counter up against this many Torguts out on the field. Archer ability still has not been activated yet. And remember, once you activate it, hiding back becomes a lot more difficult. It looks like he's baiting Numedan in at the moment. And Numedan, is he falling for it? Runestone is getting dropped. We do see some military coming in every now and then from the Varangian war camp. Villagers now jumping inside of the TC. And LuMT, his entire military has been raised now. The numbers so low. And Numedan, he's pushing in deeper. Military coming out of the war camp, but it's just the spearmen. They're going to get immediately sniped by the archers. Torguts look to be falling as well here, though. Another runestone is getting deployed, but villagers in the woodline are going to have to move out now as well. Still a lot of pressure going on. At the same time, champion, the Radari champion, getting value inside of Numedan's face. There's 12 villagers that died. Numedan, he lost 12 villagers to that one Radari champion.
That is incredible. And that could be just so huge over here for LuMT. He's going to clean up Numedan's army as well. He had to make a run with his own villagers. He's got like a dozen villagers running for the corner. The archers do get cleaned up though, and Numedan, while he was focusing on that fight, he just loses a dozen villagers. Now he's down by just 7 economy. Still huge differential between the two players. This army does get cleaned up, and is there a second layer to this? One has to wonder for Numedan. Looks like the answer is no.
That's crazy. He had so many reinforcements that he didn't use in that last fight. Looking at the military value lead, Numedan was still leading there, but I guess he just realized that he just lost so many villagers and calls it there. Louis now 2-0 on the scoreboard. That's crazy. That just genuinely surprised me right there. that he called at that point. Granted, those, like, the players, they don't know everything that we know. Even though Numedan, he lost a significant amount of villagers, he was still in a fine-ish position there, I want to say. But when you lose trades like that, you lose your entire army inside of your opponent's base, you went for that all-in type play and it didn't pay off. I guess it is very, very demotivating at that point, and Numedan, he did judge that the game was not going to be one that he could end up winning there. Taking a look back here at these engagements, this was such a nice plan here from Louis all along, just all of these strongholds with the air system placement. I believe that he was also intentionally targeting the unarmored units with them, so they could do the maximum amount of damage.
Yeah, nice fights all over from Louis MT, but really this game in many ways came down to that one fatal engagement, if you can call it that, for Numedan, where he just lost a dozen villagers. Anything beyond that is just extremely difficult to salvage. He dives deep into the enemy base here. He's looking to force something, and there was a significant response. The Lumberjacks had to be pulled away. It started looking scary, but if you look at the bottom left, that is where that villager kill counter is going up for Louis. If it wasn't for that, I would argue that this could have been really decent here for Numedan. He was close to picking off quite a few villagers here on the woodline, actually. But
it's
once
like
he lost all those villagers, it was just so difficult to recover.
There were like 10 more archers as reinforcements just waiting there as well. An unfortunate game here for Numedan, so that means that Louis MT is going to be the one finding himself on match point first in this best of 5. Next up, Numedan, he did pick Coastal Cliff, so that's going to be the next map. And yeah, Numedan, he's going to really have to give it his all here. And with that, he did pick Sengoku Daimyo, so pretty strong civilization here. And Louis MT, he gave him choice between French and French Light. We're seeing Jeanne d'Arc getting picked here by Louis, as the French are going to be getting sniped out. JD up against Sengoku, that's going to be an interesting matchup, I want to say, because JD obviously very, very cavalry focused, and so is the Sengoku Daimyo, but they got to get to Castle Age first, so there's some interesting back and forth here until that happens.
Yeah, and just like looking back at the previous game, Louis went for quite a lot of early aggression. And that is something that you can also do very well with JD. We've seen that over and over again. The ability to get JD at the beginning, obviously, a tool to deal with early small groups of enemies. If you go for the melee version, or even the archer version, you can use that as a tool to just pick off the initial spearmen that are sent to counter your knights. So you gotta feel that this might just be a game of Numedan trying to make it to Castle Agent and Louis trying to apply early pressure to prevent that.
Yeah, it could very much be. Numedan could also just try and do some pressure early on as well. We have seen builds where you just immediately drop double stable the second you get to Feudal Age as the Sengoku Daimyo. And with that, just pump out a lot of Yari cavalry. And when you have enough, you can snipe out JD and then potentially even take fights up against the Knights, because you do have your own kind of form of healing as well, like chivalry-like healing with the age up there from the Sengoku Daimyo. So definitely the ability to go for these kind of like hit and run tactics, similarly to the French as the Sengoku.
2 minutes left to go for game number 3 here. Again, this is still, there's quite a lot on the line for these players. Obviously, there is prize money associated with every single game victory that you can have. And of course, there's always the pride of the players that we should not forget about. Louis MT did not have the tournament that he wanted, but a strong finish is always a nice starting point for the next event. And for Numedan, he's of course looking to make that or take that next step in the competitive scene and try to be a challenger to a player that does have top 4 finishes on his record in the past.
Yeah, definitely. A victory up against a player like Louis MT would be a very big confidence booster here for him. Alas, at the moment, he is very far away from that, as Louis is the one on match point for the time being. There's always the point, there's always the possibility to go for that reverse sweep, and picking Sengoku here, looking at Numedan's remaining civilizations, there's still a couple of very strong civilizations left over with Jushi, China, and yeah, I wanted to say KT for a second there. Alas, there's no water maps remaining, so cut that out. There's still ways for Numedan to potentially claw his way back into the set.
Well, 30 seconds left to go until game number 3 here. This is, of course, only the first series of the day. We have 3 more on the way for you, many of which will affect the seeding of the top 4 players within their groups and will decide who gets to go directly into the semifinals, who is going to be going straight into the round of 6, and who's going to have to play in the round of 8 next weekend.
Yeah, getting a bye is always nice. Means that you're going to be granted a little bit of extra time just to analyze what your opponents are doing as they're struggling to get onto the round that you're already on. Now, it is time. We're jumping into a potential match point here. Louis MT leading 2-0 at the moment up against Numedan. Spawning in the color red once again, this time playing as the Sengoku Daimyo here on Coastal Cliffs. His opponent in the dark green, Louis MT playing as Jean d'Arc. And once again, we're getting greeted through some Dark Age aggression here as Louis with JD is opening us up here with a Dark Age barracks open.
He just loves to do that. You get the feeling that this was the game plan going into this series all along. A lot of early aggression, except for game number 1, but that I think was a pretty well-defined matchup. In that Civilization matchup, you just don't really go for early pressure. That was just a race to Coastal Age. But in the previous game, as well as this one, you do have early aggression from Louis MT. And this could actually work very, very nicely if you look at the gold mines. All 3 gold mines on the same side for Numedan. If he gets cut off from the gold, it's going to be so difficult to get any kind of a fallback option.
Oh, Lidicor, there's always this, I want to say like asterisk that has to be put there. Because Sengoku Daimyo, they're the only civilization in the game with access to a market in the Dark Age. The Mitsuri. So Numedan, worst case, he can just buy his way up to the next age. And I've seen that very commonly happen.
Oh, that's actually a little suboptimal for Louis MT. He is heading to the north with the Spearman, yet to find the gold mines. He does find the Yatai, though. So Yatai is going to have to be packed up eventually. Food truck on its way home.
We're seeing a second Yatai in queue for Numedan. I don't think he can realistically go for a third, just because he has now seen that Louis is going for the Dark Age aggression. Oh, he's answering with his own Spearman opening. Okay, I like this. I like this, because when you're playing up against JD, eventually you do maybe want Spearman anyways. Now, this has been spotted by Louis, but Numedan, he's gonna buy himself a little bit more agency with that. It looks like Louis, he's respecting this and adding in more Spearmen on his own side, but also already sending some villagers over to gold. So he's keeping his options open for his own feudal age switch up, but also still investing into more Spearmen.
Yeah, it looks like Numedan is just going to buy himself up at this point. No desire to go out on that gold mine just yet. He either has to do that, or he's going to have to fight his way through. And for now, it looks like Louis is just content locking down those Yatai. He's not really even positioning a single Spearman close to the gold mines. Ooh, that's a nice little spot for the Yatai. Look at that.
Yeah, he's getting the boar and the berries here. Do keep in mind that if we can quickly just select the Yatai, if it's actually getting the maximum amount of food in there. It is. So there was a change with the base gather rate on the Yatai, where it's been reduced from 20 to 10. So when you're on a boar, you no longer immediately max out the Yatai. I think with the boar, you only get to 50 food per minute. So having the berries there as well means that you do actually get the ability to max that out. But now Numedan, he is moving over towards the gold, but that is exactly where Louis is keeping his Spearman at the moment. And now Louis, able to get the age up in. School of Cavalry is going to be coming in. And the Spearman should be in position to start harassing the gold here from Numedan, just as he wants to get the gold in for the age up. And actually, oh, Louis, he's not using them at the moment. Oh, this could buy Numedan critical seconds here. Okay, now he's sending them out. This just feels a little bit too late. There are 2 Spearmen coming in here from Numedan as well. Okay, Numedan, he does not have enough gold, but he does have enough gold that if he sells 100 wood, then he will be able to age up.
He's instead towering the gold mine, though. He's looking to fight this one, but this is going to be so costly. First villager does get trapped. He's making a run for it. Villager being pursued by the Spearman, and the villager does survive. 1 HP.
Nah, this one goes down. It doesn't go down. There, okay. Numadan, he's playing with fire here. Numadan is playing with fire.
Oh, that's a lot of idle time on the villagers, though, also forcing a tower out. Numadan is still nowhere close to starting to build his landmark. On the other side, there is a scout torching the Yatai, just casually trying to push it away from the berries. And now, there's a bit of a breakout here from a Numadan, pulling away this spearman. Age-up is complete for Louis MT, though, and this is the decision point. What do you do with JD? Do you go for the archer line, or do you go for the melee line?
Whatever it is that he wants to do, he better do it fast, or at least Numadan should do it fast, because he's going for the boar? Okay. Now, for any other civilization, this would have been really, really dangerous to do. But because the Yatai actually pacifies the boar, Louis cannot just pull the boar onto those villagers. That is... yeah, that... But the thing, you have to pull the Yatai away from it, don't you? Or just... I know that there was a point where you couldn't actually kill the boar while the Yatai was nearby, because the boar would just perma-heal itself. But I do believe that that is fixed, or has been fixed at some point. So you should be able to kill the boar while the boar has no countermeasures, so to say.
Oh, poor little boar. This is how it must feel like to be a deer in AoE 4. And indeed, there goes the boar. Numadan still halfway through Feudal Age only. He is aging up to the Koka Township. And look at that, villagers are being pulled by Louis MT here as well.
That's going to be a counter
He's heading
outpost.
straight towards that boar too.
Yeah, that is going to be a counter outpost. But potentially Louis is going to be getting a villager kill here too, as he did went up with the ranged JD version. Does see the outpost, but villagers are... Okay, he doesn't take no for an answer. He does not take no for an answer. The villagers, they're getting pulled as well. Spearman immediately getting sniped there by the JD arrow. And he's just going straight for the torching.
He is. There's a knight as well, only 3 spearmen, and this is such a good fight over here for Louis MT. He might lose a villager or 2, but if he can catch some of these vills, it's not gonna matter. The tower goes down, JD hunting the villagers, knight pursuing as well. The Yatai has to flee. First villager might go down over here. 2 JD snipe, beautiful snipe right there. Knight also pursuing another one, and it's just chaos all over Numadan's economy right now. The Yatai has to flee, villagers idled out, and the boar is going to get taken by Louis MT.
Yeah, that is just devastating here for Numadan. Not only is he going to be losing out on the 100 wood that he invested into the outpost, but potentially also the 50 on that house there, which... Okay, he's not going to be housed anytime soon. It looks like he did invest into the Koka Township here as his H-up. So he has the option of getting Shinobi out. I just feel like the healing would have also been nice here for him, just to like deal with knights with chivalry potentially down the line. But now Louis, he's right in front of Numadan's base, taking away his boar.
Oh, that's just gonna feel so sad. And now JD with the healing as well. This army is intact. The boar is gonna get taken by Louis MT. And Numadan is down to just 4 spearmen, 2 archers. He only lost 1 villager, so I guess that is the silver lining right there. Could have been way worse.
Yeah, it definitely could have been way worse. The first trader is already in the Matsuri, so Numadan is currently gathering 5% faster. Now starting to mix in some Yumi archers alongside his couple of spearmen that he has out at the moment. But the situation at the moment doesn't feel too comfortable here currently for Numadan. Louis, he's got all the choices in the world now that he can go for. He's starting to add in some more knights. He could add in some more production buildings, more stables. Looks like Numadan is still trying to hang around here, but immediately pays for it with one of his spearmen going down there. And now forward buildings, proxy production buildings coming in as well. Yumi archers. Oh, TC is getting a nice little arrow volley there onto JD. Taking away half the health. But this is the thing, like, Yari Cavalry just makes so much more sense when your opponent actually goes for range JD, because now you're actually able to do bonus damage to her. Who's still thinking about pushing forward, but this is just such a dangerous spot here. And now it looks like the fight is actually being taken.
Normally,
Teasing us with it.
Normally when you have a position like this, it's difficult to reinforce for the attacker, but this situation is different. There is a proxy range here, and that just makes it so much easier for Louis to keep consistent presence in the area. Shinobi were spawned for this fight, so it looks like Numedan is looking to take this one, and Louis knows that Louis is pulling the villagers, just bails on the range and all of this infrastructure.
Yeah, looks like Numedan actually able to take control over this area here now. Starts torching down the range. Archery range now getting built back up on Louis' side of the map, and that's a lot of villager idle time on Louis' villagers. All those 8 villagers that were out there now going over to his own boar. He wasn't as efficient about it as he potentially could have been. He doesn't have wheelbarrow yet. That is discounted for the French, but also takes a long time to research and is still relatively expensive. At the end of the day, he is getting it now. And starting to launch a counterattack on the gold here. Oh, actually able to snipe Yatai. Just look at how many knights he already has out.
And those knights do scale into Costlage. That's one of the coolest things you have with...
Oh, he's sniping the villagers!
Ooh. Ooh. That's a nice little swing around. That's just one villager going down, but another bunch of idle time over here. He's looking for vills. Reposition the villagers to the other board. That is just such a huge extra food income over here for Louis MT, while Numedan is still just working towards getting this tower back up to get back on the board.
Gotta say, like, Louis, he's just so good when it comes to the movement of his units. Like, look at that. Once again, just diving, almost diving inside of Numedan's base. Try and pick off some of the reinforcements here. He's getting chased now by the spears, but now the spears on the right-hand side, so now maybe he can loop around the left-hand side again. Just poking and prodding wherever he can. Now, we are going to be getting the first daimyo building up here for Numedan. The question is, which one is it going to be? Is it going to be cavalry, archery, or infantry here that he's going to try and reinforce? Archers do make a lot of sense. He does have a lot of Yumi archers out, so getting that additional +1 range damage on them, making them fully fledged archers, damage-wise, could definitely come in handy. And indeed, it is going to be the Yumi daimyo here. And first up is going to be the daimyo himself to start increasing the attack speed of all the units here at the front line. Louis, he's just continuously massing up more and more and more of these knights right now. Numedan, he needs to realize this and start reinforcing with more spearmen, because sometimes it can be very easy, even at the highest of levels, to not keep up with your opponent's army ratio. Not just the army composition, but also the ratio. If your opponent's just going heavily into knights, you, on the other hand, need to go even heavier into the spearmen on your side. And at the moment, Numedan, he still has a lot of archers, but it looks like he might actually be prepping for a Castle Age transition on his side. Oh my god! The scout gets a villager kill. Okay.
Those stabs in Dark Age that we saw, a couple of villagers going down to low HP, those come in clutch now. The scout is just picking off that one villager that was heavily damaged. And it looks like a couple of walls are coming in for Louis MT as well. He is digging in. He's slowing this game down. He does have access to that 4-second boar. In the meantime, Numedan, that boar that he's working on should be close to depletion. He's been on it for a while, and then Louis MT was. He is going to have to start pivoting to the deer to the north soon.
I think it should still last him for a little bit. And actually, notably, you don't even really want to fully gather up from it. You want to just keep it at just about 90% gathered or 95% gathered. Just have like 50 food left in it. That way your Yatai can still actively gather from it. Numedan, it still looks like he's thinking about going for that Castle Age up. It's just so difficult. We're seeing a second outpost now coming in. He tries to reinforce his front side, even getting the arrow slits in placement in. The Yumi archers have been boosted up now. Daimyo's here, spearmen are here as well. This is going to be the next fight that will actually end up being taken. And the outpost
Tower does get taken out.
Is still up. It's getting repaired.
They're going to save the tower. Great moves by Numedan over here. Keeps the tower alive. Arrow slits almost in. The knights are charging in. Insufficient wood coming in, but the tower does stay alive until the arrow slits come in. Archers from Louis' side are slowly being picked off by the Yumi, and the spearmen now close the distance. Knights are taking the fight, and JD is close to level 3, though. You got to be extra careful about that. The healing is coming in, but JD does get sniped just before the level 3 here. Still 12 spearmen alive for Numedan. But are all of them in this fight here? Looks like they are. The knights are slowly going down. Tower is still intact. The other tower is not being built.
The villagers have to run away now. The Knights are still very healthy. No, the Villagers formation shuffling. They're in the formation with the Atai. Oh my god, he just lost so many.
Oh, that is just devastating. It's game number 2 all over again. Just one moment, a dozen villagers go down, and there just seems to be no way back. The spearmen are gone as well. The archers taken out, and there's just no standing army left over here for Numidan. It looked like he might have the spears to hold this in combination with the tower, but that just wasn't the case, and Louis MT seals the deal, makes it a 3-0 sweep here in the final series for him of the group stage.
And GG comes on in. Numidan playing with the fire throughout the entire game, even thinking about a potential age up there towards the end. He was floating 1,000 gold in the bank. But alas, the age up was not going to be the way this game goes. Louis, with a decisive fight there, able to win the set for himself. As he said, a clean 3-0 for him, keeping the 100% win rate against Numidan for the time being.
Louis MT finishing strong over here in the group stage. Obviously, he wanted more from the tournament, but as you said, he took a bit of a break from the game. Finishes with a 3-4 standing. That's going to be good enough for what I believe is the 6th place in his group. Makes it top 12 in the entire tournament out of 16 that qualified for the main event.
Yeah, so maybe not the best position here that he did hope for himself. Of course, like, not everybody can make it into the playoffs here. I'm certainly sure that he hoped to be able to get into this one. As with the way the matches have worked out, not going to be able to make that connection there into the top 8 this time around. Next up, we are going to be having another set coming up. I do believe that the next one is going to be, indeed, it's going to be Vortex up against Anatent here. So these two players, they did manage to make it past the group phase, able to play in the playoffs. So for them, these are going to be some very, very important games now that will decide their seeding in the playoffs. As Anatent at the moment is in spot 4, the last spot in his group. So if he's able to win well up against Vortex, who is in spot 2 at the moment, like rank 2 in his group, that could dramatically shift his seeding there. He might actually be able to make it all the way to seed number 2 in his group.
Yeah, that's the big thing over here, as you see a complete look at all the series that have been played. Each player, of course, playing 7 series as a total. We've been doing that for 2 weeks now, I believe, with the final series finishing up today. And when it comes to Group A that we are looking at right here, Wham leads by 6-0. And I do believe that the only way... that's something that we need to talk about as well. Marine Lord versus Wham. Something that is coming up later today. That can have a huge influence on who takes spot number 1. But as you touched on this, when it comes to Anatent, his best case scenario is a 2nd spot in the group. He needs to win big against Vortex to make that happen, though.
If Marine Lord wins 3-0 up against Wham, we would actually have a completely identical tie between them, both in serious win rate, game difference, as well as games won and lost. That would be interesting. I wonder what would happen.
I believe in that case, the tiebreaker goes to the player who won the series between the two.
Makes sense.
So that would make it Marine Lord.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but Marine Lord needs a 3-0 against Wham to
that's quite demanding, but if there's anybody who could do that, would have to be Marine Lord, right? Like, I don't think anybody else could really, like, comfortably say that they could take a 3-0 potentially, like, even just potentially up against Wham.
Yeah, and if you look at the history of those two players, even with Wham having an incredible tournament, one of his best ever tournaments so far, we gotta point this out. Wham has a historically bad matchup against Marine Lord. Marine Lord is something like 17-4 when it comes to Series 1 and lost. And they've been playing for years, and oh boy. In fact, I think we're going to look at the matchup between Anatent and Vortex over here, the historical setup. Vortex, historically favored in this series, but we do have to highlight, this is a somewhat biased statistic because Vortex has been a top player since the game was released. Anatent, on the other hand, he fought his way up at the very beginning of AoE 4. He was not the player that he is right now, and recently, this series is a lot closer than it used to be.
Yeah, it's always a little bit skewed because one of the player has been, as you said, like at the top, while the other was striving for greatness, so to say. Annotant, he's been getting better and better and better, and at this point could definitely name himself like comfortably in the top 8. Vortex, though, who's like comfortably in the top 5. Yeah, he's got a little bit of headroom there. So there's still a lot of making up here to do on Annotant's side if he wants to improve on this win rate.
Yeah, if you look at the matchup just historically, it's 15-4 in the favor of Vortex, but out of those 4 series wins for Annotant, 2 of them came in this calendar year. So recently this has been a coin flip type of a series, which is very much unlike how it looked like even in the past. And boy, I'm happy because we are kicking things off with an absolutely marvelous map. Mountain clearing, an old school map of pure chaos, something that we do not see a lot. And honestly, what a better way to start this. I'm curious about your opinion, though. Who does this favor? Because Annotant, you feel like he's kind of the Chaos Lord over here, but Vortex is just known to be so good with quick games, and one thing is sure, mountain clearing never goes long.
So this is an interesting one. Vortex, he's picking Xu Xi's Legacy, and Xu Xi, ever since their like latest revamp to the landmarks, they've been very strong in these like tempo-oriented games. And on mountain clearing, more often than not, you're going to be clashing early on with your opponent around the Boris, for example. And at the same time, Sengoku Daimyo, also not bad tempo-wise. I could see both players here actually going for like Dark Age aggression. Not necessarily Vortex with Xu Xi. I think he would just like try and get a Russian up an outpost close to the boar. But Annotant, I could see like opening up with Spearman. When it comes to these 2 civilizations, if Annotant really commits to taking control of the boar, I think he could take it. I don't think the like Xu Xi just, they don't like making Spearman in Dark Age. They just don't like it. It's yeah.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at here is the map pool, because this is a quite unique one. I'm basically seeing no true open land maps out here. Lipany is certainly more staggered, and it's much less open than Arabia, although it's obviously not as locked in, slowed down as, say, Hillandale or King of the Hill. You're missing your Arabia, you're missing your Baldland. This is certainly a unique map pool that could easily lead to a bunch of funky games here.
I mean, mountain clearing, if anything, is not a close map, right? Like it's a very open map. Interestingly enough, we're actually
fair,
getting,
but that's
yeah, it's a unique.
I classified it
type
as a chaos map.
It's similar to King of the Hill potentially. Both of these maps only have a single sacred site on it as well, so there's some similarities there between them. Yeah, there's some interesting dynamics there when it comes to the maps here for sure. And I guess like the most open map, as you mentioned, would probably have to be Lipany, or at least the most similar to Dry Arabia. Before EGC, Lipany came in, like the normal Lipany spawn tended to be like very often without cliffs, so you could have it like just very, very similar to Dry Arabia with just some extra berries there as well. Lipany in general has been hailed as like the closest map to Dry Arabia for a long time.
Yeah, that's one of the release maps of the game. I do remember the days when this game had 8 or so maps built into it. Lipany being one of them, King of the Hill being another, and that's one of the key aspects of Elite Classic that we're looking at. This tournament does feature a lot of the old school traditional maps, kind of trying to recreate the vibe that you had a couple of years ago in the early days of competitive AoE 4.
When are we gonna see Altai then in the Elite Classic, I wonder?
Never.
No, don't say that. We get, surely we're just one rework of the map away from seeing it as like the #1 competitive map in Age of Empires 4. Just one rework away, Opium. Meanwhile, we can take a quick look at the overall draft here that our players did go for. Annotant securing himself the Macedonians as his first pick. First pick was the Xu Xi's Legacy for Vortex, the civilization that he is picking, or rather playing on this first map. Ottomans banned by Annotant. He did manage to secure them himself, so Vortex not banning the Ottomans. Instead, Vortex, he banned the Byzantines, interestingly enough. So players actually both banning Byzantines here. I guess he saw the Byzantine ban from Anatol and was like, okay, you ban Byzantines, you're probably planning something with them. I'm not gonna let you play Byzantines as well.
Yeah, that's always one of the aspects that we talked about. You have the fact that a civilization slips through in the draft does not necessarily mean that your opponent will actually allow you to play that civilization. So you do have the list of civilizations, obviously, for both of these players, but you know whether Macedonians ever gets allowed by Vortex is a different story.
Yeah, in general, with the snipe system, just because you pick it doesn't mean you get to play it. But it always means that you give yourself, like, more options, right? Like, you can confront your opponent with two very good civilizations on hybrid, like Anatol and Four Lakes, for example. He could be like, hey, either you let Knights Templar go through or the Ottomans. And that is, like, a main way for him to sneak Ottomans into his roster or play one of the best civilizations on a hybrid map with the Knights Templar. It can make the choice uncomfortable for your opponent, but at least you get a choice.
All right, Mountain Clearing coming up here. Jushi's Legacy facing off against the Sengoku Daimyo. I don't know how many times we've seen Mountain Clearing. I don't recall a lot of instances.
I'm sure we're going to be getting the stats in just a second here. In the meantime, we're jumping into our game number 1. So we've got Vortex playing as the Jushi's Legacy here in the color red on Mountain Clearing against VES Anatol in the color yellow playing as the Sengoku Daimyo. And what a beautiful spot here to put the Matsuri next to the gold, next to the woodline, and next to the TC. Everything in range here. And this is actually, according to production, this is the 9th game of Mountain Clearing in this tournament. The 9th. That's surprising. I didn't expect there to be this many.
Yeah, one of the Mountain Clearing games was actually played by Anatol against Wham, and Wham, he only dropped 4 games in the entire group stage. One of those was against Anatol on Mountain Clearing. In that matchup, Anatol had Knights Templar facing off against Wham's Ottomans.
Definitely one of the best traits for Anatol is that he really prepares for like the maps that he likes to play in tournaments, the maps that he picks on tournaments. So yeah, him picking Mountain Clearing here is just something where, or well, not picking, but like playing Mountain Clearing, leaving that open, just kind of definitely makes you assume that there is something more to it. Makes you assume that there is something planned here for him. I like that Vortex is opening up here on the Deer ever since the recent tax rework for the Jushi's Legacy. That is no longer a banned strategy for the Chinese or the Jushi's Legacy, as they now get taxes as a percentage of what they've dropped off, rather than there's always 1 gold per drop-off.
Now, it looks like no early Dark Age shenanigans from either player right here. The Yotai are slowly moving out. That scout did take quite a lot of damage over here from Anatol. Gotta love him pushing in the Deer close to that house just to make sure that the villagers don't have to go for a long drop-off right there. Yotai going to the south does get spotted. It's just going to be a standard slow Dark Age over here. Vortex going straight towards Feudal.
Yeah, as he should. Looks like the scout might also try and do a little bit of laming now as well, just as Anatol has been doing earlier. So yeah, here is getting sniped out a little bit further away, but now there's the Jiangnan Tower. And that is the landmark Lidicor at the moment. That is providing Jushi's Legacy with all of the tempo in the world. You can spawn pretty big batches of units out of it when you're making your own units, so it can really just, as soon as a batch comes in, swing the tide in your favor quite quickly.
On a map like this, that is a huge factor. This is such a momentum-based map, and if you take a look at the resource distribution, players do start with 1 pack of hunt close to their base. That is the exact food source that they're currently on. Eventually, you're going to have to move out for additional sources of food, and if you do not have that momentum, that is just next to impossible. On the other side, it's going to be the Koka Township being all the way up to the front, close to that stone mine.
Indeed, so now we are getting the Koka Township in. Take a while for that to come in. It's interesting that we've seen a lot of players going for the Koka here today. I still quite like the passive healing that you get from the other one. But I guess Shinobi are still good in their own sense, right? Like, especially when it comes to, like, early fighting, which this map will surely have. One thing to keep in mind, though, is there aren't any stealth forests from which you can spawn the Shinobi, so you can only spawn them from next to your buildings.
Yeah, that's one of these suboptimal things, but if you want the Shinobi, you're just going to have that close to a building. On a confined map like this, that's much less of a disadvantage than it is on, say, Dry Arabia. Love the little wall to the south here, just to make sure that there are no nasty surprises, and the first Jugenu are now moving out. Anatan is not up to Feudal Age yet, so he's not going to have any immediate response to this just yet.
Has to go for another house, and most importantly, he also doesn't have wood for production building. Is rushing up the outpost now. Definitely going to be needed here. Vortex does spot that, but he's not going to be there in time to deny the outpost. Instead, could we potentially see something akin to Clown Car here? Could be the case, but no, actually, he does spot out the Yatai that has been on the deer. So that one is going to have to fall back now.
Nice little body blocking over here. The Jugenu just blocking the escape path for that Yatai, and it's slowly starting to lose HP. It's a long way home. Look at the beautiful blocks by the Scout and the Yatai. It's so close to going down. Shinobi do have to be pulled. Blinding grenades are out. Yatai, you do commit these Jugenu, and it's a beautiful snipe. Or is it? Oh, the villager coming in just in the last moment.
Okay, that on 4 health! They even nerfed the repair rate on that, so that was really as close as it could have potentially ever been. Wow, okay, that's crazy.
You could tell that Vortex was looking for a kill. He didn't care about losing Jugenu. He was just going in, looking for a kill. Do keep in mind that the Yatai is heavily damaged if it doesn't get fully repaired up. And now villagers are being pulled towards the middle. Scout goes down from Anatan. I'm not sure if he saw the villagers moving up before the Scout died.
Vortex now moving out to take the Borer in the middle of the map. It's going to be some nice gather speed here for him, as the Scout also has been taken down from Anatan. Outpost getting put up alongside it. And now Anatan's starting to get some of his own units out. We're seeing Yumi archers alongside the first Daimyo, and he did actually go for the Yumi Daimyo here. So we'll have the ability to upgrade those Yumi archers. On the other hand side, though, Vortex, he's getting ready for Castle Age.
Yeah, Vortex is just pedal to the metal right now. Jugenu looking to harass the villagers here a bit for some idle time. Nice little micro here. Again, trying to target the Yatai. This one should be able to escape, especially with the help of the town center. But you're going to have to move this away eventually. Here it goes. First couple of Yumi archers on the way. So what's next for Vortex here? Are we looking at Palace Guards, potentially, as you get to Castle Age? With Jushi, of course, you do have the feudal ones, but it really gets to scale once you get to Castle Age.
I would personally just expect him to go for Lancers. Indeed, we do see the first stable coming in. Lancers just recently, or not recently, but in general, like the fast cast into mass Lancer spam for Shushi's Legacy is one of the things that they're most comfortable with. You have the Daimyo running around looking for some potential damage avenues, and this is going to hit Anatan at a very precarious timing. He just invested into the Yumi archers. There's not a single barracks out there for him. He probably doesn't even expect this fast Castle Age up. He's going to see it soon with the Daimyo, but it's definitely not going to be something that he really expected to come in.
Ooh, villagers have to be pulled away from the landmark, though, for a moment. I think the Daimyo was harassing them quite a bit, and yeah, you're going to have to be careful with this. Stalled out a little. Town center should be able to protect the villagers, though. It's a nice and safe position here. A lot of villagers will be heavily damaged, though. The Yumi do get caught by the tower fire over here. Mount Lu Academy complete, though, and Vortex is up to castle.
Yeah, but Anatan, critically here, he did hit him at a crucial timing just to stall out the food income there for a tiny little bit there. So Vortex, he wasn't able to immediately queue a knight. First Lancer is now in queue, however. Second one already on its way as well. So Anatan's actually gonna have to really worry about how long he can realistically stay here with his Yumi archers. And yeah, this is gonna be dangerous. We did see the barracks getting rushed up now by Anatan, but This is just really precarious timing here now for him. Might try and snipe a villager out there in the center of the map, but Vortex did spot that in time, did Garrison. Be able to snipe out one of the Yumi archers there, and trying to go for it again. He actually snipes him inside the outpost. Okay.
Yikes! It's 2 villagers down. Yumi also focusing down the Jugenu. Do keep in mind, it's not like Vortex's army is huge. Once a couple of spearmen come in, they might be able to keep these initial lancers in check. Yumi archers looking to snipe out the remaining Jugenu to keep the spearman, the lone spearman, alive. Daimyo is heavily damaged as well. You gotta be careful not to lose that. For the time being, Anatend is keeping his army in check, but he's stuck in feudal.
Do the Yumi archers have the +2 upgrade on them? Because if they do, then at least until... No, he only has +1 on them. He did get the Yumi archer Daimyo, so he should be able to get that upgrade. Definitely going to be necessary here for him. That way he's going to be able to double the damage that the Yumi archers do up against the Lancers, at least until the Blacksmith upgrade comes in for Vortex, which it hasn't yet. And the upgrade is going to be in queue now. So soon we'll be able to do that damage, but... That's the caster curse. The Pierce Armor upgrade is going to be in queue now for Vortex, so soon he's still going to be down again to just taking a single point of damage there. Scout does get sniped out. There are a couple of spearmen here, only very few Shuganu, so could go for a trade out there. And the Shinobi are coming in as well. Some slowing grenades.
Yeah, the Lancers are just so tanky, and we're up to 5. There is also a nice little fallback point here with the tower. Numbers are looking decent for Anatend, though. He's got 6 spearmen here. He does stagger some of the cavalry. First Lancer goes down, second one as well. And it's just numbers, raw numbers right here for Anatend. He's stuck in Feudal Age, but he does have the raw numbers for the time being, and Vortex isn't able to scale his Lancer count right now. This Lancer also does get taken out by the defensive fire of the tower and the TCs. And Vortex has been losing a lot of these expensive units here early on.
Yeah, we are now seeing a couple of actually free batches coming out from the Jiangnan Tower. So 3 free horsemen, as well as some spearmen, joining the fray here. The horsemen are quite nice here for Vortex, just to have even more mobile units and more of a meat shield up against the archers here. Villagers once again have to jump inside of the outpost, a little bit too late. 2 of them go down this time.
2 of them go down, yeah. It's starting to take a toll on Vortex, you feel. It's idle time, villagers falling. Then spears 31 Yumi here for Anatend. On the other side, just a couple of horsemen and knights. Lancers looping around from the north. A couple of spearmen are nearby there. You gotta be careful if you're Vortex. You focus down the initial spears, but there is more coming. Town Center Fire helping out as well, and you just cannot stick around. In the middle, a bit of a fight unfolding as well. No spearmen to support the archers here, so the Lancers will reign supreme. A bit of a flanking attack coming in here by Anatend, looking to intercept the Yumi. But in this choke point, the spearmen are just doing so well. And again, the cavalry is falling so quick here from Vortex. He's down to 5 Lancers. Lancers do find an angle on the Yumi, though. Spears from Vortex also getting taken out. And Vortex just does not seem to have the raw numbers over here. Does manage to pull away a lot of the heavily injured Lancers, though. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but the Jugunu are getting taken down now. Villagers inside the outpost, once again garrisoning and getting idled out here completely. And Anatend slowly but surely might be able to find his way into the Castle Age. 35 Yumi archers out on the field, upgrading those to veterancy. Could be quite huge here for him. Vortex redoubling his efforts when it comes to pumping out those Lancers, but still some Lancers here very low HP. He's just being so greedy with them at this point. Even the villagers can just pull the shifts. We're seeing the Shinobi getting the grenades out. That means that a fast retreat is also not an option. Lancer is getting slowed again. The charge comes in and gets taken down. At the same time, a big ball of Yumi archers. A little bit out of position here.
Very much out of position. The spearmen are nowhere to be found. Anatend is down to just 6 of them. And this could be a big loss here. A lot of these Yumi are also heavily damaged here. This is exactly the kind of pickup that Vortex was looking for. Reinforcements slowly coming in, but that's a lot of Yumi lost. On the other side, the Lancers do charge in, looking for villagers, cannot really find any. And the Lancers are just getting picked apart here. There is a second wave for Vortex, though. 6 Lancers still on the field. Anatend still stuck in Feudal Age.
This is quite the Quite the slugfest at the moment between the two. Vortex still just pumping out non-stop when it comes to the Lancers. Interestingly enough, he's actually getting the +2 Pierce Armor upgrade now, which doesn't change the amount of damage that he takes from the archers. But he's getting it. And now able to secure the berries out here and the deer. That is big food. And he's going there with a lot of villagers.
And with the towers being nearby, you also prevent Vortex from picking up those relics to the south. It would have been a stretch anyways, but this essentially guarantees that Vortex cannot grab those. Vortex is up to 3 relics, but that is a very recent turn of events. He was only on 1 relic for quite a while. He's been trying to probe that northern angle for quite some time, looking for villagers to hit on the northern side of the base. Also tries to dive in on this side. This is a big no-no. And on the northern side, does dive the enemy base. Spearman once again around to help defend. Vortex is just unable to get villager kills. He has 1 villager kill in this entire game, loses 2 more Lancers for this raid, accomplishes very, very little.
Yeah, he's been very energetic when it comes to trying to get these raids in, but it's just the difficulty of having the straight-up counter inside of your base. Now we do see
Yuumi
the
once
Sacred
again,
Side.
no support from Spearman.
Yeah, Sacred Side is now getting captured up by Vortex, has the Monk out there. This is one of the things that he can benefit from as his opponent is still in the feudal age, at least start getting the Sacred Sides in. Makes up for roughly 3 villagers that he did lose. But now the Monk is just gonna get sniped out.
Monk goes down, villagers also idled out in the middle. It's 65 army against 13. Like, when you're looking at raw numbers like that, an age differential is almost irrelevant, especially when you also have the buffing effect from your daimyo.
Yeah, from the daimyo, just the raw mass, and now Vortex, he's switching it up. He is starting to put out some of those Palace Guards, and if you're able to get more units out, you're also able to push the Jiangnan Tower a little bit more often to produce those batches of units. And +2 Pierce Armor.
Down south.
Oh, but there's all the spearmen are here. Shinobi there as well to slow down the army, and the Yuumi archers are going to find some damage inside of the base from Vortex potentially. And there is a lot of damage.
The Yuumi do dive in. They're looking for the villagers, focusing down the Jugenu for the time being. Palace Guards are jumping them. Anathan does see this swap. In the meantime, Vortex is not looking at this fight. Multiple Lancers go down over here, but there's no Spearman support for the Yuumi, and that's a lot of Yuumi going down over here for limited return value.
Yeah, the Palace Guards having the +2 Pierce Armor does mean that they also only take a single point of damage from the Yuumi Arrow Fire. So now the Blacksmith upgrade actually does make a lot more sense. Fight is being taken here, but it looks like the Yuumi Archers, they're looking for villager kills once again, and yeah, Vortex, he's gonna have to pull the villagers away again. Palace Guards just aren't able to get rid of the Spearmen quickly enough. Lancers do come in, but they're being followed, they're being chased after by a lot of those Spearmen.
That's the problem. The Palace Guards could clean this up, but the Lancers are just so difficult to utilize when you have so many Spearmen nearby. It's still 47 army against 8, and the Palace Guard mass is just very, very slow in building up, and look at that. Vortex is out of gold. He has to pull the villagers. He had to pull away the villagers from the berries as well. So much idle time on his economy. Makes it very, very difficult to keep pumping out those Palace Guards. Once again looking for the flank here. Villagers just have to keep running away. And now look at Anton's resources.
Yeah, he's getting ready for his own Castle Age follow-up. And when you hit Castle Age with such a glaring military advantage, it's just so tough to come back into this game when you're Vortex. He does have a pretty good mass of the Palace Guards now at this point, also getting the +1 melee armor upgrade in. And finally also getting back onto the berries here for some food gathering. Anaton's food gathering at the moment is kind of getting disrupted here a little bit. Not really gathering that much more. I think he's just all on the deer, so he should be Actually, there's only 1 villager working at the moment on food, according to the UI, but he's getting in a lot of food, so I think that's wrong. I think there has been more than just 1 villager.
I don't think the Yatai counts, right?
The Yatai doesn't count, but there definitely was more than 1 villager working on the on food, right? No, he bought the food. It is actually just 1 villager on food. He just bought it. All of the food on the map has been gathered up, so what does Anatan do? He just buys it. This guy has deep pockets, man. He's just buying all of the resources that he needs for the age up.
Yuumi looking for a dive over here.
Oh,
looking for more villagers. There is one knight that goes down south. Another villager falls. And this is just such a difficult position for Vortex. This is a gold mine he would love to have. And now the villagers have nowhere to go. They are not running back home. Even if you lose all these Yuumi, just taking out all these villagers is going to be more than sufficient for Anatan. Anatan is up to Castle Age, a dozen villager advantage, and Vortex knows it's over, taps out, and Anatan takes game number 1.
Game number 1 secured. Vortex, he tried to make the lances work, alas, he just couldn't quite get the villager kills in. The Palace Guard switch just a tad bit too late here, and Anatan, with a massive army advantage all throughout Feudal Age, able to secure the victory here. Now that means that Vortex is going to be able to choose the next map, but Anatan can be very happy with winning game number 1 and setting himself up here for nice early advantage in this best of 5.
And again, every single game matters for these players. It's not just the fact that you get prize money for every single game win that you have. It's also the fact that depending on how many games you win, that could easily be the tiebreaker that decides whether or not you get the second place in your group or the first, potentially, if you're Vortex. In fact, I do believe that Vortex losing this game essentially guarantees that he's not going to be able to surpass Wham at this point.
Yeah. Once again, just taking a quick look here at the replay of that Yatai, just barely hanging on for dear life. Look at that, 9 HP left on it. The last couple of hits come in, it goes down to 4 health on it, remaining with the last couple of repair hits in. Anatan able to keep that one alive. The first big fight here in the middle of the map. Anatan just having such a large mass of units in here. Vortex, he tried again and again with the Lancer play, but just wasn't able to make it work with so few numbers. In the end, when he got found out on his way up there to the berries, just trying to secure any food at all on the map to continuously be able to pump out units, he got found out there and lost the game like that when the villagers just had no way of just returning back to the base. GG came in shortly after that, right around here, when Anatan was also able to get the Castle Age in. It wasn't just an all-in, but a follow-up Castle Age there. We're now going to be taking a quick look at the group standings that we have at the moment. Group A, currently being led by Wham. 6-0 win-loss ratio there for him. Didn't lose a single set so far, only dropped 4 games. Currently up 14 games overall. Vortex right behind him. Currently fighting off against Anatan, and you know, if he's able to get all the wins in here today in this set up against Anatan, and Marine Lord gets a 3-0 up against Wham, are we actually gonna have 3 players with the exact same score? That's kind of crazy, but that definitely could happen here today. Would be kind of crazy for the seeding after that. There would be a lot of tiebreakers here. We did mention it earlier that in that case, if Marine Lord were to win against Wham 3-0, that would in theory make Marine Lord the seed number 1 of that group. Moving over to Group B, currently being led by Beastie, followed by Puppy Paw. B in spot number 3 and Lucifron in spot number 4. So both pairs of brothers have qualified for the playoffs here so far. And right now, all the sets that we're currently looking for, they're all about the seeding now. All of these sets definitely can impact the seeding. And that is very important because depending on if you're spot number 1, 2, or 3, and 4, you could be getting a bye in the early rounds, being seeded straight into the round of 6 or even into the semifinals based on your performance in the group stage. Looking at the sets here so far, even though the game difference is in favor of Puppy Paw, because Beastie has a better serious win ratio, he's currently in spot number 1. I believe that is also going to be, if we take a quick look at the setup here later today. Yeah, Beastie versus B. that is going to be one of the most important games that we're going to be watching here today for Group B. And it looks like we're
Indeed.
actually... Yeah, it looks like we're actually getting straight into our game number 2 now as well, as we're going to be moving over to Political. This is one of my favorite maps in the game. It is so
Finally,
chaotic.
someone says that.
Yeah, it is so chaotic, and I love it. I absolutely love it. King of the Hill coming in here as game number 2. It's going to be Anaton in the color yellow, playing as the House of Lancaster. His opponent playing as the Malians in the color red. It is Vortex.
Oh, Malian slipping through here for Vortex. Not something that you see every day. Just a powerhouse civilization all over. And I gotta say, I love the Malians on this map. There's just so many things that could be exciting in a way to utilize them. And one thing that really comes to mind is that when you look at the Malians, they love that combination of javelin throwers and Dansos, later on poison arrow archers. It's a slow-moving composition. For a very open map, it could be problematic, but this map, you can lock down your flanks, and it's really just a map that concentrates on the middle part of the map. Once you get to Castle Age, the Malian composition just feels so valuable and beneficial here.
Yeah. I think Malians, they're not necessarily like the strongest civilization in the game, but what does set them apart from other civilization is they have probably the least amount of bad matchups in the game, which inherently is like a strength of its own, and especially on a map like this where you could be in for a little bit of a prolonged game, like mid to medium length games, like just having scalability or like controlled scalability in the eco department with the cattle boom, so valuable. Similarly though, the House of Lancaster, they got a similar situation going on with the manors, where they can also scale in a controlled way their economy. They don't have to overdo it. Just one manor is already enough to scale your economy a little bit. And yeah, I like that. Both civilizations here very similar, as we do see Vortex actually opening us up here with an outpost to defend the pit mine. And now going to be gathering a sheep right next to it to have villagers always ready to jump in.
I love that you pointed out the passive resource trickle, because that's just such a valuable thing here, as the tower does surprise Anaton a little here. Spearman does take some damage. But point is, when you look at these civilizations, they do have that ability to trickle in resources passively. And in an era where players have gotten so good at sniping villagers, the fact that you have passive resource income and you're less reliant on the villagers is just such an asset.
Yeah. Anaton, he only opted for that one single spearman and is now aging up with the Abbey of Kings. So we will soon be seeing the, I like to call them the little Lennies, coming onto the field, the Lords of Lancaster, to be able to just do a little bit of maybe additional harassment or just keep himself safe inside of his own base. 3 villagers now moving out to stone. I do believe that is just going to be for manors. I think that if you want to go for a second TC, he would probably pull more villagers over to stone. Though, you never know, maybe we will see more villagers moving over to stone as more villagers do come on in, and I do believe that's actually the case. So maybe we could see a second TC type play, because 2TC has also recently been buffed. There's a very nice synergy now with House of Lancaster. It's been a long time in the making, where now the individual manors, they scale more with villagers working around them, rather than just immediately providing you all the value. And now recently we also had the buff to the TC cost on secondary TCs going down from 350 to 300. So, and then there was another buff which further decreased the manor cost, where we're now at a point where you can just easily get a second TC in alongside with a single manor and just generate a ton of passive resources, where that single manor might provide you like 200, almost 300 resources per minute, just based on the amount of villagers that are nearby.
Now, on the other side, Vortex just using the Mansa Quarry, no surprise about that. And unless Anaton is going to aggressively challenge this position, Vortex is just going to be able to build up that passive resource trickle very efficiently. One little caveat here is that the second gold mine that he has is something that could be harassed a little by the Spearman. Both of those gold mines are on the same side. So that's certainly a vulnerable angle for him, all of his gold being reliant on the eastern flank.
It's all on the same side. There's benefits and negatives to this.
Mhm.
One, of course, is you only have to defend one side. The negative is if you can't defend that one side, you don't get anything at all out of it. But the Malians are inherently pretty easy to defend with Civilization. Just with their army kit, having javelin throwers, having donzos. They do quite well as a defensive civilization, while also having the ability to raid behind it all with sofas as well. We do now see the first little Lenny coming out here onto the field, carrying that rather large sword with him. It's going to be a while until he arrives.
He's heading around through the middle. I wonder, because with that Lord of Lancaster plus the Spearman, you might be able to try and contest that gold mine a little. Looks like he's actually going back home. I don't know what happened there. What is he up to? Oh, it's warrior scouts. That's what's up.
Yeah,
it's a warrior scout harassing villagers, and there's a kill.
Yeah. You don't expect it. You don't think it can hurt you until it actually does. And that's also like one of the main benefits with the warrior scout is the healing that they have with them. So you can actually see him just taking these trades up against the spearman, running away, healing back up, and he'll be back later. Just like that.
Stake out the Spearman, though, so that opens up that second gold mine. And the Lord of Lancaster went home. It's not going to harass that gold mine for the time being. Sofa was added here by Vortex. He's certainly trying to at least poke and prod a little while also building up that cattle-based passive food economy.
Yeah, already having 3 cattle inside of the cattle ranch, so nice little bit of early gather speed increase there for Anatant. Second ranch already on its way as well, so he wants to scale as well. You see that your opponent invests a lot into that second TC, into that manor, so naturally you're gonna have to follow suit some way or another. And Malians, they can easily do that. 8 villagers now on the gold vein means that Vortex is going to be able to follow suit right after with just a ton of cattle production with the cattle ranches.
And that's one of the dangerous aspects of facing off against the Malians. If you leave them untouched at the beginning of the game, they build up that cattle-based economy, they have the passive gold, they just become a juggernaut economically very, very quickly. And on the other side, we're looking at 2 TCs, though, for Anatant. So I think one of the cool things here for Anatant is that it's not like he's going to fall behind that much in economy. And it looks like he is also going to have the head start going into Castle.
Yeah, there's some pretty big warning signs flashing here at the moment for me, Lidicor. Because we're playing with a civilization here that has a keep landmark in Castle Age. Where
yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, exactly. We're also on a map where you only have a single sacred site. So realistically, we could just see a white tower drop in the center of the map. The question is here, if Anatant's going to be making enough spearmen to be able to support his villagers in the center of the map. Looking at it at the moment, it looks like Vortex isn't actually making any more units other than just a couple more warrior scouts. So if there's like just the 3 spearmen and the Lord of Lancaster alongside, let's say, like 10 villagers in the center of the map, there's just nothing that Vortex can do in order to stop that white tower from coming up in the center of the map, and all the relics on the left-hand side, so it's very easy for Anatant afterwards to also secure a couple of the relics right after. And on 2TC, this just spells danger. This spells so much danger right now, and I could see it. I could see a big villager pull coming in soon here from Anatant to secure the center of the map.
Yeah,
and
there we
indeed,
go,
there
look
it
at
is.
that. I absolutely hate the fact that every time I bring this up, it never happens. And here we are, we finally do. And here's the thing, I love the little diversion to the far right. Anatant is actually pulling away those warrior scouts using his own scout as a bait. Look at that. This is so important. This scout, even if he dies, it doesn't really matter, because by the time the cavalry arrives to the middle, it's going to be too late. And Vortex has no idea. He completely misses the villagers moving out. Such an unlucky timing with that scout.
We're seeing archers in queue now for Vortex, but it's too late. It's too late at this point in time. If he just went for it a little bit earlier. Now, Vortex, he could tell, by the way the ground shifted earlier, if he paid attention to it, that the age up is coming in. But I think he just barely missed it and didn't pay attention.
I think he's waiting for the villagers to move.
He is.
He's waiting to intercept them. Little does he know that they're already out in the middle. Oh, no!
He's got to see it. No, he still doesn't see it.
There's no way.
That's so unlucky for him. Okay, so he doesn't get that lucky villager grab that he was probably hoping for at all. He's 20 out of 20 cattle, though. So he does have pretty good food income.
Oh, he's going to spot it now,
No,
but it's
he's
going to
not.
be way too late.
He's still not going to see it. He's still not going to see it with the archer. He might see it when the archer gets taken down by the keep. The next archer's got to get taken down.
Oh, that's gonna be so annoying for him, because he knew what was gonna happen. He was just a tad bit too late. And again, that scout to the far right was a hero. That scout delayed the enemy cavalry just long enough for the villagers to make it there. And now he knows fully well that that white tower is in the middle of the map. Extremely difficult to do anything about it right now. He's still in feudal age, just getting ready to age up.
Yeah, now alongside with that, I do believe, like, if I'm Anaton right now, just immediately drop the monastery next to that white tower. There's nothing that Vortex can do against you now for a good couple of minutes now with the way that you've set yourself up. And indeed, he's just going to be able to immediately take control over that sacred side. And with it, there's a lot of relics to the left-hand side. So he's already got 3 free men-at-arms with his military. He's gotten the spearmen out. He's making knights now. If he just keeps pumping out knights, there's no way Vortex can realistically keep him from securing at least 3 of those relics, I want to say.
Yeah, and it's not even like Vortex is challenging those relics. Vortex is just positioning all of his units near the enemy base, looking to potentially dive in with the cavalry to snipe Wills. But those relics are up for grabs right now. Would be lovely to see Anaton perhaps dropping some walls back at home just to make sure he is not in for a nasty surprise from this cavalry.
Yeah. Behind this, there is some difficulty, though, that Anaton's going to have to face here, though. That is the food transition for him. Vortex, he's done the farm transition. He's done in that regard. There's no more farm dropping or anything like that. The Grand Polani Corral is going to be finishing up, and it's going to be all nice and dandy here for him in the food department. Anaton, he's going to have to start dropping farms, and they're going to need to be dropped around those manors. It's not really nice, I want to say, or efficient for him to go for the resources out on the map, because the more villagers he doesn't have nearby his manors, the less effective they're going to be as well. So ideally you want to go for farm straight away, which is expensive though.
It is, and it's something that can slow your timing down, but then again, Anaton does have a pretty robust economy. He's got 60 vills, decent amount of passive gold income as well from that sacred site, soon to be relics. And the Earl actually just moving in here, or make it the Lord of Lancaster. Spearmen do get picked off here by the archers. It's a bit of a diversion. Lord of Lancaster will get taken out as well. But while all of this is happening, looks like Anaton is trying to move out for the relics. So all of this just a distraction to grab those relics.
Yeah, very important here for him, because he didn't have that much food when he aged up. Means that he wasn't actually able to get that many knights out onto the field. So he is struggling when it comes to getting that map control to be able to take those relics on back. So this maneuver here, very, very good there for him. But means that he is going to have to sacrifice a lot of units. I mean, he's still going to be safe underneath that white tower. Still, though, military, I want to say, like, just losing these units here, it doesn't feel good.
It certainly doesn't. It's one of those situations where it slows you down, and, you know, the timer is ticking, but if it ever gets decapped, momentum can switch very, very quickly. Walls are being rushed up on the far left side. Vortex is
needs to rush that
sending
up
his
really
army in
quick.
that direction. The walls are partially up, but they may not finish in time. Vortex looking to send in the cavalry, but the archers are lagging behind. Tower's going to have to be rushed up quickly, though. Anaton repositioning his cavalry to deal with this threat. Key piece of information for Vortex, though. He knows that his opponent is a little strained for food. This one villager might end up getting caught in the crossfire. She's the sacrificial lamb.
And he's playing with the amount of villagers that can out-heal this, but these villagers are not going to be enough. You need to pull like 5 villagers for that to out-heal. And oh,
one villager
doesn't
goes
react
down
quickly enough. Only 2 villagers go down. Could have been worse.
Yeah, part of the reason why you pull those villagers to heal the wall is to buy time for the tower to go up, and in that regard, he did succeed. Tower goes up, he's going to rebuild the walls, and do keep in mind, Vortex is on a timer here. We're down to 7 minutes on the sacred side. It's still a long way to go, but once you get into that 5-minute time frame, it starts to become exponentially more dangerous. Walls on the right side should be complete by the time the cavalry arrives.
Oh, it's gonna be close though. The thing as well is that imported armor does provide a lot more armor on these sofas, so they're actually able to survive underneath
They catch the
for a little
villagers.
bit longer.
They catch the wall
Wall.
builders on the right side. Those walls are not complete just yet. Looks like they will finish in time though.
That's the security over there. Anton, 9 knights up against 20 sofas. That is not going to be enough. Also lacking blacksmith upgrades here, crucially. Doesn't have the +2 pierce armor. Needs a lot more knights now. This is just the Malian flood all over again. And yeah, poison arrows coming in as well. We got 8 more sofas in queue. That's just non-stop production. Anton, he just can't produce that much at the moment. More knights going to be coming into queue. But the White Tower is in the center of the map. It's not where he needs it right now, which is inside of his base. Villager is going to be garrisoning. Oh, this is going to be so hard to hold here, as all of Vortex's army is just completely ignoring the sacred side, just running straight towards Anaton's base.
Yeah, you gotta be cautious about this, because as much as the sacred site is a win condition, you cannot just concede your whole base here. Poison arrows almost in for the archers. That's gonna help a lot dealing with the armor of the cavalry, but fighting under 2 town centers might still be a bit of a stretch. A lot of the sofas are heavily damaged here as well, so you gotta be extra cautious. Crossbows pivoting from the right side. They were sent to the right.
Yeah.
Now they're back.
There's also the healing from the Abbey, as well as having 4 Lords of Lancaster there, which are going to be increasing the health of all of your units by 20%. Anaton, he just needs to be able to continue producing these knights, continue producing those crossbows for long enough to be able to hold up against this. But also he needs the +2 pierce armor upgrade, which is going to be coming in now. But it's going to be taking a while for it to finish on up. Villagers jumping inside the TC again. TC also needs to make sure it's actually focus firing onto the archers.
Archers do have poison arrows. They're slowly taking out these knights over here. Sofa's trying to provide a screen for now. Anatan is happy with this. And while all of this is happening, in the middle, the Sacred Site timer is down to 5 minutes. Vortex was getting a siege workshop up. He's probably going to start taking out that castle. First trebuchet in a queue. But again, tick-tock goes the timer, and you gotta be very careful with this army. If they get cleaned up, there's no way you're taking out that castle. And Anatan is starting to push this army out of his base. Knights slowly getting picked off. We're down to 4.5 minutes.
You can't take these engagements yet without the +2 pierce armor. The archers just themselves doing so much damage here against him at the moment. Each archer 4 damage it's making its way through, rather than just the 3. Now, there's 2 more trebuchets in queue for Vortex. It's just non-stop flood. It feels like any unit that Anaton takes down here, there's going to be like 2 coming back to replace them. More farms now getting put up closer to the White Tower. Anaton really struggling in the food department here.
He has completed his farm transition, though, and that's going to help considerably. But as you mentioned before, it slowed him down quite a bit. A lot of walls are coming up on the far right flank. So really, Vortex's only angle to attack right now is from the left. We're down to 3.5 minutes. Trebuchet has yet to start shooting at this White Tower, and sense of urgency has to start kicking in. I think now is the time you make a run for it.
You want to wait with the trebuchets because you want to surprise your opponent with just too much damage at once to really realistically out-repair it. So he's going to start firing just when the third trebuchet is coming out. That way, there's immediately going to be so much damage that you need 3 villagers per trebuchet to repair up against it. But the more villagers you pull, the less efficient they become. So it's 3 for the first trebuchet, 4 for the next trebuchet, 5 for the next trebuchet. And then also the wood cost starts ramping up exponentially to repair the castle.
You also have 40 sofas to work with. You could consider diving if you're really desperate. Down to 2.5 minutes. Flank from Anatan coming in here. As you said, with 3 trebuchets now, you're going to have to pull a lot more villagers to keep this White Tower up, and the firepower is just starting to look way too much here. And it's, again, 40 sofas. If you're getting desperate, you can still make a run for the Sacred Site. Looks like he is flirting with that idea. Just trying to get one more volley out on the castle. You get the feeling that whoever wins this one fight here is going to take the game. Anatan needs to hold on to this Sacred Site to have a chance, because his army is certainly not powerful enough to hold off this force. White Tower now in flames.
Oh, that's
Nice
a lot of
little
villagers
poke and
going
prod.
down.
Villagers getting caught in the crossfire. Sacred Side is being decapped. The White Tower is getting taken out by the trebuchets. And the army is just looking so much larger over here for Vortex in this choke point. The Sofas hold strong. Poison Arrow Archers firing from the back line over here. Anatan needs to keep that Sacred Site, but he's just unable to access that. The decap does complete. The White Tower is about to go down. And the army is just so much bigger over here for Vortex. He waited, he built up, and now he decaps the Sacred Site.
With the decap come in, there's just no way for Anatan to hold this now. GG is gonna get called. The Malian food economy, it's just built different. Even looking at the end statistics here, the food difference wasn't all that big. But if you consider that Anatan, with Manners, with 2TC, with Sacred Side, with Relics, was outgathered at the end of the day by the Malian and their cattle economy, you just gotta wonder, what actually does out-eco the Malians?
I don't know if there's an answer for that. Because it feels like there is just no way that you can realistically out-muscle the Malians in terms of economy. And again, the challenge when it comes to dealing with the Malians is simply the fact that their eco is very concentrated and almost unraidable in a way. All of that resource income comes from passive sources. Even if you send in a couple of knights, the amount of eco damage that you can do is somewhat limited.
Yeah. Next up, we are going to be seeing the matchup that I alluded to earlier. The situation where on 4 Lakes, Anatan confronts Vortex with Knights Templar or the Ottomans. He's going to have to choose one of those, and it is going to end up being the Ottomans here. So we'll see Ottomans up against English coming in on 4 Lakes. That's going to be an interesting one. The English on 4 Lakes, you do get the king for some nice and early harassment, but having water economy with Supahi as a potential unit, Vortex, he's got his work cut out for him there.
Yeah, that feels like a tough matchup. It's not like he had very many awesome alternatives to utilize for this map, though. HRE was taken away. HRE, big traditional 4 Lake civilization. And looks like we're heading straight into game number 3 over here. It is Vortex in the color red down south, facing off against Anatan's Ottomans in yellow to the northeast. Here we are in 4 Lakes in game number 3 of this best of 5 in the final round of the Elite Classic 4 group stage.
Indeed, here we go. There's a lot of sheep spawning around your TC on this map. Anatan didn't immediately gather up all of them with his gun, instead opting to just run around on the map for the time being. Granted, sheep, they're not the most important thing on a hybrid map like this one, as most of your economy is going to be coming in through the water, through the fishing out there, and both players have started us off here with a fishing ship on their individual ponds, rather with the docks and soon to be some fishing ships there as well. On a map like this, when you're playing Ottomans on a hybrid map, something that we don't see often as a landmark could be the Sultan Hahi trade network in the feudal age for the Ottomans, the one that just generates you gold passively.
Yeah, passive resource income can be an asset on this map because so many times you feel like there is some skirmishing in early mid-feudal, but really, I feel like this is the kind of map where the fights scale exponentially once you get to Castle Age.
Yeah.
It is certainly one of those maps where it feels slow at the beginning and then just absolute hell unfolds when people start leveraging the fish they have, potentially any other sources of passive resource income they have. I'm curious how Anatan is going to approach this, though, because, as you touched on this, Ottomans, not a civilization that you see frequently because it gets banned so often. I'm curious how Vortex is going to match up against that, too.
Yeah. I wanted to just say, I really like it when civilizations where typically on land, like, there's only one realistic landmark choice for them, but then the second you get water into the picture as well, the other landmarks suddenly become viable as well. So I quite like the option of going for the Sultan Hahi trade network here when you're playing as the Ottomans. And there's just the other little helpful bonuses as well. While the English, of course, they do get their their fishing ships, or rather all of their ships, with a little bit of a discount. The Ottomans, they get all of their production buildings, all of their military production buildings, as well as a blacksmith for cheaper, and docks do count as a military production building, so only needing to pay 90 wood for a single dock That's almost on the same level as the Abbasid or the Ayubit, so some pretty big wood savings there as well.
And you can actually see the consequences of that. A second drop has already been dropped by Anatan towards the middle part of his pond. Of course, on a map like this, you always have to consider the fact that as you head towards Feudal Age, your opponent might try to sneak a dock up on your pond and try to challenge your own fishing eco. That's something that the players will have to keep an eye out on. Hence, the scouts being sent to the other side of the map, seeing if there is a sneaky villager coming out about.
Behind this, there is actually, from the looks of it, Vortex might be sending out a sneaky villager right about now to the right-hand pond there. There is something moving through that stealth forest, and it's no scout. A villager is making his way through. Can we quickly check the line of... Oh my god, Anatan, he sees it! He spots him out. He knows what's going on here. He's like, yeah, whew, whew. So, I see you.
That's a classic trick. You can send your fishing boat to the corner.
This guy
and
is
make
so
sure
sweaty.
that you spot an enemy dock.
Did you just see what he did there? He body blocked the villager from moving forward, so he would have more time with that for the villager to finish off that dock. And now, Anton, he's getting up a third dock on his side. Vortex rushing up the age up with 9 villagers. And yeah, that third dock is actually necessary, so Anton's gonna be able to garrison all of his fishing ships here.
Yep, third dock in. And it's important for Anatan to know that this dock was coming up, hence the fishing boat being sent out just to make sure that you see if there is any sneaky docks on the way. He's going to have 3 docks of production against 1, although initially he's not going to be able to afford actually producing ships on all 3 of those docks. 3 docks are up though, and as you said, it's enough to keep those fishing boats safe for the time being.
Yeah, there it is. Sultan Hani Trade Network is going to be coming in for Anatan. First stage up, though, is going to be Vortex, and we'll immediately see the archer ship in queue on his side, alongside, of course, that Free King, which is also going to try and do some damage on land alongside on water. Just a little bit of harassment going on here in the meantime. Scout hitting on that one mining camp there. By the way, fellas, do not be confused by the amount of eco units by Anatan. The fishing ships for the Ottomans, they don't get counted as eco units, but as military units in the graph from the observer overlay. Fishing ships do make their way to safety inside of the dock. Same at the top side, but actually, one is getting very low. It does get its way to safety, but yeah, it's just... Oh, Anatan! Anatan! Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if he was just trying to kind of min-max this thing and then accidentally forgot one of the fishing boats. Because he's certainly jumping in and out, trying to get some food income, making sure that this one galley cannot lock down his own entire food economy. First combat ship is gonna be on the way for him. It's gonna be a galley. On the other side, you do have a Hawk already out, and oh boy, Anatan is housed. Having a trouble popping out that first combat ship. Here he goes, though.
One of the consequences. Yeah, this is one of the consequences of the Sultan Hani Trade Network, where you're getting 3 traders immediately, but that also, of course, does influence the amount of houses that you need to build early on. Villager able to make his way to safety, as also the imams that have been spawned for the double healing.
Yeah, those imams are just coming in clutch, keeping the villagers alive. A lot of eco pressure on the side of Anatan, though his Vortex is expanding towards the second pond. Still, Scout trying to just do a little torching damage right here. Anatan, he's got multiple docks to produce units on. He's trying to push his opponent away for the time
be careful
being.
with the demo ship, though. Oh, that could be pretty big.
That's going to be a
he's getting
beautiful
taken
hit.
down.
The Hawk was damaged, and on the other side, Hawk is also damaged, but the galley does make the snipe happen. The Hawk stays alive for Vortex, not for Anatan. Vortex holds onto this position for a time being. Nice micro so far by Vortex.
Oh, no.
As we all know, one of the best micro players out there. When it comes to naval combat, he's one of the most dangerous players out there.
Indeed, he is, but this
is being chased down by the Sipahi, though.
Yeah, and there's 2 imams, so the Sipahi can always get healed back on up. It looks like the demo ship is gonna... Oh. Okay, be sneaky about it, but eventually should still go down if it gets noticed. There we go. Does get taken down now. But this is going to be so difficult now for Anatan. How can he realistically get control over the water again? He's going to need ships coming out of all 3 docks at the same time. Triple composition in order to be able to realistically get his way back onto water. You see the first Springle ship back in queue now. Well, that's only one part of the equation.
Yeah, in the meantime, Vortex's own fishing eco is completely untouched. Once again, Demo is trying to make a run for it. Galley doing a decent job sniping it out. No way to connect that Demo to the Hawk. Fishing boats also getting locked down over here. So much eco damage is being done on Anatan right now, and if you look at the other side of the map, again, Vortex is totally untouched.
Yeah. Sipahi trying to find some damage now, but there's also spears coming out, and something's going on the water. The Demo ship is
Demo
waiting.
looking to connect to the Hawk. He's waiting for the Hawk to be damaged enough to one-shot it, but now he's going to have to commit
There
very
it is.
soon. He actually hits
Just
the
when
fishing boat.
ships came out as well. Devastation.
Beautiful.
Absolute devastation here. At the same time, Spearman finding the connection onto the Sipahi as well. Vortex in the absolute driver's seat here. Anatan. Oh, this is so sad for him at the moment. And yeah, the Ottomans, while they're absolutely disgusting on land maps, downright broken. Here on this water map, Vortex being one of the fan favorite on water, he's showing exactly why he is considered one of the best water players in the game.
Another attempt to dive with the Demo. The Hawk is strong enough to survive the Demo, but the fishing boats are not. And that's 2 more fishing boats going down. Have to be careful with that Demo, however. He's looking to stake out that Hawk from Vortex. The counterattack coming in here from Anatan. He needs to make something happen on the water, and a lot of his ships are heavily damaged, Vortex has. First ship goes down, second one also being chased. Vortex cornered a tiny bit over here, has to be extra careful. Here comes the Demo, and that's
There
a
it
beautiful
is.
connection.
That's what he needs.
That's the kind of fight that Vortex, or Anatan needed, excuse me, Vortex. Nice little counter, sniping out one of the Hawks, but still, momentum on the side of Anatan in this naval fight.
Yeah, and he's now down to 2 fishing ships. Meanwhile, Vortex expanded onto the second pond. He's 14 fishing ships ahead at the moment, Lidocor. Now, on water, you can catch up relatively quickly, but that's going to cost you time, and time is probably not something that Anatan has a lot of, as Vortex, he just pulled 17 workers to gold. While he's already got 700 food in the bank, this guy has one plan and one plan only from here on out, and it's a Castle Age follow-up.
One of the annoying things here for Anatan is that it's not just that he lost his own fishing eco in the first spawn, he never had the chance to expand to the second one in the first place. He's just now starting that build-up. And if you look at Vortex's side, he's been a very happy fisher on 2 ponds. And as you said, with all that food income, he's able to get up to Castle Age, keep that momentum going. The military graph at the top of the screen is a little deceiving because it also includes the combat ships from Anatan that are kind of stuck on his own pond, unable to influence things much.
Yeah, we do have an Akinji out here, so Anatan did choose the Akinji Vizier point. Now Akinji, they're a bit of a confused unit. They can be very good at times, where when you have 3 of them in Castle Age, they can actually one-shot archers. But they're not so good when the archers shoot back.
White Tower is going to be on the way. It's a nice and safe position on the gold mine. King also looking to snipe that one scout right there. Scout will spot the landmark, so Anatan knows exactly what's up. It's not like he has the chance to respond immediately, however. He's nowhere close to aging up the castle.
Looks like the Akinji did get taken down by a lonesome spearman there as well. The king looked for a second to potentially take down that one scout, but now Anatan knows that he's going to be in for a rough time as, yeah, age up on its way for Vortex. He did reinvest heavily into the fishing department. He's got that going for himself, so food income soon should be looking up again. Question is just, how can he keep up with Vortex on land now that Vortex just got the age up in, and he aged up with a lot of resources in the bank, courtesy of all of the fishing ships, so he's immediately able to just pump out a lot of knights as a follow-up.
Yeah, Anathan is back in the fishing department, though. At the top of the screen, you can see 15 against 22 fishing boats. Certainly better than what it used to look like a moment ago. Nice little dive with the king. Gold miners idled out for a brief moment. I wonder if Anathan is trying to rush up this castle age just to catch up. It seems like that's the case. He's banking up food, sending quite a few villagers on gold. He's going to try to just make up for it and not stay in feudal age. Spearmen do dive in, though. Sipahi will have to be pulled away, and the longbows are here to start harassing those villagers on the berries. There is just one for the time being. Spearmen looping around, potentially targeting the gold mine.
And now also making his own spears. He's getting pushed away from the gold vein, though. And he still needs a lot more gold to be able to go for his own age-up knight. Now able to find some villager kills here. Able to two-shot the villagers at the moment. Vortex is going to be rotating around to that position now as well.
He's trying to pincer this position from two sides here. Anathan is positioning all of his forces near the wood line with a couple of spearmen being nearby. The knights cannot do much, but crucially, they pushed Anathan away from the gold mine. Anathan does not have a strong gold income right now, so he's kind of stuck in feudal age. There's just nowhere to go. There's a bit of a gold trickle from the Sultanahani trade network, but that's really all you can get right now for Anathan.
Yeah. And veterancy on the archers is now going to be on its way for the longbows alongside two additional archer range. So Vortex looks to be going for the full longbow knight army composition, but honestly, Liliko, with the income that he's having at the moment, I could also see just an Imperial Age follow-up coming in very easily here for him.
That would be a crazy move with all the momentum he has. He's starting to take out the docks. There's a second dock that they can use for the drop-offs. I don't know if Vortex has scouted that, but veterancy upgrades are now coming in. Those have actually been lagging behind a bit. Those longbows are just now getting their veterancy, so are the spearmen. This might be a decent fight here for Anathan, though. He's going to jump the longbows with the Sipahi. Gets that fight before the upgrades come in, as good as it gets here for Anathan. Nice little cleanup.
A nice little cleanup definitely needed here for Anathan, but the archers and the spy are not going to be able to face off up against all of these knights. Spearmen are just now going to be coming in. Demo ship, though.
He's looking for
trapped
it.
between the rock and a hard
He's looking
place.
for it.
Big demo ship attack there. Coming in. Definitely needed.
Yeah, Anathan holding on to this position. He's still in a feudal age, though, and that's one of the big challenges that he needs to overcome. Spearman now jumping the Sipahi. Castle Age upgrades are in for Vortex, and you kind of floated the idea of going into Imperial. With all the resources he's piling up, it's becoming more and more of a reality.
Anathan, he's still so deep in the feudal age at the moment. Still no access to gold. All the gold that he's getting at the moment is passive from the Sultanahani trade network. He's gonna have to return to the top wood line soon here with all of those villagers. He is on triple military schools, though, somehow. So at least he's got some scaling in that regard. Was it triple or was it double? I saw at least two there.
Yeah, there might be a
only
third.
two.
He has a
three
lot of
would have been
production
insane.
buildings for him. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the army count, now it's starting to look actually promising. It's no longer skewed that much by the fishing or the combat ship count.
Combat and fishing ships, though. Like,
Yeah.
it's still castles versus feudal age, and now men-at-arms as a follow-up. Once the armor-clad upgrade comes in, and it is on its way, that is going to be an even rougher hold. So Anathan, he realized he needs to make something happen soon. Resources are there for him to soon be able to queue up the castle age up as well. But for now, he needs to get some kills. He needs to diminish the army from Vortex. As the army forward potentially snipes down the spearmen.
Yeah, he's got
Actually,
the
not a
Matter
bad
buffing
fight.
as well. The king is gone. The Matter is buffing up this army, and it's a Castle Age versus Feudal Age force, but the raw numbers favor Anathan. And with the Matter, it's no longer as clear cut for Vortex as, hey, I'm in Castle Age, I'm just going to win this fight.
Yeah,
Anathan is struggling a little to take out the men-at-arms, but he's just going to bypass them and take out all the longbows.
And now with his own Castle Age up follow-up, he's actually going to be able to make some counter units up against the men-at-arms as well. This was once again a situation where Vortex, with the age ahead, was not able to find the correct army composition to get the cleanup there. I feel like if he just made Men-at-Arms immediately, I guess he just didn't know just how locked Anatund was in the feudal age.
Yeah, it starts to remind me of game number 1. Because we've seen the same scenario, Anatund sticking around in feudal age, building up a massive death ball, and then just kind of winning based on raw numbers. But let's not forget the importance of that meter in there. Big combat buff for the Ottomans. Helps a lot to offset that Castle Age versus Feudal Age differential. Now Anatund is up in Castle Age. He's going to have to get some upgrades in. Vortex is looking to take a fight before those upgrades come in. But he's not going to be given one, so he's just going to fall back.
Yeah, it's a lot of Lombos here. Also still a lot of Sipahi. Upgrades are coming in for those at the moment. That's like one of the main ways that Anatund can come back from this Sipahi. Just one of the strongest, or the strongest part of the Ottoman Empire's army here. He's gonna have to be careful. There are a lot of reinforcements flowing across the map right now, so Vortex also needs to pay attention to those. But just looking at the amount of red dots there on the minimap, Lidakor, it's very scary territory here.
Yeah, remember, Vortex almost had the resources for Imperial, decided to just double down on army production, but these Lombos are so isolated and barely any spearmen accompany them. You gotta be extra careful not to lose this army over here. Vortex's army being split in half. The spearmen do survive long enough to take out quite a few of the Sipahi, though. Anatund wasn't really focusing down those spears, and that's becoming a catastrophic mistake here, you feel. Spearmen survive long enough to take out most of the Sipahi, and Vortex regains momentum.
Fortitude just got activated there, but there was a front line next to the archers, so Anatund Sipahi just got absolutely butchered without a matter being there to provide the buff as well. Suddenly, 3 matter is going to be in queue here for Anatund, realizing his mistake there. But it's now a point again where he suddenly lost the army quantity lead that he had earlier. So now, without the army quantity lead, without the army quality lead at the same time, he's going to be losing both of those military schools. And then what?
And that's the thing with the Ottomans. It looks really good that you get units for free, but it's something that needs time to really escalate. And when you take a bad fight, you cannot just magically rebuild that army in a blink of an eye. Still, there is some forces over here intercepting reinforcements. That's a decent catch, but the Longbows are looking to dive in. They're looking to snipe that meter from the flank as well. First meter could go down. The second one is offset to the far left. Reinforcements are being intercepted, but there's just nowhere to go for Anatund. Has to start running towards the middle of the map, and that is where the enemies are coming from.
Yeah, and with that, being completely trapped between 2 armies from Vortex. GG is going to be coming in. Vortex now 2-1 on the scoreboard, and that means that he will now be on match point in the next game. So Anatund is going to have to give it his all after a game that at the beginning, I mean, I just want to say Vortex, beautiful early pressure there on the pond from Anatund. Very fast age-up timing, definitely something he must have practiced. And just something that Anatund wasn't really able to deal with early on. He went from having 9 fishing ships out to just 2 there. So tremendous damage that was done to him there in the early 6 minutes, like the first 6 minutes of the game. And just not something that it feels like he really recovered well
this
enough.
move.
Look at this one. Yeah, just crazy damage. 3 fishing ships down as well as a Springald with a single demo ship.
It's not just about the fishing boat kills, you feel. It was also the fact that Vortex accomplished that with only a handful of ships. And for Anatund to clean that up, he had to invest so much more into his navy. The resource efficiency of those fights for Vortex was just through the roof.
Yeah. Next up, though, we are going to be moving over to Hill and Dale. We're going to be seeing the Ayyubids up against the Macedonians, so it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. A civilization that likes to make a lot of cavalry against a civilization that likes to play against a civilization that likes to make a lot of cavalry.
Oh, okay, that was way too complex for my brain structure.
Camel's good against cavalry is the takeaway there. So the Ayyubid, they don't mind playing against the cavalry civilization. They're more than fine with it. They got the Desert Raiders, they got the Camel Lancers, plenty of ways of spreading that camel unease amongst the opponent's ranks. So most likely we'll be seeing a little bit of a switch up coming in here for Anatan. I don't think he can make just Radari. Then again, that is something that I've said plenty of times in the past, and I've been proven wrong plenty of times as well. There's been tests before the most recent nerfs on the Radari where we've been pitching them against equal cost Cataphracts, equal cost Gilded Knights, equal cost Elephants, and believe it or not, the Radari, I don't know, they just have their way. They just have a way of making Radari only work. So never question the Radari. That's what I like to say.
That's a fair point, but if there is anything that you can do to deal with that, that's perhaps Camel Lancers. One of my favorite Castle Age units all around. I just feel like I always like to highlight this in regards to the Camel Lancers. It's a unit that counters cavalry, so anything that's fast enough to catch it, it counters it. Anything that's slow enough to catch it, you just run past. And they do have a great base damage output, so you can actually use them as a raiding unit.
Yeah. At the same time, they have that prolonged charge as well, so yeah, they're going to catch up to whatever is running away from them. And interestingly enough, the Radari, they actually don't have a charge, but they do have slightly faster base movement speed, so it's a little bit of a trade-off here and there between the two.
Well, we've got 2.5 minutes left to go. I think this is a good time to look at the standings of Group A here, because while we're looking at some of the sets, there is another batch of sets going on. Players that have played 7 series are done for the tournament, at least the group stage. So we already have Gully Duckle done with his, so is Demu. Wham is still waiting his opponent. Wham versus Vortex is going to be one of the series that we're going to have a look at later today. And aside from that, we also do have Valdemar versus Kiljardy later today.
Gully Duckle, his first real, I want to say like, or rather his first appearance in a main event after the qualifiers, of course, and making through to top 16. Definitely, I mean, it's always when you're like, it's like one of your first bigger tournaments, right? Like, he didn't win any of the sets, but most importantly, he managed to take games off his opponents in the sets that he did play. So overall, taking 4 games off your opponents the first time you make it into the main event, actually not a really bad performance at all. Actually a pretty good performance here for him.
Absolutely, and that's one of the benefits you get from the Elite Classic format. It's unlike most other tournaments where if you're the lowest seeded player coming in, you will get some of the strongest opponents. Here, it is a round robin within the group, so you really get a bunch of chances to secure games, and because every single game comes with its own prize pool, it gives you a chance to, really fight for every single game, and it's not just a matter of, okay, I lost all of my series. There is value in winning every single individual game that you did.
Indeed. Now, Hill and Dale is going to be coming up next, and I wonder, Lidacor, Hill and Dale, of course, it's going to be the EGC variant, but there's still one thing that's certain about Hill and Dale, and that is that with both of these civilizations really enjoying the production of gold-heavy units in the Castle Age, there's going to be a lot of fighting around those large gold veins in the center of the map.
Absolutely.
One of those 2 civs, though, has the Golden Horn Tower, so being able to lock down positions there, definitely something that they can do with ease, the Macedonians here. Question is, of course, what's going to be happening in Feudal Age, but that question will soon be answered as we're about to be jumping into our game number 4, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hill and Dale, and we've got Anatan in the color yellow playing as the Macedonian dynasty, and his opponent in the color red on the other side of the map, it is Vortex playing as the Ayyubids.
Macedonians, again, not a civilization that you see very frequently because of all the bans, and as you touched on this in the pregame, it's one of those matchups where Radari sounds very good, but there is the Camel Lancers on the other side, so it's going to come down to the balancing act, per se, between the two.
Yeah, balancing for sure. We do have the Macedonians starting here on the deer early on. Makes a lot of sense because you want to actually spend gold early on as the Macedonians because you want to gather a lot of gold because you need the silver. So having an upgrade early on that you can spend some gold on with survival techniques, pretty nice there for them early on. Now, the Ayubids, they do of course have that supremely fast gather speed from the berries with their villagers, so they don't even need to begin gathering from the deer early on. But there's always something said about like gathering from the deer early on. It means the sooner you gather them, the later you don't have to gather from them. Because if you're in a position in the Castle Age where you're being attacked in your base and your deer spawn forward, like in this case for Vortex, you could find yourself in a position where it could actually be hard to gather from them. But alas, these two civilizations, they don't typically go for a ton of Feudal Age pressure in this particular matchup. There could be some Horsemen, some Desert Raider action early on, especially with the Hippodrome. But I'm gonna be blissfully ignorant with the assumption that there's not going to be too much of that this time around.
It just feels like the amount of damage that you can do is somewhat limited. And if you delay your Castle Age timing, that could be catastrophic. These civilizations just scale so much when you get to Castle. But there's probably going to be a little poking and prodding. There's a prime target for each of these players, that being the gold mine exposed to the front. And just the fact that you have the ability to harass your opponent in any way, slow their timings a tiny bit, that could be a factor to consider.
We're now getting the age up in with a logistics wing for the Ayubids here. So I'm going to be spawning those 2 free dervishes early on in the Feudal Age. Some nice little healing there early on. And we do have a lot of villagers now also getting pulled over towards wood. So Vortex most likely does want to get at least 1 stables up just to get a couple of Desert Raiders in. When you already know that your opponent is getting free horsemen, or rather free stables in, you just have to assume that horsemen will be coming in soon after as well. So you have to be ready for that, at least in some aspect.
Logistics on the other side coming in here for Vortex. No major surprise in that front. It's going to help him heal off any damage if he gets raided, heal off damage to any early combat units, but most importantly, it's going to give him a very nice head start when it comes to collecting the relics once he gets to Castle Age.
The early deer gathering here just being very, very nice for Anton. Also looking at this map here, the wood line connecting all the way to the edge of the map, there is some nice walling off potential there to secure the deer and the relic in the corner. Overall, just pretty good walling positions there for Anaton, as well as with the top wood line. The main issue, of course, is the gold for both players being very far forward. So both players need to at least invest somewhat into the aggression early on, or just some military units. You can't just... I don't even think you can just go for an outpost here.
Yeah.
An outpost probably isn't enough.
It's also a big investment. So for something to be insufficient, spatially confined, it just feels like an investment that doesn't necessarily pay off, whereas committing to a couple of military units, it's not just that they're going to be useful for the defense, you can also use them for harassment if things change, or just to grab some map control for the relics later on.
Yo, age up does come in. Whoever's now on the field. Some little laming here now from Anaton, just to spread those deer apart. A little bit less efficient to gather from them later down the line. They're still fine. Like, all 6 here are pretty close to each other. Just one is a little bit off-center.
They're a little far away from the TC, and that's, I guess, a bit of a headache. If there is harassment coming in that direction, you could have the villagers a little bit more exposed. First cavalry unit coming in here, the dervishes will just do all the healing, though. And, well, that's part of the reason why you love the dervishes early on. As long as your opponent does not have a lot of damage output, they're just going to be more than happy healing off each other.
Exactly. First Desert Raider is now going to be in queue. Anaton already with 3 horsemen out on the field. We do also have the Hippodrome Scout now out and about. The thing, of course, that we have to keep in mind is that the dervish healing has been drastically nerfed recently. Where nowadays, when you hit a unit, it automatically gets set to into combat, or rather in combat. So they no longer are able to retain the full healing on villagers, as the villagers just don't counterattack. So that's a pretty big nerf there, meaning that you can actually out-damage the dervishes when attacking villagers a lot easier now. Double stable for Vortex, so looks like he really wants to invest a lot more into the Desert Raiders. Anton behind this has started the production of his own archers, which does get spotted out by Vortex though. So he will be aware of this and can also just mix in some horsemen alongside the Desert Raiders. But instead, also just goes for an outpost on the gold just to make sure that he's going to be able to continuously gather from the gold here. As the Desert Raiders, of course, they also cost a good amount of gold.
Yeah, they're very expensive units. Obviously, the benefit you get from the dervishes is that you're going to have that healing power. So one thing to keep in mind is that any unit that Anathan does not actively kill is just going to get healed back up to full strength. Something to keep in mind when it comes to these feudal age engagements.
Horseman still chasing after that one scout there. Not sure if that one's going to make it back in time towards the dervishes for the healing. But a good little bit of idle time just being forced here at the moment. On the gold vein. Yeah, that one's going to go down.
The sheep is blocking this horseman a tiny bit, but it's not going to matter. It goes down. Dervishes still posturing near the gold mine. Anathan is committing a lot of resources into this feudal age aggression here. And Vortex has to respond in a kind. No one is really close to Castle Age just yet. Desert Raiders offset to the far right, perhaps waiting for a dive from Anathan and hoping to jump him from the flank. Anathan so far, though, very cautious.
Yeah. We do have the Hippodrome Horseman out and about now for Anathan, so with that, he's going to be able to make up for the... able to take down one of the villagers. 2 villagers got pulled here for a forward outpost from Anathan. And now with the Hippodrome Horseman, he's going to be able to make up for the camel unease that's being exuded by those Desert Raiders. That means
that's a big difference maker. Looking to snipe that villager is a Vortex, but he cannot really get the angle. Nice little body blocks by Anathan.
He's hiding the horseman.
Villager does get it pulled away here. Anathan does not want to risk another Vil. As you said, horsemen are not being shown here by Vortex. They're being held all the way back. He's coming in from the flank.
Oh, they're spotted. They're spotted.
Oh, that's such a nice find here by Anathan. He knows fully well that the archers were being flanked around. He's going to use his own horsemen to screen, and Vortex is just going to have to fall back here.
Little known fact, the Hippodrome Horseman is actually Chinese. So he has a lot more line of sight there as well. He's fluent in Mandarin.
And that gives you longer line of sight? Is that a causality?
Exactly.
A correlation?
Yeah. Must be. That's how it works. I didn't make the rules, I just imagined them. But now, Vortex, he's not really investing much more into military at this point. It looks like to me that he's now going to want to go into the Castle Age follow-up behind this Anathan, also getting the arrow slits in placement on his strongholds. With that, might be just looking for his own Castle Age follow-up as well as the horsemen from Vortex try and maybe grab a little raid here, but no villagers out and about from Anathan here at the moment.
Yeah, both players doing the exact same thing. Flanking attack here by Vortex, looking for the villagers on the berries, and same thing on the other side by Anathan. No one's gonna find anything though, and looking to potentially hit the wood line. Anathan sees this.
Lynches
Looks
for
like
a
a house
second.
might actually get torched down here. He doesn't really have the forces nearby to respond to this. On the other side, though, the horsemen do come in. Remember, the deer got killed here, so the villagers are a little bit more exposed. Desert Raiders do move in, however. So for now, Anathan is going to pull back.
Yeah, Anathan pulling back, doesn't want to take the fight here yet, but that does mean that Vortex is going to be allowed to go for that age up on his side. Archers are going to be here to defend, and as a defensive unit inside of your base, the archers are going to be free to pull their ability to ignore the little bit of armor that the horsemen have. Now, Economic Wing Industry is coming in. I believe Anathan just saw that. It could be that he's now thinking about getting his own age up in. Now, the Desert Raiders. A little bit out of
This is
position.
not enough here for Vortex. Villagers are going to have to be pulled away. Dervishes coming in for the heal, but it's double towers. Desert Raiders, and in the meantime, Vortex swings in on the other side, hits the wood line. No villagers go down just yet from Anathan. A lot of idle time on both players, however. Vortex able to pull away most of his cavalry, but one. It's very important. He's got the dervishes to heal these all back up. Anatan does have a considerably larger army, though, and this is the right time to strike. As your opponent is aging up, hit the gold mine, he's going to dive deep now.
Yeah, he is, but it's a lot of defensive emplacements here, a lot of outposts. And the TC as well, that's going to be firing onto the units here. Economic industry is going to be coming in, so the issue is that even though Vortex is getting idled out a lot, the age up will eventually still be coming on in, and it looks like Anatan isn't actually going to be able to get enough value in here as the horsemen are going to be going down. He is going to be able to take down most of the Desert Raiders, but not going to be able to take down the Dervish. Instead, loses all of his infantry as well as the horsemen. Looks like he tried to actually make a run for the Dervishes to take them down. Could have been able to deny the relic gathering, but look at the body blocking here. He just can't get the connection in.
Yeah, it felt very, very clear that he saw the H-up coming, he dove deep, and when he realized he cannot kill the villagers, he just went for the dervishes. Silver lining is that Vortex lost most of his forces, and oh, look at that, in the middle. A couple of units cleaned up as well. Point is, Vortex did lose a lot of his army, so it might be a little bit more difficult to grab that early map control for the relics. But crucially, the dervishes do survive, so he still has the units available to actually pick up those relics. He's gonna go for the one on the far left, which is the safest for him to pick up.
Yeah. Now first Camel Lancer is gonna be in queue immediately. Desert Raider upgrade also coming on in. Dervishes gonna start picking up the relics. Looks like Anaton's trying to spread out to some of the relics here with some of the units. And yeah, look at that pro scout there. He does, of course, have that hero tag on him for a reason. Does do a little bit of additional damage. Able to take down the horseman. And looks like Anaton did find the one dervish that was trying to sneak a relic in the center of the map. Not going to be able to deny him, at least for the time being. But yeah, this is where it starts to feel really, really bad when your infantry is just going to get sniped by the cavalry units there.
Yeah, that's the thing with Vortex. Any units that he did not lose are now fully healed back up. And oh boy, this could be a dangerous spot. Speaking of which, one villager goes down from Anatan to the boar. It's going to be a very exposed group of villagers.
Yeah.
Egypt just now coming in. Golden Horn Tower being placed on that large gold deposit, though. Vortex is going to try to stop this one, and he's going to use the relic to push away the units. That's so many villagers on the Golden Horn Tower. He's diving in. Vololo is being popped outside here to just hold back those forces, but the camels are moving in on the villagers. 3 villagers down here by Vortex. Make it 5. It's going to be a costly endeavor for Anatan.
It was absolutely necessary, but still so tough for him to sacrifice all those villagers there, all the idle time by pulling all of the villagers over. And he's not going to be in a much better position after the age up. He's still very far behind in the military count. And yeah, he's not securing... Well, he's securing a berry patch, so that's good for him, but he's on the boar on the bottom side. He's also going to need to somehow find a way to secure the deer on the right-hand side. One wall should be able to do it, but it's just looking very rough for him right now. 3 relics have already been picked up by Vortex now. 2 remaining. I don't think that Anaton's realistically going to get any of them just with the mass of units that Vortex already has out on the field.
Yeah, first Radari are just now coming out here for Anatan, but he's facing off against 9 Camel Lancers and a bunch of Dervishes as well, which will, again, heal this army back up. Veterancy on the archers on the way for Vortex. He's looking for a raid. He did this before, swung around in the south, hit the berries. At that time, the berries were unoccupied. That's not the case right now. Same thing being done by Anatan. He's going to intercept a couple of villagers here. Single Camel Lancer keeps these guys in check. But the raid coming in here from Vortex could be dangerous. He's about to hit the berries, which has a lot of villagers from Anatan.
Yeah, indeed. That's also the area where the last relic is. He's going to see it now. Does have the upgrade on the houses, so he's going to be able to pull the villagers early.
He went for the wood line instead of the berries, which makes it a little easier for the Vils to escape. Still, he might just try to stick around, see if he can intercept some villagers on the berries. The berries are making a run to the south. Looks like Vortex is just going to disengage without a kill. Quite some idle time having been forced, however.
Yeah, but now the 5th relic is also going to get secured. Looks like one of the dervishes did get taken down, or at least had to drop the relic momentarily, but it's going to get picked up again It's going to be a 5-0 relic game after also killing 5 villagers here. Annaton, he's in the worst possible position right now that he potentially could be in.
Oh boy, Atgirmader trying to keep these camels in check here. You do have a couple of Desert Raiders though, and they are slowly chipping away at those. Lack of mobility is going to start haunting Annaton a bit. He's trying to chase away this force. And on the other side, Vortex is voling up, so it's going to get increasingly more difficult for Annaton to get raids into the enemy base.
Now crossbows, archers, all on the table here for Vortex. He can just start depriving Annaton of the resource out of the map, and it looks like he might actually be going for the boar villagers that are currently gathering there. There is a scout that does spot the camel lancers as they're making their way for it. Question is, of course, what's the response going to be now from Annaton? Is he going to send the villagers away, or is he going to stick with the gathering? He does have double outpost there. Question, of course, is double outpost actually enough here for him in order to keep those villagers safe, as all of the archers are making their way over there as well. Still pushing back the military in the middle, though. There it is now. Fortifications coming in on both outposts.
It's going to be too late, however. There's not a lot of camel lancers to take these out, but reinforcements are slowly trickling in. You might be able to take out one of these towers in time.
You can't.
And it's the one that has the 5 villagers inside.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't realistically, right? Like, you can't realistically do damage without emplacements against the camel lancers, because in order to like upgrade the outposts, or rather the range damage, you need silver, and it's just too expensive to go for that. So you're requiring the emplacements. But fortification here is going to be good enough to deal with the majority of the units. So Annaton saved himself. Oh no, never mind, not saved himself. He just prolonged his suffering. Oh. Double rams now coming in. All the military units from Vortex congregating here. And okay, Annaton doing the smart move. He's just running. He's skedaddling. He's getting out of here.
Oh, is there an opening to the right of that forest? That's actually
it's
very,
closed.
very tight.
It's closed.
Yeah, it's closed by 1 tree and 1 tree only. It's only Radari, however, for Annaton, plus a couple of crossbows. And he's facing off against camel lancers and crossbows. His tower's gonna get taken out. Look at this. So smart from Vortex. He sees that there are no villagers at home, and he's not even going to commit his army to take out the towers. Just moves away instantly.
The scout does actually find some villagers out here from Vortex, and there are going to be some cavalry units going for the raid. Vortex does realize it, though, is pulling back. There is a second layer of walls that Vortex can fall back to. He's seeing an axe throw being used here to snipe 1 to 2 villagers, maybe. There we go, 1.
There we go, 1 goes down. No,
2.
Second kill. There's the second kill, almost the third one as well. Nice little touch here, also pushes away enemy villagers from the food. And you touched in this in the pregame. Golden Horn Tower is just such a big factor here for Annaton. That gold mine is very, very safe as a consequence of that landmark having been dropped there. And it's kind of making it difficult for Vortex to make a push against the enemy base.
Oh man, that's gonna be a lot of rams. Now, I'm of the opinion that rams are always a bait in nearly every situation and should be avoided at all costs. I'm wondering how this one is going to be ending, because we've got a good amount of Radari. We still have the Warcam, the Varangian Warcam, which could spawn units as units fall. And of course, we got the very strong defensive landmark here. I'm not sure if this push is going to work, genuinely. Though it might have. He loses the Radari beforehand.
It feels dangerous. It feels like a bit of a gamble. If it falls apart for whatever reason, this game could easily be taken over by Annaton. You get the feeling that if this fight does not happen under the Golden Horn Tower, it should go in the way of Vortex. He might just try to bypass this, to be honest, just trying to take out the structures on the flank and then go for the main base.
Could be. And indeed, that might be the play that he's going for. Then just confuses me that it did actually go for 5 Rams, which, you know, kind of feels like a GUA pray, like spray and pray kind of move. He's going for it.
Caught in a crossfire. He's diving in, and Anton is slow to react over here. Villagers do jump inside. Rams make it to the Golden Horn Tower, though. There's no way for Anton to take out the Rams, however. Body blocks coming in here from the Camels. Crossbows firing from the back line as well, but the Radari are trying to flank around. Not all the Rams can actually access the building here. Spush is stalling out a little, and is Vortex overstretching his army over here. He is taking out most of the forces from the enemies, though, but he is also suffering from massive casualties. And that's the Golden Horn Tower's firepower coming into play here.
Indeed it is. I feel like Vortex, he definitely overplayed his hand here a little bit, as suddenly he's losing his entire military force trying to headbutt his way through the Golden Horn Tower. This is the Castle Age Red Palace.
I feel so justified in having said that, you know, it feels like if he commits against this, it's a coin flip. If he just bypasses it, he has a massive advantage, because that's exactly what we saw. His army was rendered back to basically nothingness. And part of the reason why he wasn't able to take out that landmark is because the Rams weren't all able to access that. There were structures in the gold mine nearby. So the Rams, some of them just got body blocked by other structures. Still, massive casualties here for Vortex, and now you get the feeling that Anatan could take over.
Yeah, definitely. Anatan, he just evened it out. That was, like, look at the destruction value. Anatan suddenly ahead 3,000 in the destruction value. That is just absolutely absurd, and just goes to show that this landmark, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, and now he has the map control. Vortex is now the one that needs to scatter. He's the one that has to run away from his gold gathering operation here. He's getting chased after it, though. Oh man, it's just completely flipped the game upside down. One dive. The one dive underneath that landmark. It is absurd to believe that this game just got flipped on its head like that.
Oh boy, and this was a match point for Vortex, which, you know, if he ends up losing this game, there are consequences for his chances of getting certain placements within the group that we will talk about. When it comes to the tiebreakers, the amount of games won and lost will make a difference. So, if he ends up losing this game because of that dive, that could be rather consequential for the rest of the tournament for him. Nice little dive over here, though. Does pick off quite a few villagers. He needs to regain momentum with these eco raids. Buy some time to rebuild the army he lost.
Yeah. Managed to kill a couple more, as you said. Income-wise, his food income has started to look up again now that he's finally managed to secure the right-hand side with the deer and the berries there. There's still one Radari there. It's been there for so long. It's been hiding. And now,
speaking of hiding,
the second the couple of crossbows run away from that spot, or rather they get repositioned, reassigned, he strikes.
Oh my. And I just praised Vortex for having a good dive, picking off a couple of villagers. All of that advantage, that tiny advantage he built, is now practically gone, with some villagers going down on the food. Sends one Camel Lancer back to deal with this harassment here. Vortex is out of accessible gold, however, and that's a big difference between the two players right now.
All the gold is square up in the center. There's nothing in the corner that he could easily wall off. He might be able to get some stone from a large stone deposit that he has and drop a keep on one of the large gold veins. That would be the main way that he could regather, or rather reposition himself on a gold vein here. Farms have been placed in the meantime. Somewhat of a T90-esque farm positioning there, but gonna be good enough to get some food in. And finally, the Radari is gonna get found out, most importantly here.
And Vortex looking for Imperial, however. I was wondering if he was trying to do that, but with how little gold he had, I was kind of skeptical.
Yeah.
But he's gonna age up here. I wonder if Anatan can bounce on that. He does have a huge army of archers and crossbows, but he would just be bumping into walls elsewhere. Only has a couple of Adkir Mother plus Redari to break through those walls with.
Yeah, and the range backline from Vortex definitely not small either. 19 crossbows, over 30 archers, and he still has camels for the camel on ease. So cavalry is gonna still be a little bit devalued here for Anatan. The thing, of course, is the military reinforcement. You're getting an insane amount of value, and now also the forward keep here. Yeah, Vortex. This is something that you can definitely do in order to get back into this game. Now, I do talk a lot about units that are win condition. And Desert Raiders in Imperial Age, they're certainly one of them. In general, ranged cavalry units, you're able to stack so many upgrades on them from the university. You're getting the bonus HP upgrade, you're getting bonus range, you're getting bonus range damage as well. 3 separate university upgrades that stack on top of some other unique upgrades make the Desert Raiders just one of the strongest units in Imperial Age that you can spam, and you're getting 7 for free from the military wing reinforcement every 2 minutes. It's pretty strong. It's pretty damn strong, and at the same time, though, Macedonians, they also have a unit that is a win condition. That is the Fire Springald in the Imperial Age. I'm not even trolling with that. Like, Fire Springalds are a legitimate win condition. Once you get enough of them out, you cannot lose fights anymore.
Nowhere close to Imperial Age is Anatan, and I don't know if he's aware of the fact that his opponent was aging up. He knows now. Trying to wall off the southern flank of his base to get access to that extra food, plus a bunch of stone. Not a lot of wood to work with on that side of the map. For Vortex, he's gonna have to have in a strong position here in the middle of the map. This is the only gold mine that he can access. Getting the Imperial Age upgrades right now looks like Anatan is not going to challenge him. He was looking to get a Trebuchet going to try and start harassing that castle. But for the time being, it looks like he's going to allow his opponent to grab his imp upgrades.
Anatan not going for his own Imperial Age straight away. But trying to apply some pressure now. The thing is... Oh. Now he's gonna get raided here as he's trying to get some walls up on the side. Does immediately spot this out, though, and is pulling his villagers away from this position now. Yeah,
the villagers are running to the corner, a bunch of them making their way back home. The other batch, yeah, running kind of into the corner with that stealth forest nearby. There's no scout accompanying these Desert Raiders, so their line of sight is somewhat limited. No value to be found here for Vortex.
And Vortex's entire army is now all elited up. Elite Desert Raiders, elite crossbowmen, elite archers, all is there for him. Villagers? Never mind, it's not the villagers, it's the Redari that are now meeting up against the Desert Raiders. We are already on tier 4 defensive upgrades for the Redari, so they have 20% additional health at this point, which is already very good. Like, we're already almost at like university level upgrades on the Redari, but up against actual university upgrades, probably not gonna be strong enough.
Numbers are looking better over here for Anatan, and he's going to have the archers support to clean this up. Vortex knew that there was no way of getting out of that. In the meantime, he is getting a siege workshop going in the middle, so he's going to start pushing down that Golden Horn Tower once again. He has to start committing to repairs on the castle, though. He's being trapped by 2 traps here, and sniping these trebuchets is going to be difficult here. The Golden Horn Tower is just such a strong presence, and the first Culverin has yet to come out.
Yeah, at the moment, Anatan, he's just flying away, and Vortex just trying to counter-repair. It's a lot of stone that's being sunk into that keep, so now he's trying to go for the snipe on the trebuchets. The army from Anton, just a little bit off position, but does make its way over here in time. And the pseudo-red palace here, not actually able to get too many kills in return, and Anton, for the time being, did get thrown off from trapping down that keep. We're now seeing some mangonels in queue, and also resources piling up for Anton as he is fully pop-capped now. So it could be that soon he will also be able to reach his age up. And just look at the amount of silver that Anton has. Over 3,500 silver at the moment. He is waiting for that Imperial Age. The question is, of course, what's he going to be making with it? Because it could be going for Palatine School, which would immediately translate to, at this point, just an absolute ton of free cataphracts, or go for the siege one. And it is going to be the siege one, the Foreign Engineering Company coming in here. Honestly, I just always like the cataphract one more.
And one thing to keep in mind is that he's going to have to wait until his imp upgrades come in. And right now, Vortex is looking to push this position. Second Culverin on the way. Trebs are, for now, stalling out at Culverin. It's actually a back and forth, both sides repairing their own siege engines. Bit of a counterattack on the left side by Anathan, trying to harass the villagers, but he bumps into walls. And now Vortex is committing. He's going to dive the trebuchets here, looking to snipe them out. First one goes down, second one is going to get focused down as well. Second trap is going to fall. And it looks like Vortex is not stopping. Once again, he's going to try to challenge this Golden Horn Tower. This time he's got artillery support. But we all remember how it went down in the first attempt. And this does not feel any different right now. Villagers are pulled to repair the Golden Horn Tower. Cavalry coming in on the flank to snipe the Culverins. First Culverin goes down, and once again, Vortex is forced to call off the assault on this defensive position.
Yeah, definitely did not feel any different than the last time around. Mangonel also coming in now to try and do some damage here as well. But maybe Vortex is able to stabilize now that the reinforcements are... Okay, never mind. Grouping in the worst kind of way for that Mangonel shot, just to make sure that as many units as possible get hit there. And yeah, with range units, it's a lot harder to really make your upgrades work for you. As with this many units, there's just always critical amount of fire coming out. Culverin is going to end up getting sniped here, and Vortex is the one that's going to have to retreat for the time being.
This is his only gold mine. He does not have the luxury of going elsewhere. He's going to have to stand and fight, but he's got nothing to do so with. Down to 17 archers against 41. Not a lot of siege available for Anathan, though, so for the time being, this castle might just keep away those squishy archers. But that's not going to last long. Vortex is going to have to remass very quickly if he wants to keep this gold mine.
Yeah, now Anathan with the Foreign Engineering Company, we're seeing the first cannon come in, and that's, of course, just courtesy of all the silver that he had banked up, and currently still at over 1,000 silver per minute, so he can produce one of those cannons every single minute for free. More than one. Pew.
One Culverin trying to hold off the enemy assault. Love how he's focusing the monk with the Culverin. Villagers have to be forced away, though. Looks like Anathan is going to dive. And is going to start focusing the castle. Villagers have to be pulled to just keep that Culverin alive, but there is just no front line in front of this. A couple of Desert Raiders are coming in as reinforcements, but you gotta wonder if that's gonna be enough. For now, Anathan is slowly kiting backwards, but the Desert Raiders are getting picked apart by the archers. Villagers getting caught in the crossfire. Cannon slowly taking out the castle. No repairs coming in from Vortex for that keep. And look at all the villagers falling. That might just be it for Vortex. No access to gold. Dozens of villagers falling. And no momentum. He's going to tap out of this one. We're going to head into game number 5.
A set that goes the distance here. Vortex and Anathan gonna be going all the way to game number 5. What a back and forth this has been, Lidakor, between the two here. And you can really see like those individual moments where the military value lead just peaked for the individual player. Man, that was kind of disgusting when the dive came underneath that Golden Horn Tower. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh boy, it felt like Vortex had so much momentum, decided to dive the Golden Horn Tower, and then everything fell apart. From there on out, it just felt like a landslide in many ways.
And now, with a lot of the civilizations out of the picture as they've already been picked, we're getting treated to Knights Templar versus French, or our decider game in the set. Knights Templar on a land map, that always kind of feels sad when you play them, until it doesn't. Like, the start with Knights Templar in any game on land is always a rough one. But once they get going, they do actually get going. Like, they're able to pump out amounts of units, amounts of infantry onto the map. It is truly absurd just how many archers they can put out onto the map. But when you're up against a civilization like the French, which don't mind facing a lot of archers as they can just pump out a lot of knights on their side, the game, or rather the fights, do end up a lot more in favor of the French typically. That is, as long as they can keep their knights alive.
Oh, Lipany. It's been a while since we've seen Lipany in tournaments, except for, of course, Elite Classic 5. But beforehand, Lipany has kind of been a semi-retired competitive map in many ways. It's always been one of those, like, okay, but it's not something that is actively being played. It's nice to see a return for what is going to be a decider game, and I think this is a good time for us to do some math, which is always a dangerous endeavor when you are in a broadcast. But as things stand, Vortex started with a 5-1 standing in his group, 15-4 when it comes to the games. Right now he's 2-2, which makes it 17-6. That's an 11-game differential. The best case scenario for Vortex is a win here, which makes it a 12-game differential. The only way he overtakes Wham is...
I mean, that's not going to happen.
It can. If Marine Lord wins 3-0 against Wham, Wham would be at an 11-game differential compared to 12.
That's so difficult to say, though, yet.
Yeah, Vortex needs a win. And he needs Marine Lord to beat Wham 3-0 to have a chance of overtaking Wham.
Yeah, he would be at... Wait, wouldn't Marine Lord then be...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Marine Lord would be second then in that case. So, no, wait.
Yeah, because if
oh my god.
If
yeah,
Marine
let's
Lord
not do math.
wins
Let's
that
just
series... Yeah,
just
I told you it's
the
dangerous
tables,
to do
fill in
math
the
on a
tables,
broadcast.
Yeah, it's difficult with the game differences there. Figuring that out as well. Because Marino at the moment with 8 game difference, and then he would get 3 more, and he would be at 11. But wouldn't Vortex be on 12? But he would be behind in sets 1. Yeah, let's just... I'm not gonna make assumptions here on what's gonna happen. I'm too bad at math.
Well, we have 30 seconds left to go until the decider game. It is Lipany French versus the Knights Templar. What are your expectations going into this one? And while we're at it, are you surprised that we're not seeing any Mongols from Anatent? You mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. Mongols still undefeated in the series.
Yeah, but I also mentioned that was probably only on hybrid maps, and in between, I did get confirmation from production that indeed all the Mongol victories so far in this tournament have all been only on hybrid maps. But now, it's time, Lidakor. We're jumping into our game number 5, and it's going to be an interesting one as we're going to be watching Vortex on the French in the color red here on Lipany up against Anatent. In the Karilil, playing as the Knights Templar. No early Dark Age Barracks rush here from the Knights Templar. And Vortex, he is playing with an immediate mill into Wheelbarrow very early on. And this is going to be an interesting matchup. This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. French versus Knights Templar. Just Knights Templar in general. Okay, I'm waiting for chat to get their votes in so I can do mine. Because I firmly believe that okay, I'm just gonna be screwing with the odds here a little bit. Wait, that wasn't what I want to bet. Wait, I can't bet that much. Why can't? Oh, there's a cap. Oh, there's a cap per bet that you can do. Okay, damn it. All right. Well, 250k it has to be. I actually think that Knights Templar is pretty good in this one. Genuinely think that Knights Templar, the way Anaton in particular plays them, is very, very strong in this matchup. Just because, like, the amount of units that you can flat out in terms of spearmen and archers is just, quite frankly, I want to say almost abusive. It's so insane. Like, you go out there, like, 15 minutes into the game, and you have like 40 units out as the French, suddenly you see like this big army board of 100 units from the Knights Templar just because they're able to produce that many.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. And when you look at the French, it's a very well-defined thing that they do. And really, I just feel like when it comes to Vortex, a lot is going to come down to how he can leverage those initial knights and how much eco damage he can cause. And so far across the series, Anadont has done a solid job in preserving his economy. If you look back across the previous 4 games, over and over again, Vortex was very active with the raids, but he never managed to inflict a lot of eco damage in any single game against Anadont as a consequence of those raids.
Yeah. What is the favorite play of the Knights Templar, if not 2TC? And we do see Anadont moving out early here with 5 villagers onto that stone vein. And something that I do find to be just very nice macro-wise from the Knights Templar is that you age up the same way that you do in Age of Empires 2. So you idle your TC for the age up. But that also means that you can determine ahead of time just how many villagers you're going to be on. To click the age up, so you can like pre-queue the age up and just make more villagers and be like, okay, I don't need to produce any villagers while I age up, so I can just fully focus my economy on exactly where it needs to be to get that second TC up as quickly as possible. And look at Anadont, he's getting ready for the placement as well as he's luring the deer, but Vortex, he's gonna see this, and the second Anadont sees the scout there from Vortex, he's gonna be like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna killing them, gonna be killing them here. Oh, he's ruining the TC spot placement. To be fair, I don't even think you can probably go for the second TC in that spot, right? Like, by the time the second TC comes up, there's probably already... Ah, it's so close. It's so close with when the knight comes out and when the TC gets finished on up. Yeah, I don't think you can go for the TC over here. Maybe he's gonna try it. He's got the resource for it now. He is gonna go for it. Okay. That is such a...
That's such a weird spot. It's literally in the choke point, body blocking units. In fact, I wonder if you can even run past it because of the boulders next to it.
You can run past it.
Probably can.
Like you can always run past the building, except if you're siege. Then it can be close, but units should be able to pass through. Siege probably not. There's the first knight now, out on the field. Probably not going to be in time in order to deny that second TC. I guess Anadont, he is still going to secure the wood line. I think that's one of the most important things there as the Knights Templar with that second TC. And he's got to get a good amount of food in from the deer, at least from the close deer. This is going to be tough, though. This is going to be weird. This is going to be a weird game, Lidicor. And Vortex, he's setting himself up for a weird game. He's getting all the economy upgrades in. So he's going to be nicely settled in for a game that, you know, can be a little bit weird with not a lot going on immediately, but he's, like, with the eco upgrades, he's going to be in a position where he can just take his time. He can take his time, build up an army mass, and find the right timing to go for the all-in against the 2TC play.
Yeah, and, you know, the 2TC play on Lipany is as old as the map itself. This was probably the most... played map in terms of 2TC starts, and back in the early days when you had the very heavy Abbasid 2TC meta, Lipany plus 2TCs was a guaranteed occurrence in any competitive series, and looks like to some extent the 2TC approach has not changed in a meaningful way so far.
Yeah. A little bit of deer laming now also coming in from Anadont. Just to make things a little bit harder there for Vortex. First barracks is coming in now. Is that a stable or a second barracks that we just saw drop? It's going to be a stable, which, you know, Vortex is already going for double stable on his own side. So the stable from Anadont, I get the play. You're expecting archers as an eventual follow-up, but yeah, Vortex is just going pure knights.
He's looking for the villagers to snipe. Nice little angle, but no villager to be found. First spearman is out.
Oh, triple army
Vortex.
composition, okay. Respect, respect. There's already the blacksmith coming in, so most likely we'll be seeing the immediate +1 Pierce armor upgrade. Looks like Vortex really just wants to go for the all-in dives here, try and get some villager kills in early on.
He kind of has to make a move, because otherwise the villager differential is just going to escalate exponentially. But we talked about
Another
this.
move.
Anatund is doing a really good job preserving his villager count. As I'm saying that, Cost Curse, first villager goes down.
But
So far,
he's got the Hospitaller Knight's age up, so his villagers have a little bit more health on them. Could be worse, and a little bit more movement speed. Yeah, he's just making a little bit of everything, and we do actually see the archer range now getting dropped by Vortex as well. So at least Anton's already gonna have the counter units for that. Needs to be careful though. Villager, and now he's just zooming around onto the villagers on the wood line. Spearman in position. Oh, this is such a difficult spot at the moment for Anaton. He's probably not even gonna get the knight down. Yeah, knight is gonna be able to stay alive.
yeah, a lot of idle time as well. And now with more knights coming in, Vortex is going to start probing the gold mine and the wood line at the same time. Speaking of the gold mine, there is a bit of a counterattack by Anatant here, trying to poke down a villager. Knight is going to be dispatched to deal with this. Nice little touch to pull back the injured villager and replace him with a fresh one.
Fresh one.
There is that a knight heading towards the gold mine of Anatant? It might be. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, that knight. And he can't get the kill with the charge because he's gonna need 3 attacks, thanks to the Hospitaller age up. And at the moment, he's kind of struggling when it comes to the Spearman numbers. He's gonna need a second barracks at this point. Oh, not gonna be able to get the villager kill there, unfortunately for him. He also doesn't have pilgrimage yet. To be fair, it makes sense, because you probably wouldn't be able to get any pilgrims out anyways, but this means that right now, he's barely even to Vortex when it comes to the villager count. And Vortex efficiency-wise should be ahead because he's got all of the eco upgrades as well. He just moved over to Deer, so it's going to be a little bit until Vortex gets like another big push of food income there. But once that happens, like Vortex is definitely going to be ahead there in the income department.
Yeah, Vortex up to 9 knights. One of them is just low HP, or well, 1 HP actually, and looks like an exposed villager here that could be taken out by the horseman approaching from Anatan. Just 1 villager has been killed so far in this entire game. That could soon change. He's going to focus down the Vil. Yes, he will. Nice little touch here, focusing the weak one first. Second one might actually fall here. Tower is going to complete, running around, trying to preserve that villager. 1 more poke. Nice low micro there by Vortex, saving the Vil.
Yeah, villager able to be saved there now, and the horseman still looking for some more damage. There is another weak villager, but he's just sticking a little bit too close to the outpost range there. So Vortex moving his big mass of knights out, and Anton definitely realizes, okay, I do not have enough spearmen. Immediately queues up some more. 1 spearman. Yeah, he got a little bit enclosed there.
There's a stealth forest in the middle, and I think the 2 enemies just run past one another here. Knights are swinging down south. Indeed, no one really had the line of sight to see each other until they got like point-blank range. There is villagers over here on this boar, and this is something that Anatan is looking for. No defensive towers from Vortex here. Pursuing this force.
Chivalry has come in behind this, so from here on out, Vortex Knights are going to start healing up. We see a forward outpost coming in from Anatan to try and secure some more of those deers here. Villager is going to get picked off. Another villager kill here. Thanks to those horsemen, but at the same time, at the wall side, there are the spearmen there.
Yep. And the walls are not going to be completed. Defensive tower coming in on the deer pack. Those deer carcasses are somewhat exposed. Meantime, horsemen looping around.
And Vortex feigning the aggression onto the outpost is going to pull back for the time being. At the same time, though, horsemen still looking for some potential kills. Finding some villagers there, but not going for the charge onto them. There is still that villager on the deer. And I feel like Anatan, he wants that one. Vortex has plenty of time to put that one into the outpost.
Vortex just got textiles as well, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the horsemen to find the villagers now. There is still one that's low HP, and that's the one that Anatan is hunting for. Vortex is up to 15 knights, though. It's becoming a rather scary force here. Something that you could potentially dive under town centers even.
Yeah. Looks like he is going for the aggression once again. Almost 20 spearmen, though, from Anatant. And 20 archers alongside it. It's the positioning that's going to be very difficult now in the next fight. As Anatant, he does see the army as it's charging towards him. Villagers jumping inside of the outpost.
First one goes down. He's trying to isolate the villagers inside the tower. He's going to need a couple more volleys of torches to take out the tower, but Spearman closing distance. Villagers will have to make a run for it. They jump back inside. Looks like Vortex is just going to disengage without being able to kill the villagers. Some idle time forced on Anatant, however, and I'm wondering if Vortex is thinking about Castle Age here. He doubles down on Knight production, but for a moment it looked like he's piling up resources for Castle.
You can't realistically go for Castle Age in this matchup just because, like, what do you get from Castle Age? What does your opponent get from Castle Age? You already get Knights. You already get the full army composition. The only way you can really pull off a Castle Age is if you're, like, majorly ahead in one way or the other. That's just not the case at the moment. And Anatant, he's played this really well so far, holding on out. And this is what I talked about earlier. Just the massive amount of military units that you have ahead of your opponents. And now raids coming in as well.
Vortex notices that after a villager was killed, has to pull away the villagers from the boar. His eco is very much stretched out. He's out on the deer to the north. He was on both boars, trying to challenge this tower once again. Arrow slits on the tower is available. Villagers once again have to jump out. Nice little surround by the knights this time around. A couple of villagers go down over here. And Vortex will just disengage, or will he? He's trying to fight the archers. Spearmen are being held behind. With the spearmen coming out, he's thinking twice about it. Pulls back the knights. As I'm saying that, they are getting a little overzealous.
That's going to be 1 down, 2 down, potentially 3 down. No, third one does survive, but yeah, not too good of an army trade there for Vortex, and he's starting to sweat now because he's starting to lose his advantage, right? Like, he went for the early eco upgrades. Anatant doesn't have any eco upgrades, but what he does have is 17 more villagers now. Still no pilgrimage, even at this point in time. But the army ball, it is just absolutely massive here. We're now seeing a market getting put up, villagers going over to gold, so Anatant should soon be able to get some eco upgrades in as well. But for the time being, just with pure willpower and army mass, able to hold on to this game. Double outpost getting put up, even more of a defensive stance here. It makes it so difficult for Vortex to push in.
Yeah, at the same time, Anatant must hold this position. He's struggling for food. He's on berries. He's got no farms to work with whatsoever. Oh, that's a beautiful stagger. Multiple knights fall here. This is exactly what Anatant needed. He's struggling for food. This is really his only food source that he can work with. Taking out so many knights here just gives him so much breathing room. Also needs that pack of deer. Both of his deer packs are actually up to the front, and yeah, he's going to have to start picking this up soon.
And now Anatant able to secure the deer. That is massive. The knights now trying to find some other avenues to potentially do some damage in. Archers splitting up. We do, of course, still have the vision here, the minimum amount of vision that the outpost do provide. Still kind of... Okay, yeah, he does see the knights as they're turning back around. Okay, Anatant has to be very careful about the positioning of his units here. One villager being a little bit overzealous there as well, but that has so many archers that he's actually able to do a good amount of damage, even up against the knights.
That's 3 defensive towers. Spearmen are also being held behind, and Vortex just doesn't have the archer mass to take out all the spearmen with.
Yeah, Vortex, I mean, it feels like he wants to go here, but this, like, undecisiveness of taking these fights just means that he's just losing more and more of his own units while not really getting the value in that he needs.
He's got no archers left, basically.
Yeah,
with just 17 archers on the field, soon to be less than that. The spearmen are still around 25 spearmen still available. Destroyed value just heavily in the favor of Anatant. 6,000 versus 4,000, and now the spearmen charge in. Vortex takes this fight, but there's just no way that he's going to break through this one. And with this army going down, it's probably the end of the story for him in this game, I would say.
Definitely looks like it. Vortex just lost all of his military, barely managed to put a dent into Anatant's army. Anatant, he did rally some villagers forward for quite a while, so did lose another villager there at one point, but it's not going to be the end of the world here for him. Does put up an outpost in the center of the map. Oh, this feels just so tough now for Vortex. He's lost the critical mass of knights that he had earlier.
And rebuilding these knights is just super expensive. Plus, it takes a lot of time. And it looks like Anatund is now going into Castle Age here. There's really no danger coming towards him. So he's just gonna drop that age up. Because Vortex's momentum stalled out, he can also start transitioning to farms a little. Vortex is now looking to get some eco damage done, any eco damage done, but I mean, despite the pressure from all these knights, Anatund only lost 5 villagers in this game, which is quite remarkable.
Knights going for another charge on the gold vein. Vortex trying to find some raids here potentially. We do finally have the pilgrimage coming in, but look at just this many spearmen here on the defensive for Anatund. Farms are already coming in for him as well, and the archer ball from Vortex just not nearly big enough in order to deal with this.
That's 22 archers, 13 knights against 43 archers, 29 spears. It's one of those things where you're trying to come up with ways that Vortex could turn this around, but you're just struggling to really come up with anything because it would take a massive slip up from Anatund to get Vortex back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but the age-up has just come in from Anatund. He's going to immediately be queuing the upgrades on the archers, +2 pierce damage also coming on in. We see the first couple of heavy spearmen in queue as well. Just a couple of knights here at the front line from Vortex, the others on the raid on the backside, but just a couple of knights is not going to be enough here as the archers are going to be able to pick them off. And now Anatund has more archers here where Vortex is trying to push. And yeah, I just don't see a way back into this game here for him. He's still going for it. There's some more archers coming as reinforcement. 12 more archers in queue behind this for Vortex. Knights taking engagement against one of the groups of spearmen here, able to clean them up. But once the reinforcement spears come in, there's just no way for them to stay out there. Able to maybe get some kills on the villagers, but at this point, they've got both the Hospitaller upgrade as well as textiles on them. These villagers are super tanky, especially for these still feudal age knights, and now all of them are low health, trying to still find damage inside of Anatund's base, and now the archers are vetted up. There's just no way back in this one for Vortex. He's still trying to find some villagers, but there's plenty of villagers to spare for Anatund as GG comes in, and Anatund able to beat Vortex 3-2 in this best of 5.
What a series. Really, back and forth. A lot of crazy games. You get the feeling that the final game was a little, slow and grindy in many ways, but an absolutely spectacular series when you look at it all over. All the way from the mountain clearing game, then we had the epic game on Hill and Dale. What else? I'm blanking out on one of the games. Oh yeah, the King of the Hill storyline. That was one of the most exciting games that we've seen in the entire tournament. And for both of these players... oh yes, Four Lakes, also pretty fun game there. But yeah, with this series coming to an end, we do have the group stage conclude for both Vortex and Anatund. They're both guaranteed a spot in the top 8 in the playoffs, but their exact placement is going to depend on the outcome of some of the other series. Vortex guarantees a spot in front of Anatund, however, so the remaining placement really comes down to what Marine Lord does against Wham. I do not believe that there is any way that Anatund can improve his position at this point. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm making this mistake of doing math on stream once again. I believe
just let it play out.
If Wham wins 3-0, then Anatund can still climb.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very close actually, because Marine Lord is on a +8 game differential. Vortex has +10 and Anatund has +8. So if Marine Lord loses the series, he could lose to either of these players on the tiebreakers.
Oh yeah. So, all the hopes of these two players now rests on the shoulders of Wham in order to beat Marine Lord in 3-0. Definitely a result that I think Wham would be pretty happy about, I'll have to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, though, our next set of the day is going to be Beastie versus Bee. But before that, we'll be jumping into a short break. So don't go anywhere. Maybe use the time, grab some refreshments so you'll be ready for when we're back to bring you guys the next set. And yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit. All right, welcome back everybody to the Elite Classic 4. We've just already had 2 amazing sets to start us off here, but next one, all of these 2 sets that are coming in are promising to be hype as well. Beastie up against B. We're going to be starting off on Boldland here today.
We did not have a lot of open maps in the previous series. This time around, we're going to have a lot more. We have Coastal Cliffs, Boldland, Dry Arabia, Lipany, but also, to some extent, Four Lakes. It's certainly not the closed-out arena style that we've seen in the previous series. And here we are in probably one of the most iconic traditional matchups in the history of competitive AoE 4.
Ish, yeah.
I'm just looking at the statistics here.
Oh,
do you have a guess on how many times these 2 have played against each other? That's not fair. That's not fair. I was going to ask you.
I have a hunch as to how often they played against each other.
Okay.
When it comes to the results, though, I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess they're... Oh my god, okay, never mind. My tournament played a crucial role in there as well. Okay. So yeah, serious count. I guess I can just say it because it's on the screen. 76.5% win rate there for Beastie. Win rate in the game's a little bit more even, 60.3% there for him. But yeah, I mean, this is a fairly strong win rate there for Beastie. But I gotta say, like, B, he's got his seasons, right? Like, he's got his on and off seasons when he really plays Age of Empires. Like, the dude's a multi-talent. The dude's playing so many RTS games all at the same time at a very high level, where it's like, one day you see him play an Age of Empires 4 tournament, the next day you see him play Zero Space, then a week later, suddenly he's competing at the top in Age of Mythology tournament as well. The dude does it all. He's stretched thinly, but at the moment, his performance in Age of Empires 4 has been absolutely top-notch, winning the last big LAN tournament that we had, the Homestead Cup in Serbia. So his performance at the moment is going to be, definitely is going to be top-notch, I believe. But we're jumping on in. Welcome, everybody, to the game number 1 in this set. We've got Beastie in the color yellow, playing as the French Civilization, up against 3DB, playing as the Shushi's Legacy.
A long-tenured matchup, as you said, and I guess the only addition that I can really, provide to this, you've given a really comprehensive review of the history of this series, is that B is one of the most awkward players to look at in many ways, because one day he just gets swept by someone. The other day he takes out some of the best players, and you really don't know which face of his you're going to see. But as you touched on this recently, he's been very, very efficient, won the Homestead Cup. This time around he's going to be in the top 8, but how far he goes or how good of a starting position he's going to have in the playoffs will, to some extent, hinge on what he's going to do against Beastie over here. And same goes for Beastie. When it comes to Group B, this group is wide open, and many combinations of players could still unfold. And as we've discussed in the previous series, depending on how good of a position you get within your group, that determines how far you're going to get put into the playoff bracket. So if you win your group, you're automatically in the top 4.
That's right. Now in this matchup, I'm wondering, I haven't really seen this particular matchup since the rework on the landmarks for Shushi's Legacy. Typically, Shushi's Legacy in this matchup, like, both civs, they kind of want to go for pro scouting here, because deer are just super important, and both Shushi's Legacy and China, they kind of die in their farm transition most often. Like, farm transition is like the number 1 moment in time that Shushi and China lose their games. So you need a lot of food, and deer are out on the map, and when your opponent has knights, being out on the map never feels good. So Pro Scout's just a logical conclusion that you can come to. French, recently we kind of see them not go for Pro Scouts more often than not, and rather just move out onto the map, take map control, and just, bite in the sour apple and just, sacrifice the walking time, the time that it takes to make outposts, extra mills and whatnot. I think this is like one of the matchups we can probably still just go for pro scouting.
Yeah, I wonder how the mobility is going to factor into this game, though, because with Jushi, so many times we see those early compositions being built on the Jugenu and the Spearman, and on a wide open map like that, that could be a little too slow to catch up to Beastie's Knights.
Yeah. Jangnan Tower for B, School of Cavalry here for Beastie. There aren't actually that many villagers for Beastie on gold at the moment, so I'm wondering what exactly a play is going to be here for him. It does kind of feel like he's going for Pro Scouts, right? Like, it's only a little bit of gold that he needs to queue Pro Scouts up. Then the wood for it, and just villagers on food to be making scouts. Maybe he could go for one knight, but then I would have assumed that he would have more on gold than he currently does. Tough goal to make at the moment.
Yeah.
I would favor Pro Scouts, though.
Yeah, if nothing else, you can actually limit the amount of deer carcasses that B can steal.
So a big point, but the Spearmen are already out in the field here for B. It looks like we are going to be getting that first knight in the queue now. Some blacksmith, not blacksmith, but eco upgrades as well, so not going to be
no Pro Scouts.
the Pro Scout. Yeah, it just goes for the eco upgrades immediately, but B, I think, most certainly is going to be going for the Pro Scouts. Stable now getting prepped as well. Still 2 villagers on gold that he had the entire time. There's still plenty of taxes to be picked up. Gonna be Pro Scouts versus just pure aggression with some eco upgrades from Beastie. Question is, of course, whether these eco upgrades are gonna delay Beastie enough for B to be able to immediately be able to at least collect one of the deer packs early on.
First couple of spears moving over. They did spot the knight, thanks to that one scout from B, so he knows exactly which angle he's coming from. Looks like the spears will head straight towards that gold mine, though.
Immediately heading forward. Question is, does Beastie already have an archery range? No, he's going for a second stable instead. Okay, so this could be kind of tricky when the spearmen arrive now. As without an archery range, there's no immediate counter coming in here. Yeah, Beastie, he's gonna have to forfeit this position for the time being.
And without gold, you cannot really leverage that stable. He's gonna have to pivot into a range. But those stables will be idle for some time here. 2 more knights in queue for Beastie, though. Oh. The knight does get staggered, and that's the first one going down here.
Crazy big value there very early on. Pro Scouts now coming in for B behind this, and with that early knight pick-off, he just bought himself a nice little window to be just collecting as many of these deer early on as possible. Double archer ranges now coming in, so Beastie wants to follow this one up with his own aggressive push now. But B definitely going to be able to secure some deer here early on.
Yeah, Beastie's looking for targets with these knights. First archers are now on the way for him. B is very, very heavily reliant on the spears. It's the only unit that he has, other than the scouts, of course. Spears do take a bit of a fight over here. We'll secure the deer pack for him. Where are the other spears at, though? This is only 3 of them, and he's got 11.
Bottom. Yeah, they're going to the bottom side there. I guess that B is also expecting there to be Pro Scouts coming in from Beastie. Now gets the confirmation that that is not going to be the case. Looks like one of the scouts is going to get taken down. The spearmen, they got a little bit confused with the ring around the rosies there around the wood line in their pathing. So B ends up losing one of his scouts there early on. And Beastie once again just goes around the wood line and finds the scouts yet again. Yeah, I mean, these spearmen right now are just getting led around here over and over again.
And Knight's looking for additional targets, trying to block this pack of deer. So far, B wasn't able to ferry in many carcasses. 4 scouts on the field now, make it 5 actually. Knight's gotta be careful though. Beastie Just buying time for those archers to arrive. He has yet to show those archers. The first ones are coming across the map as we speak, and B doesn't really have a response to those archers right now. His first horsemen are just now being added.
He's got enough spearmen in theory to fight against the archers for a little bit, and that's going to buy him time for his horsemen to arrive as well. As we can see, yeah, spearmen are plenty enough there in order to deal with the archers for the time being. Not my most ideal trades, but yeah, going to be good enough to force him back now. And there's already 5 horsemen out. We just got the first batch of units in from the Jiangnan Tower. And just so quick on the production here with that landmark. Once that batch comes in, it's just a lot of units very, very quickly.
We're up to 7 horsemen, 16 spearmen, and, you know, over and over again, we see that horseman spearman tends to beat knight and archer, especially if the knight count is not necessarily impressive. And that's part of the reason why, you know, Beastie's position might not be great here. He lost an initial knight, his production was stalled for a moment because of lack of gold, and now he could easily be surrounded here. Another knight goes down, horseman looking to body block and surround. Beastie losing a lot of expensive units here early on.
Yeah, a couple of scouts getting found out again, though. One does get taken down here. But Beastie, he's struggling when it comes to massing a similar-sized army here to what B has out on the field at the moment. There suddenly is a very, very large count of horsemen getting ready to intercept the archers, and you see if he loses this archer ball, it is going to be so difficult for him to remass that quickly enough. And he does just that. B finds the archer ball and takes him on down. Beastie's got no more archers left at all.
Not a lot of knights left either. They're going to have to fall all the way back. Beastie's villagers could get caught in the crossfire over here on the berries. Spearman close the distance to that one knight, and Beastie just keeps losing all the knights. Has to pull the villagers away. And things are snowballing out of control so quick. Nice little surround. The villagers fall in the dozens. 3 villagers down here for Beastie. No one on food available for him. He's not even able to add any additional knights at this point because of the lack of food. And now the spearmen also find another knight here. Back to low HP, needs to be healed up.
Yeah, I mean, this is so tough at the moment for Beastie. He just has no food income at all. He's walking all the way over to the berries now. Villagers getting pulled in the center. But he's losing the archers again, potentially. He's just reinforcing with more spearmen, more horsemen. Actually, that's not true. He just pulled 9 villagers over to gold. He's thinking about an age up soon, which he can do. He's got the deer.
Yeah, and he's got a massive army momentum as well. It looks like Beastie is going to send the knights over for a raid. B lost track of them for a moment, and this could be Beastie stick it back into the game. Nice reaction by B to pull off the villagers from the gold. No kills to be found there.
Yeah. Knights still healing up with chivalry though, so at least something that's going on there for Beastie. Some positives. But this is just so rough. He's trying to go for a raid on the wood line, but the villager's already getting pulled away there from B, and there's just so many units that B can easily afford to have multiple clumps of units at multiple sides. Knights picking off the spearmen as well as the horsemen here, most likely, yes, but there's just such a big mass of horsemen that if they get the collapse on the army here from Beastie, not sure if he would be able to win that. Yeah, he's trying to surround him, trying to find an opening here for the spearmen. Looks like he's going to be able to find it as well. A lot of the horsemen do actually go down.
Oh boy, that's going to be nasty. Multiple knights go down over here, and a lot of the knights are low HP. Horsemen being a little faster helps with the chase. Quite a few horsemen fell, but Beastie's knight mass is reduced to basically nothing.
Yeah, and the Castle Age follow-up behind this. It couldn't be worse now. Beastie losing the knights, so far behind in the economy, and now there's a Mount Lu Academy on the way. Double stable already prepped for B. This does not bode well for him, especially not once that next knight is also going to get taken down. Down to 4 knights now. Bonus attack speed also coming in. with the upgrade here. And there it is. The Age-Up comes in.
Lancers queued immediately. Beastie does have a couple of Spearmen to deal with this initially, but it's not going to be sustainable in the long run. Beast still has the Deer to work with. He's going to start moving out for the Relics as well. Beastie needs to make something happen over here. At least find a way to slow things down, find a way to create a distraction until he stabilizes. He is up to 6 Knights. Does have a couple of Spears to deal with the initial Lancers as well, so he might be able to stall for just a brief moment. Tries to push the gold mine. He's going to have to pull away some villagers, jumps into the tower in the last moment. Beastie unable to get a villager kill.
Now the Spearmen are all vetted up as well, so the second the Knights connect, they do get absolutely obliterated. Archers trying their best to focus down the Spearmen, actually doing a very good job here of that. Currently still able to one-shot them. But frontline has been exhausted now for Beastie. Just a couple of Knights remaining, but they're not going to be a match for the Lancers.
Yeah, no Spearman nearby for Beastie either. This is just Archers caught in the middle of nowhere. Lancers slowly chipping away at that. It's just going to make it even more efficient for B. Couple more Knights join the fun, but it's 8 Lancers already for B. Facing off against just 2 Knights from Beastie. When the next wave comes in, Beastie just doesn't have the tools to stand and fight against this one.
And now he's also no longer got the option to one-shot the Spearman, as the critical mass of Archers has fallen now. The Spearmen come to defend. Frontline just isn't there anymore to hold what's coming over from B's side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 11 Lancers against just 1. Spearman actually closing the distance. B is no longer concerned about the Spearman actually being picked off here by the Archers. He's diving deep towards the gold mine. Beastie's gonna have to pull away the villagers from the gold, and that's the final straw. B securing game number 1 over here in this best of 5.
Yeah, GG comes on in, and man, just the Shushi economy behind the Deer as well. There was this one moment where Beastie, he just moved out a little bit too early with the Archers, didn't have his Knights in position, didn't have enough of them there in order to deter up against the Horsemen. And that was all the Horsemen needed in order to completely wipe out Beastie's backline. This is very similar to English, back when English played aggressively. If you get wiped once, it just takes so long to remass where you've been before, and you just fall further and further behind. Next up, he just played Shushi. He's getting the Chinese civilization number 2 in here now, with the Chinese themselves, up against the Mongols from BC. And we did talk about Mongols before our first set here of the day. Mongols, the civilization with the highest win rate so far in this tournament, something like 83-ish%, I think it was. And yeah, all of the games that they've won so far were on hybrid maps. So statistically speaking, this is looking better for Beastie.
It's an interesting civilization choice for him. Obviously, he accompanied this with the Knights Templar, but historically, first off, Beastie is historically really good on Four Lakes. He's probably the best Four Lakes player out there of all players. He loves this map, and he's been very successful on it for years. But usually he plays this in a very slow and defensive fashion. And I'm curious how that's going to line up with the Mongols, especially because he's not going to have the tools to wall off sections of the map, something that he actually loves to do when he plays Four Lakes.
Yeah. Can't really do that here with the Mongols, indeed. And again, like, Mongols, they got a lot of other good things going for them. Of course, like the mobility that you get with the Yam Aura movement speed buff just means that as long as you have the military, you might not necessarily need the walls, just because you can catch up to anything that your opponent sends your way. And of course, you get some additional tempo from the passive Stone Gathering early on, as you can get like double Keshiks out immediately. Like, chances are you're not going to use the stone immediately for emplacement, so it's just going to accrue over time. And once you hit that Feudal Age, you can immediately start just queuing up double Keshiks and, you know, just run around on the map. Kind of like do similar things that an English king could, just with 2 Keshiks, of course, meaning that you can very quickly start picking off those villagers on the map.
Yeah. In the meantime, B still has a chance to actually win his group. It's fairly simple math. He's gonna need a 3-0 win here if he wants to win this group, but if he does so, he would actually take over both Beastie and Lucifron. All of them would be at a 7-game differential, but B won against Lucifron, and if B wins 3-0 here, he would also have the tiebreaker against Beastie. Anything less than that would mean that he would be behind at least one of these two players. Moral of the story, B still has a chance for winning the group, but he would need a 3-0 sweep here, something that would be very, very difficult to accomplish against Beastie. And in the meantime, of course, Beastie is looking to secure that position at the top of his group. We head into game number 2 on 4 lakes. Down south is Beastie with the Mongols in yellow, and to the north we do have B in the color green, playing as the Chinese.
Now we're jumping into this game number 2. This is always so rough, I feel like opening up with Dogs here as the Chinese. When it comes to deciding, like, are you going to be dropping that early lumber camp or not? Because now this is going to be like kind of difficult game to play around the wood. We did have that early Imperial official. It's just water with the Chinese. It's really something that needs to be practiced. It's not like other civilizations where very easily you could end up with some idle time on your villagers, depending on how you play it. Khan immediately spotting out B's position there on the map. Sheep, of course, not so important, not since the changes that we had on this map as well, where sheep, at least the immediate sheep, like spawn all around your TC. Interestingly, Beastie opting for an early barracks here. No dock on his side at all.
Ooh. I mean, that's always the dilemma of how you play 4 lakes. You either have a commitment towards your early dock, just like your opponent does, and you just both peacefully go up the feudal age, or one of the players is going to be an early aggressor, and with a civilization like Mongols, you can certainly do that. Early Rex coming in, spears on the way. Beastie knows where the dock is at, but it's going to be quite a long walk to get there. It's all the way in the corner for B.
Spearman coming out. Wonder what B's gonna do to react to this, whether he's gonna make his own barracks, because that's certainly something that you could be doing. He's gathering some gold right now. There we go, early mill here now on his side, moves the sheep over. Get the supervision over there. It looks like he's just gonna try and gather up from taxes now. Drops the gold off at the mill because it didn't get finished up beforehand, so yeah. I'll drop off the taxes. Still a good amount of taxes that he's going to need to collect here.
Yeah, absolutely. And until he's up to feudal age, unless he commits to a Rex, it's not like he's going to have any defense against those spearmen. He's actually going to send out the villagers to gold. He's completely ignoring them. Speaking of gold, though, I think this is a nice moment to touch on the fact that all 3 gold mines spawned on the same side for both of these players, if you take a look. Beastie's gold mine is actually going to be very, very far away from his town center because he moved the TC close to the wood line. But both players spawned with a cluster of 3 golds right next to one another.
This is going to be... I feel like this is going to be a little bit difficult now for BC. It looks like B is going to be getting his age up at a reasonable-ish time in. Fishing also undisturbed 2 fishing ships, so he's ahead on that department. BC is just now adding in his own fishing on his pond. At least not going to be too far behind there. Oh, B, he's missing 1 gold in order to be able to age up, so he's going to be collecting some of the taxes from the wood line now, I guess. There we go. Now has the gold to age up. Imperial Academy is going to be coming on in. Only... Okay, never mind. Holds more villagers. I would have said only 1 villager. That is not something that he can really afford, because the dock is still going to be under attack at the moment. So he will want to get to work on that as soon as possible.
And that's quite a lot of spears out there for Beastie. I think he should be able to keep this dock in check. I don't think you can realistically pull a villager to repair, so Beastie's likely going to be able to take out this dock here and also get the bounty for doing so.
Oh, Scout is going to get picked off here. Flew a little bit too close to the sun.
Yeah, Galley is coming out over here. It's kind of a bait for the fishing boats. Villager has to be pulled over here. Galley's almost
he just wants
out.
to distract.
Yep,
Oh, that was
it's all
big.
about the distraction, but Beastie doesn't take the bait. Galley's out, but the dock is going to get taken out here. One of Spearmen goes down, tries to retaliate against the villager. The main goal was accomplished here by Beastie. Idle the villager, more importantly, took out the dock. Also forced the galley that, will not be able to do anything more right now.
I don't know about that. I think the actual goal here was achieved by B, being that he wanted to get that fishing ship out. That way he can immediately put the dock back up, even if it does get burned down. So yeah, now he's able to get the dock back down, and means that he's going to have minimal idle time on his fishing ships. Beastie behind this, though, is going to be in feudal age soon as well, and he's got double the amount of fishing ships out at the moment that B has. Oh, could actually lose a villager here. Oh my god, okay, that is big value here for Beastie. And so another villager is going to have to be sent out now. That's the first villager kill of the game early on here. Thanks to Beastie's aggression early on. I was still in the Dark Age.
Ooh, and Beastie intercepts a villager on the left side as well. He was anticipating an extension of the second pond. Finds another villager. He's just now reaching feudal age himself, but he's done a really decent job in terms of at least slowing down B's expansion of the fishing eco.
A villager not gonna die. That's a close one though. Potentially get sniped later down the line by the Khan. Which is now moving out for the dock over here. Khan still being annoying behind us, and now we see the double production on the Kashik coming in. I do believe at least that's going to be double produced. One villager is getting sent back just in case. Indeed, it is going to be double produced Kashiks here coming on in. Currently only archers out on the field from B. Not sure if he even has the barracks yet. He just invests a lot of wood into the dock there as well, so might be that he's kind of running low on wood to immediately get the barracks on up. Yeah, doesn't have a barracks yet.
Yeah, that could be a concern. There is a villager out building the dock. First couple of Kashiks on the way for Beastie. Beastie does have 2 secure pawns that are totally untouched as of yet. Looks like B is not looking to challenge those pawns just now.
Yeah, and so at the moment, things are looking pretty good here for Beastie. Did some good damage early on, destroyed one of the docks, killed a villager. So he did a lot of damage there. Delayed B's water economy, and oh, that's going to be a second villager that's going to be going down. No way for that one to live, and oh, some of the archers might need to jump inside of the village as well. Now the first spearman
A couple of
is gonna be
villagers are
coming
low
in.
HP here as well. Isolates a spearman. Spearman does get taken out. Archers should be able to jump back inside. One of them falls. Spearman is still low in numbers, and Beastie, he knows that he can heal the Kashik back up, so he's fine just chipping away at some of the eco, or some of the army, I should say. Khan does go down, however, and that's a bit of a loss over here for Beastie. He's got 2 more Kashik on the way.
Khan will eventually come back, so not the end of the world there, but of course does mean that he's going to be lacking vision for the time being. More docks coming up now for B as well on this first pond. Wants to expand his fishing operation, as BC has already been doing as well. 14 to 8 fishing ships at the moment here, so the Mongols currently leading on the water economy. Not something that you want to typically see when you're playing as the Chinese.
And more Keshik are coming in. Villager does get pulled away. Gala is trying to help out. One Keshik falls. Beastie still looking for the Vil. B, good job saving that villager inside the village itself. So far, Beastie was the aggressor all around, and really, as you said, the fact that Beastie is up by 6 fishing boats, and at the same time he's the aggressor, kind of pinning the opponent inside his base, that's not a good sign for the Chinese player. Looks like Beastie is flirting with the idea of Castle Age over here as well.
Yeah, he's got the food income for it, right? Could go for it. With the Coral Tie as well, currently his situation is looking pretty good. B is in a similar position though. Resource-wise, not too far behind at all. And in theory, B would be getting more from a Castle Age up compared to Beastie, as he would finally be able to unlock Lancers. Heavy cavalry unit, of course, being something that Beastie already has access to with the Keshiks. He's also getting the... okay, both players at the same time getting the eco upgrade in on water. Pretty even between the two here, has to be said. Double outpost now coming in. Yeah, B, he wants the Castle Age up. I'm not sure if Beastie actually wants to go for his own Castle Age up behind this. He's still investing more. And yeah, there's the Blacksmith now. This makes me believe that this isn't going to be a fast Castle Age. Instead, he's going to be going for the aggression now. He did just buy himself 100 stone in order to be able to go for double hand cannon emplacements. That is actually quite strong.
He needs that gold mine protected.
Yeah.
Beastie's not going up to Castle Age just yet. He doesn't really have the gold. He's doubling down on things. Sees the walls coming up. He's seeing that his opponent is kind of turtling up at this point.
He's got more archers. He's got a lot of Keshiks. He is getting closer to the age up. The question is, of course, does he have anything left once that age up actually does come on through? Because there's a lot waiting for him here.
Yeah, it's 14 archers against 5. If you lose the archers, you're going to lose the spearmen here for B. He's going to have to fall back to these 2 defensive towers. Tries to take the position in the choke point. Villagers jumping into the towers, though.
Good damage
gonna
on
have
the
to be
Keshiks.
careful. Keshiks still diving underneath. Spearmen are being focused down. Most of the spearmen are being taken out, but so are the Keshik. A lot of villagers idled out, but very few casualties on the villager department. The age up is ongoing, though. Beastie was looking for it, but he cannot get there in time. B is up to Castle Age. But he's up to Castle Age without any meaningful amounts of gold, so he cannot get any technologies or get any of the premium units out.
He is able to secure the gold, though. Some villagers here are going to have to make a run for it.
Boy.
Oh, this is bad.
That's terrible. Transport ship trying to make a run for it.
That is so clutch. Able to get the transport up in time. And now the only way back for Beastie is through the outpost, the minefield here, with the hand cannon placements. He did manage to kill a good amount of villagers. And actually, he's getting his own age up in behind this. Beastie not far behind at all.
Can we just talk about for a moment B adding that transport ship? Because that was not a transport ship he started making when he saw this disaster unfold. He was prepped for that. He was like, okay, I'm running north. I might need this. He chose to make it, and it came in clutch. Still ended up losing 7 villagers when it's all said and done. And Beastie, he already moved the deer stones up. He's going to do the same thing with the coral tie. He is just going to continue pouncing on this momentum.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, he isn't going for the mass Lancer play. Instead, he's choosing to go for... Never mind, he is adding in Lancers now. I want to say he is going to be going for the low gold cost units instead. But 1 Palace Guard, 1 Crossbowman is going to be all it's going to be, which is just a bait for me to talk about it. Because now, triple stables, it's going to be the Lancer spam neck.
Yeah, on the other side, Beastie continues to add Keshik and archers, no crossbows whatsoever out just yet. And, you know, this is where you're going to have to be careful with the Mongols. You do not have the ability to make walls. If your opponent starts spamming Lancers at you, you could easily start getting your eco overwhelmed. For now, Beastie is the aggressor, though. as B is also going to pivot into Song Dynasty with the Barbican. I don't know if this Barbican is going to go up. If Beastie's here at the right time, he might be able to stop this. Looks like he's going to go to the left instead.
I feel like Beastie could also just transition into an Imperial Age follow-up now behind this if he really wanted to. He's got 20 villagers on gold. He's getting over 1,000 food per minute at the moment. But he is doubling down. We're seeing more Keshiks coming into queue. The thing here that's important is B, he's going to have to really worry about the Kurultai. Because with the Kurultai, the archers that are already vetted up with +2 damage coming in now, they're easily going to be able to take down the Lancers. There's just a lot more damage in combination with the Kurultai coming out against these Lancers. Like, they're already taking a lot of damage there. Oh, yeah. That's only going to get worse with the Kurultai. Song Dynasty has been finished up now. We're also seeing crossbows getting added into the mix for Beastie. Really just so much income for him at the moment. And B, he is trying to match up against it with just more and more knights. There's just such a big Keshik mass behind this as well. And once the Kurultai starts moving forward, which is now seemingly doing, these fights, as long as the Kurultai is deployed, are not going to be going in his favor.
Yeah, that's... Beastie has been planning for that for a while. He actually got the tech to move the buildings faster a lot sooner than right now. Having said that, his army is not up there just yet, and the Deerstones has to be replaced. Might not be able to unpack here. Kurultai rolling up as well. Kurultai might get body blocked, and indeed it does. Beastie should be able to get it up now, however. So he's gonna have the Deerstones and the Kurultai buff right in front of the enemy base. Name a better combination than that.
Yeah, next up, we are going to be seeing a Springle emplacement coming in on the Barbican. Wants to stack a couple of the emplacements here. Gate is going to be coming in. Will not get finished, though. Gets cancelled instead.
He's trying to break through the walls. Landmarks cannot deploy right now. A couple of Palace Guards just making a run around, but they're not going to survive very long here against this onslaught. Deerstone's deploying, so is the Kurultai. Beastie does have 15 Keshik against 12 Lancers. He is queuing a lot of Horsemen now.
Yeah, I mean, once the Lancers are going to be down, the only thing remaining is going to be those Hand Cannoneers. And realistically, actually, like, he can just... He can go to Imperial Age if he wanted to. Like, really just cement the lead that he has, but looks like he believes that maybe he doesn't have as much of a lead. He is still doubling down. He's at almost 40 villagers on gold here. That's a lot of villagers on gold.
Yeah, that's a clear sign he wants to go up. He's floating food, since 40 villagers on gold, and he's got all the momentum. I think he's happy if B comes out of his base right now, because he has the Kurultai buff and he's got the Deerstones buffed as well, but this is huge! And I talked about this before, the lack of walls means that if you lose track of those Lancers, you could be in for a nasty surprise as the Mongols. Beastie losing 10 villagers in an instant over here, and this is exactly the thing that B needed to get back in this game. But here comes Beastie, has a chance to retaliate against all these villagers. He kind of has to retaliate now because he's down 18 eco.
And now the fight is going to be taken here. Barbican as a line of defense. Villagers are going to be getting pulled back. Crossbows need to also pull back as they've been getting focused down by the archers. Archers no longer in range of the Kurultai. And the Lancers from the back line able to wipe out the rams now, and the Kurultai is just getting blocked from being deployed.
Where are the crossbows at? Beastie's got 15 crossbows, none of them are on this screen right now, and this is turning out to be a disaster for Beastie. The archers are getting cleaned up. The crossbows are lagging behind. The landmark wasn't deployed. He just lost a dozen villagers.
How?
Wow.
That looked all but over before that fight got taken, but we're in a similar situation to, I want to say, the game between Anaton and Vortex with the Golden Horn Tower.
Gotta be careful, though. That's a lot of heavily damaged Lancers over here for B, but he feels confident. He's cleaning up all these crossbows. There is more behind this, though. I don't think B can stand and fight. I don't think he can justify losing all these Lancers here. Indeed, with the new crossbows and the Keshik coming in, Beastie swings this back. Beastie's down 15 eco now, and I feel like the option to go into Imperial is not really there anymore. He kind of needs to make something happen to offset the eco difference.
Yeah, can we take a quick look at the relic count? BC was the first one in this game to start collecting relics, and it is going to be a 4-to-1 relic game. So that is one way for him to potentially come back. He is starting to put out some monks now to try and heal up the damaged units that he had there. There's still a lot of value in the form of those lances that can be healed back up. BC is reinvesting heavily into his army mass as well now. Yeah, this is still everything on the table here in this one between the two. He, of course, has a lot more economy on the fishing there. Did invest into 10 more fishing ships. Now both
B
players
also
trying to go
has
for some
Song
raids.
Dynasty, so that's going to be a big contributor here. Beastie looking for villagers to kill. Lancers will match that.
Some very low health lances, though. Those are the low HP lances from earlier. Crossbows coming in to support. Lots of villagers on the stone there. They are going to get spotted out.
This is what Beastie needed. The same way he lost his own villagers on the gold, now the villagers have to make a run for it on stone, but he barely gets a kill or two. B still retains the eco lead, at least the worker lead, I should say. Relics offsetting some of that differential. One answer coming in here from B, though. Beastie not reacting just yet. First villager falls. Second one might not. He's making a run for... Oh no! He misclicked it! He must have misclicked that! And now the Lancers are coming in on the other side as well. B is starting to just absolutely shatter Beastie's eco.
At the same time, Crossbows kind of being left alone here. Lancers are going to be coming on back. He does realize the raid on the gold vein now. Yeah, just a very chaotic game as both players trying to raid on the flanks.
If only you could build walls, right?
Yeah, neither of them yet going for an Imperial Age. I mean, BC does have the outpost, right? So he always knows when and where he is going to be hitting. But he needs to constantly make units to be able to react to these aggression points on the sides. He does have a good mass of units out here now at the moment. I think this is a fight that he can take when all of his units are here.
Yeah, he needs his units here, though. He's constantly repositioning his landmarks as well. The Kurotai is now coming in. Needs this large gold vein to work with. Crossbow count is looking better for Beastie, though. In general, the army count is considerably more promising. B's numbers are somewhat inflated by the fact that he's got 2 galleys taking up population space.
Yeah, Spearman upgrade now also coming in for B. He already has 17 spears out on the field. There currently aren't that many archers left for Beastie, so he doesn't have that many of the direct counter unit out. And now a keep getting put up by B on the large gold vein. That is going to be very, very important here now for B, as gold is starting to run low inside or in the proximity of his base.
Dangerous move over here for B. He's moving out for large gold vein. He got spotted by Beastie, but Beastie is not in a position to challenge that. So he's going to be able to secure that large gold vein. Instead, Beastie is looking for the base here. Tassel's going to go up.
Beastie is going to go
Beastie's
for the
going
dive into
straight
B's
for the
base.
base.
Yeah, he is not falling back, but there was an outpost over on B's side, so he did see this coming. Gives him the time and opportunity to fall back.
Oh, the Barbican is heavily damaged here. He can take this
hasn't
out
been repaired,
in a blink of an eye. Gonna take out the Barbican. He does have the Kurotai here as well. B doesn't really care about this. He's actually sending a bunch of forces towards Beastie's base. You can see that big green blob of units heading towards Beastie. Beastie has to make a run for it inside his own base.
Oh, has some units there to defend, though. Lancers
but
are
not
finding
enough.
the villagers in gold.
Is the returning issue here, you feel? Just a couple of walls that B has back at home makes it so much more difficult for Beastie to jump the villagers. Whereas B keeps getting opportunities for sniping villagers here. Beastie needs to be careful with this force. Kurotai is not deployed.
I don't want to hear this Mongol
Run away
propaganda
from
there.
this one.
No walls for the Mongols. That's how it has to be. Trolltime now going to get deployed. There it is. Beastie is finally starting to re-add in the archers. Now there's 40 spearmen out on the field from B. An absurd amount that just spawns so quickly. So now, once Beastie starts remassing the archers, should be in a good spot once again to take these fights. But I think B, this should now start to be the point in the game, surely, where he starts thinking about the Imperial Age and the, you know, the good times where you have those Chinese hand cannoneers coming in as well.
Beastie's down by 20 eco, army's looking fairly even. Both players do have one large gold vein to work with right now, but Beastie does have the majority of the relics, so once you start running out of that mineable gold, it actually becomes a factor. For now, Beastie's just leveraging that for passive resource income, and partially because of that passive resource income, the resource influx is actually somewhat comparable between the two players. The eco difference is not as big as the villager differential indicates.
Shigrade coming in once again. There are some small eco hubs in the base for B where he's getting additional food on from. So he's not just reliant on the fishing ships, but also has some farms as well. And now army is getting split up by B. Some are being sent back to defend, some are still gonna continue running inside of Beastie's base.
It's chaos. It's just chaos all over, and Beastie timed this right. He's hitting the enemy base just when B was about to age up, and is this gonna be a Great Wall Gatehouse somewhere mid-map? Beastie does not have mid-map presence right now because the Keshik are in the enemy base. Yeah, there we go. It's only going to be on the large gold vein.
Protects the gold, protects the stone, and also the large stone vein there as well. Stone outcropping. There it is, Great Wall Gatehouse coming on up now. Oh, it does get spotted out though.
Oh, yikes! It's still a Chinese keep out there, but that's that Great Wall Gatehouse is nowhere near complete, and Beastie is going to find a lot of villagers here. This is the perfect timing for him. He's gonna get cleaned up, but that's gonna be at least. Oh wow!
He cancels it.
He just canceled it
and it's gonna be
replaced it with the Spirit Way.
That's interesting. Spirit Way, okay. The Spirit Way houses some unique upgrades, and you do, of course, benefit from unique units dying. They're like whenever a unique unit dies, it gives an aura that increases the attack speed on units and also heals them up a little bit. Issue with that is there are no unique units out at the moment for Beastie, for B. And now fight is being taken. There's still a lot of crossbows and spearmen here, but now Beastie has added in a big archer ball. This is not a fight that B can win.
And look at Beastie. He's going to be very much chasing him up to Imperial as well. Beastie's looking to take a fight before the upgrades come in for B. B's got no upgrades on the way because he's got no gold, he's got no resources. Kurotai trying to deploy. It's actually going to get body blocked by a villager, though. Villager does get picked off. Kurotai does deploy. Beastie slowly falling back over here, but the front line for B is very much gone, and with the Kurotai buff, it looks like Beastie is going to be able to make a stand. Beastie himself on the way up to Imperial with the Kaganet Palace.
Outpost is getting fortified here at the front line without any front line from Beastie, means that he is not going to be able to take that one down easily, and I mean, there's always something about like mental damage or mental fortifications. That outpost just being there with fortifications is going to be enough to force Beastie's entire army back for the time being. And now has gotten his own age up in with the Kaganet. And honestly, at the current point in the current meta, with all of the recent changes that we had to the Mongols Imperial Age landmarks, I actually prefer the White Stupa in this position in particular. The White Stupa halves the stone cost of your double produced units while giving you infinite stone as well. And you can just produce a ton of hand cannoneers with all of that additional stone income.
First hand cannoneers on the way for Beastie.
Yeah.
This is still a Castle Age army from B, by the way. Those horsemen are certainly not elite. And crossbows are just now getting their elite upgrade. Same is the case for Beastie. Beastie's also getting elite horsemen, despite just having 4 horsemen on the field.
Horseman coming on in now. Also getting to the point soon where B could be going for a Yuan dynasty. Has the resources for it. Isn't going to be able to make much use of pagodas as he only has one relic, but could be getting fire lances in. And there it is, Astronomical Clock Tower is coming up next. And it's not just fire lances, but also the bonus movement speed on all of your units means that you can outmaneuver the Mongols, or rather you can keep up with them. You can keep up with their movement speed.
This is a very heavily fortified left flank over here for B. He does need this for the gold. I think those large gold veins are very much close to being depleted, especially the one that Beastie has. That has been being mined for quite some time. Ninth Barn's on the way for Beastie though. Remember, he does have 4 relics as opposed to just 1 on the other side. Something that's going to make a big difference, and there is the clock tower for the Yuan dynasty. Bombard's rolling up. Tower is also coming in here for Beastie to extend the Yam aura. He does have elite upgrades on a lot of his units, and hand cannoneers are slowly being trickled in. You just get the feeling that the army value is so much better over here for Beastie. A lot of his units are actually premium units, whereas on the other side, B's mostly horseman, spearman, crossbow.
Yeah. Mostly horsemen and crossbows indeed. The hand cannoneers are going to be able to do a great job here. Bombard's a little bit left out on the field. Simple tank now that some of the horsemen have been revealed on the front side. Only just now we're going to be getting the elite upgrades on the horsemen. That is definitely long overdue with just how many B has out there. Doesn't have any of the university upgrades in yet though as well. And just a couple of horsemen able to raid here from Beastie as well. So many villagers already went down this game. 54 have been killed by Beastie, 30 by B. Looking at the current army count, I wonder if the horsemen are going to be enough here, but it looks like this keep is going to get taken down. The Kurultai just provides so much damage here. There's a single bombard out there from... Oh, look at that. Pulls the villagers on to body block.
These horsemen are not elite. The elite deck is just now coming in, but most of them will be dead by the time it happens. We did not have the gold to grab that upgrade in time. Still has a couple left. Beast is slowly falling back, but he does have the Kurultai buffing up his army. And I don't know if this front line for B is going to hold.
Yeah, it looks like it's going down steadily. The crossbows are trying their best here as well. Horsemen look to be going down behind this, though. And B, he is going to have to fall back. 2 bombards on his own side. Did manage to trade out evenly against Beastie's army, but did lose his keep. So doesn't have as much of a defense to fall back to now on that side. Casters, that's the food economy currently for Beastie. Now also getting in some Roost Knights from the Kagana. Definitely nice to have as a frontline, especially at this point in time. More outposts coming up as well. See that now we'll be looking at a Sacred Side victory condition here as Beastie has another monk in the queue, or shaman rather.
Beastie had 2 Sacred Sites for a while mid-game, but then one of them got decapped, so... that never became a win condition. Bombard's caught off guard a little over here, but archers should be able to save it.
He's
And
got no
Stonewall
golden
combined
count.
with the Stealth Forest is a bit of an obstacle for Beastie over here.
At the same time, though, Beastie has a lot more archers here than B does, so he's actually going to be able to fire over the stone wall. But yeah, some raids coming on in, but B, he's in a precarious spot at the moment. No gold income for him at all. Some horsemen also raiding the gold here from Beastie.
A big fight unfolding towards B's base, though. Landmarks are getting taken out over here, and look at how aggressive Beastie is. He's rolling up the Kurultai. Once again gets body blocked. Beast sending the villagers to take it out, but that could be a big danger zone. Beastie not focusing the villagers just yet. Kurultai being pulled back, but he's closing distance. He's gonna kill so many of these villagers, and it's not like B can spare all the vills. They go in the middle of the battlefield. Boy, things are falling apart for B here, but look at that. Beastie running into a bunch of horsemen with his own vills. It doesn't matter though, the army gone for B, and so are the hopes of securing this game. Game number 2 falls into the hands of Beastie.
And the Mongols get another victory in on a hybrid map, and yeah, up against the Chinese here. Mongols really showing where it's at. A nice game here for Beastie, and definitely a much-needed victory here after the first game, which, you know, can be very demoralizing, because in the first game, truly everything that could have gone wrong for him did go wrong. But here in the second game, with a beautiful opening, just straight up aggression up against B, and always playing as the tempo setter throughout the entire game. Nicely played here. Already see what's coming up next. It's going to be on Lipany, where we'll be seeing the House of Lancaster for B against the Macedonians for Beastie.
Now that's interesting. You do have... Beastie went for the Golden Horde and the Macedonians, and B decided to take away the Golden Horde, leave Macedonians for Beastie.
Yeah, Byzantines getting sniped, Golden Horde getting sniped. It's going to be House of Lancaster up against the Macedonians, so it's going to be an interesting one. I'm not sure if House of Lancaster can go for 2 TC up against Macedonians, just because Macedonians, like, their fast castle timing is quite nice, and if you leave enough control over the map to them, they can put the Golden Horde Tower in a very, very nice position on the map, secure something like a boar, deer, just overall a ton of resources, which can snowball quicker than a second TC can from the Lords of Lancaster, from the House of Lancaster. Seeing those replays again here at the moment. The last moments from that game between the Mongols and the Chinese, but it's gonna be an interesting one. I mean, Macedonians, they did already win a game here today. House of Lancaster, not so much. I wonder if B is very... Okay, I'm just gonna say it. B and Anatant, they have a lot of overlap when it comes to their strategies every now and then. I wouldn't be too surprised if we also see a 2TC manor build coming in here from B, similar to what we've seen from Anatant earlier.
It would make a lot of sense. Again, Lipany is a classic 2TC map, but I just don't know if you can justify doing that against the Macedonians.
Yeah.
Can you?
In theory, you can, right? Like, Macedonians, they don't typically play aggro all that much. They make some horsemen early on. They try to go for raids, but they're not like a full-on mixed army composition aggro type civ that we typically see. Get a quick look here at the moment at our current civilization stats with the overview, where we can see that Macedonians so far, 41% win rate, China, 40% win rate, please buff. And the House of Lancaster at the moment just doing slightly better with a 46% win rate. All civilizations so far that are sub 50% win rate in the tournament. But the one thing that, like, sets them apart, this is kind of interesting when you see, like, all of these red 0 numbers on the bans on the civilizations with negative win rates, but then there's Macedonian and Chinese both with negative win rates, but very high bans.
Yeah, that's... You know, one of the things that we need to highlight here is that you have a lot of games in the group stage, and some of those games are inherently between somewhat mismatched players skill-wise. It's just going to be how the round robin goes. When you have seed number 1 playing against seed number 8, for example, even if seed number 8 has the Macedonians, it might end up losing. And you would argue that in a closely matched series, these frequently banned civilizations do not make an appearance, whereas in a somewhat more mismatched series, you might still have those slip through. But we head into game number 3 here. Beastie and B tied at 1 as we head to Lipany. Spawning in the northern eastern side of the map is B with the color green as the House of Lancaster, and down to the southwest, it's Beastie with the Macedonian dynasty in yellow.
And here we go, Revenge and Warcam coming up straight away. Just a fancy house, except later down the line, it also has the ability to spawn units. Every unit that you lose ends up counting towards the next batch of units getting spawned from it. B with the House of Lancaster, already a little difference here. Oh my god, okay. It's returned. The efficiency mining camp. And B, he's gotten it.
I love it. I love it.
Beautiful. Getting some confetti in to celebrate as well. Yeah, that is a very, very efficient mining camp. So efficient even that B wants to start gathering from it straight away. Okay, never mind. He's going back to the gold. But yeah, this is a very nice spawn for him. I was wondering whether or not he was going to be going for Dark Age Barracks. But then you just see this mining camp, you're like, yeah, okay, I also wouldn't. This is just too beautiful.
Yeah, you just gotta go for it. In the meantime, Beastie is gonna head out toward the hunt, not anticipating any aggression, so he's just gonna leverage that hunt for himself. So if it's two TCs, I think there is a pretty clear-cut position where B can play this. It's probably to that deer pack to the north. Is there any alternatives for him, really?
Deer pack to the north, deer pack to the south. I guess you probably want to go for the deer pack to the south because there's also berries next to it. Both positions are really bad, but one has a bigger payoff.
Interesting. Yeah, I just feel like the one that's offset to the north is somewhat exposed, but maybe a little further away from Beastie, whereas putting it right on the berries and the hunt, right in front of a stealth forest, that might be a little dangerous.
Yeah. Getting the Abbey of the Kings in here now behind all of this. B also splitting the villagers between wood and stone. Still not 100% clear whether or not there's going to be 2 TC or just 1 manor type gameplay. Because he's only sent 3 out to stone. If it was 4 out to stone, I would say TC. If it's 3 out to stone, I'm saying I'm not sure. Then again, TC cost has been reduced, but is that going to be enough? Like, this is going to be quite close here. There's roughly, let's say like 4 more drop-offs in. I think he's gonna be building, yeah, he's gonna be building a TC, but it's not gonna be immediate from the timing. I don't think the time, okay, never mind, he's sending another villager out to stone now. Okay, he's playing with me. Got the drone coming up, 5 villagers working on that one for Beastie. So does want to rush it up quite quickly now. B did slow down his own age up on the Abbey of Kings. And Beastie, he's back on the deer. His scout didn't get sniped out earlier, so now he's using that time to once again be a little bit annoying to the deer. Okay, that one deer has a little bit of a left and right directional weakness. He was running in the wrong direction compared to where the scout was chasing him from. There we go. Age up has come on in. And okay, never mind. B's just going to be going for the second TC over here. Also makes sense because you gotta position the manor in a way that it can, like, actually reach your villagers. And if you go for the TC all the way forward, you're only going to be realistically getting the influence from half of your villagers.
First horseman on the way here for Beastie. Let's see. Is there anything? There is a lord on the other side. For the time being, horseman comes along. Second TC is very, very much to the back here. It's not going to secure any additional food here for B.
Yeah. No additional food, but it's in a nice spot at least to be able to keep all the villagers in the range of the first manor once that one is going to be coming up. Beastie behind this, he is still investing quite heavily in the horsemen. 2 more horsemen in queue. And he's still got a lot of villagers on wood. A lot of villagers on wood tell me that next up should be a Varangian stronghold. And then we could even see some archers, like a horseman archer type army composition from him.
Beastie's been playing.
Strongholds coming in.
Beastie played very aggro in all of the games that we've seen so far. It's just that in game number 1, his knights got butchered by spears.
Yeah.
But it would be fitting to see him just trying to go pedal to the metal and play very aggressive. And to be fair, with that TC being up to the front, he might actually be able to justify that.
Yeah, the thing is, B, or rather BC, he did say before, a couple of times actually, that up against B, what he needs to do is just play it very aggressively, because B can play kind of weird. So as long as Beastie plays aggressively, he feels that he can hold up against that. Interestingly enough, B, he's actually not going at all for any military at all. He just wants the fast castle age up. 11 villagers on the stone, on the gold here at the moment.
Yeah, Beastie
He's
sees
just rushing
this.
the age up.
Yeah, Beastie should know what's up. He sees the gold miners. It's going to be difficult to challenge this, however. There's the Lord here. There's a TC as well firing away. He is going to be able to slow down B here a tiny bit just by idling out the villagers.
Yeah, Beastie is now also adding in ranging guards and sending 2 villagers out to get an outpost going. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Hippodrome Horseman has also now come on out. B is not making any more Lords of Lancaster here. There's the villagers. Outpost is going to be coming on up. But it feels like, I mean, realistically, B could just pull villagers here to try and snipe the
Yeah,
villagers.
that's exactly
but,
what he's trying to
that's-
do here.
That's a lot of idle time, though.
Horseman trying to pick off villas. Not a single villager has been killed so far, however. First horseman goes down for Beastie. First villager as well on the other side. Not enough space for the villagers to garrison inside, but they do get healed up. A second vill goes down. Beastie does take a bit of a beating, but he's able to get away with most of his
That is
units.
so much idle time. Absolutely insane levels of idle time. He's pulling the builds again. Oh, he's dead. He's wasting so much time here. That's just so much idle time going on.
Oh,
He
that's
already
exactly
has
what
the
he
plus
needs
1
to
Pierce
do.
armor.
And that's literally the entire eco that B has, fighting enemy units. He's got 3 villagers on food, and that's it. Every
Yeah.
other villager is either garrisoned or fighting, and that is just perfect for Beastie. The amount of idle time that he's forcing out is just crazy.
It is absolutely insane. We're only just now seeing Spearman coming in, but he actually doesn't have any wood income at the moment as well, so he's not going to be able to afford too many Spearmen here. Another Lord of Lancaster is coming in. I'm not sure if the outpost went up. It did actually went up, and B is trying to torch it down now.
This is getting very desperate for B here. He might be able to take this out, but even if he does, what's going to be the cost that he needs to pay? Arrows that's coming in here for Beastie. Look at this. Every single villager in B's economy is out there to torch down the tower.
That
When
is
it's all said and done, it's 5 villagers having fallen from B. Beastie lost 2 villagers in the process, though. So really, I think this
but
is
the
more of a
idle
storyline
time.
of the idle time.
Yeah, exactly. The idle time was absolutely unreal in this one. Absolutely unreal. And the thing is, when you're up against the Macedonians in an extended feudal age, Varangians are going to end up becoming a problem. 100%. The Varangian Guard, if you... Hey, BC doesn't have any armor upgrades on them yet. But if we get to that point, it's going to be quite difficult for B. But yeah, this is just a very chaotic point in the game now. B somehow still... Can we quickly select one of the villagers here from B? Please tell me he had textiles. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he does.
Because, like, it was very surreal just how much those villagers were able to survive the entire time. But it's crazy that we're seeing, like, effective working... Oh, my God. Yeah, he really wants that. He really wants that outpost, doesn't he?
He kind
We
of
see
needs
the
that
villagers
because
getting pulled again.
B has the villager advantage here, so those need to be continuously idled out. B pulls the villagers, though he's going to try to fight this off, and Beastie, he is getting pushed away from here by the English villagers. A couple of vills fall as well, and those short bows are now coming in clutch. B, the idle time is crazy, but he is continuously repelling Beastie's attacks.
We're getting a forward stronghold now as well. This is such a wild game. I don't know what to say. Such a messy and chaotic game, but I love it. I really do. The question is just what he's doing now. Like, what's his plan behind this? He's gathering so much gold. Is he trying to, like, use a market in order to buy the age up now, or...
I don't know. I think he's just trying to survive right now. He's got a bunch of lords, a couple of spears as well, but the villagers just firing away from the back line with the short bows, and somehow, some way, it's actually working. He's taking out this tower now. Could actually... Is he going to target the stronghold? No, he's not thinking about it. He's going to fall back. That feels a little too much. Beastie's got archers coming in now, however, and... Okay, here we go. White Tower coming in here for B. He could lose a couple of villagers building this, but it should go up just based on the things that we've seen so far.
He's just once again sniping. He somehow still has like a pretty big villager lead.
It's the 2 TCs.
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, he is kind of ignoring a Hippodrome Radari, though. That is slaying his villagers.
Yeah, the White Tower is only being built by 9 villagers. I mean, this could slip very, very quickly. The Stronghold is shooting at the vills. The Radari is dishing out punishment, and this landmark is gonna go up, but the cost to pay is now huge.
Okay, he does not want this stronghold over here. He wants the food that's right there, and he's got to get it.
I mean, I understand that you're hungry, and sometimes when you're hungry, you do crazy things, but this feels very crazy.
It does. It most certainly does. Okay, we're being treated right now to one of the most chaotic and messy games in Age of Empires 4 history. And it's great.
So, when it's all said and done, it's a 9-villager lead for B. He had a ton of idle time on his eco, but does manage to secure that little ground for himself. Beastie getting close to Castle Age, though.
I've never seen such a low effective worker time count, Lidicor.
Yeah,
At least not in
every
Feudal Age.
single time I see that metric, it just feels so useless because it's 99.4 versus 99.7. So when it drops to the 90s, that's like a quite unique occurrence.
Yeah. Earl's Guard being a little bit quicker than normal men-at-arms, so able to keep up with the archers, but there's one Hippodrome Horseman there, able to dish out some good amount of damage here. Earl's Guard's not really fighting back there at the moment. They're trying to find some kills on the economy from Beastie instead. Beastie pulling the villagers a little bit early here. Wants to make sure that he doesn't lose any of them early on.
He went for the berries, but Beastie was mostly on the hunt, and now he's moving towards the boar. Lovely, lovely spot for the Golden Horn Tower. It's going to secure the boar and the large gold vein as well.
Yeah. So 2 very big resource deposits, so to say, being captured up. And once again, Little Raid comes in, the horseman, finding some damage.
B does have a 12 eco lead, and that's going to continue scaling, given that he's got 2 TCs. Beastie, on the other hand, has so much more map control, and because of that, he can leverage the board, the large gold vein. B is just so confined into his own base.
Yeah. Now Boar is going to get taken down. Oh, we don't have the Golden Horn Tower, actually. Oh, never mind. It does help out with the Boar. Makes sure that none of the villagers die. One did get reduced down fairly low in health, but it's alright. He's fine. He's going to live. First Monk now going to be in queue for B. He wants to start getting some of the relics in as well. 3 knights in queue. His economy is working now compared to previously.
I mean, that's not difficult, though.
Yeah, I mean, not difficult at all compared to how it was before. They are able to take some horses down there. Getting found there at the top side. A little notification coming on in there as a knight did find a scout. Other knight from B also finding the workers there from Beastie.
Yeah, Beastie doesn't have a very robust economy, and I'm just looking at the stats now at the bottom left. It's 11 kills versus 18, which is kind of a concern for Beastie when you consider that he's 1 TC against 2.
Yeah, he sent a lot of villagers forward, didn't he?
Yeah. And I think a lot of them got, like, cleaned up as they were building the towers. Not very many of them made it back home. Plus these raids. Beast is going to have to start making something happen here. Otherwise, the eco differential is going to be just impossible to sustain.
I want to say he's going for a second TC. He did gather up some stone, 350.
Yeah.
Somebody gotta tell him that it's 300 now for TC. But it's difficult to get to the wood because he also wants to, of course, get the relic. So it's 200 wood now for Monastery as well. He will eventually get that second TC, at which point at least the scaling isn't going to be getting dramatically worse for him. Yeah, this is an awkward spot at the moment, to say the least. Archer's getting found out here as well by a knight, as well as some spearmen. Archer's trying to focus down the spearmen, but yeah, B, he's got a good amount of army here. There's a lot of Radari out in the field. They're just not quite where they need to be yet. Crossbows also coming on in. The little Lennys are going to get sniped out. At least the first one does go down.
And Crossbow's getting out of this one. Nice little screening by Beastie. He's trying to lure this army near the Golden Horn Tower. I don't think that B knows that the Golden Horn Tower is here, and now he's going to find out.
Alert! The Red Palace has been spotted. Yeah, B falls back for the time being. Does, of course, have the option of healing his units back up, but that's at least going to be one more Lord of Lancaster that is going to go down. Little raid coming in now as well by BC, but the White Tower is going to be there to defend as well, though that Radari is able to tank up quite a bunch of arrow shots. Will still get taken down eventually. Surely. Okay. Maybe not. I guess the +2 Pierce Armor is going to be good enough. Okay, yeah, B doesn't have any +1 Pierce damage upgrades. Still, that felt like that dude has an arrow collection at this point sticking out of him.
And B managed to complete the farm transition behind all of this, so now he's got a pretty robust food economy. Beastie's still reliant on the boar. He has a bit of fight potentially breaking out over here. The monk is going to get protected by this one army here from B. And now, I feel like if you're Beastie, you're starting to get worried about those balance of power bars at the top of the screen. Both the eco and the army starting to swing in the favor of B.
Yeah.
Oh, although, I guess we should add, B's army is mostly spearmen knights, and on the other side there's quite a lot of Radari, so...
The army value is similar.
Yeah, the actual raw army value is a little similar, and do not forget, it's a reasonably open spawn for Lipony here, so that mobility you get from the Radari could be leveraged, and Beast needs to leverage that. He needs to start cutting into that eco lead that B has.
Ari gonna be on the run around, looking for a dive potentially into B's economy. And now B does get the message. He's also putting up a keep, a second keep, on the left-hand side of his base. Further securing the map. Also has a manor next to it as well. So he is actively being aware of where his villagers are, in combination with the manors. And once again, Radari raid.
B not pulling the villagers into the TC. They just stopped right there. A couple of villagers fall.
Appreciating the raid. They're like, go ahead, you deserve this one. And that one.
B still running circles around the enemy base here. B starting to wall up on the right flank to limit the movement of the enemy cav. Does have a defensive castle now, however, and one thing we have to say, B's base is heavily fortified. He's got the 2 TCs, he's got a white tower, now a castle on the left flank. It's just so difficult to really attack him from any angle.
He's just massing more and more spearmen here at this point. So far that Beastie actually started to now mass up his own archers. Typically, I want to say it doesn't feel too great having to go into a mixed army composition as the Macedonians, because silver is just something that is hard to come by most of the time. So you kind of only want to spend it on one unit. He's already got some upgrades in on the archers. Not sure if he's ready yet to take these engagements. He's trying to kite forward, or rather back to his base.
Looks like Beastie's going to stand and fight, however. He's going to fight into a lot of spearmen here, and the archers, I don't think they're focus firing the spearmen right now. A lot of the Rodari are just getting absolutely butchered by the spears. It's difficult to focus fire the spears when there is so many infantry on the field, but crossbows firing from the back line as well for B. He's cleaning up Beastie's army, and while all of this is happening, Lumberjacks getting slaughtered by B. Momentum quickly swinging in the favor of the green player here.
Yeah, Beastie, not sure if he's noticed yet. Looks like he just pulled the villagers. No, he hasn't noticed yet. That is horrible for him.
I mean, even with the villagers surviving, his position would be difficult, but with so many villagers having been lost, it's just next to impossible.
Oh my god, that is just so horrible. I feel like the second he spots that, he's just gonna throw in the towel.
Oh, no. He's gonna notice soon, because the fight is happening right next to this wood line now, but it's gonna be too late. He's still trying to hold on to this position, managed to clean up the front line of B. But the damage that he took is just massive. His entire army got wiped. He doesn't have a lot of villagers to work with now. He has no farm transition behind all of this. So when the boar and the hunt and the berries run out, he's gonna have issues sustaining the food income he currently has. So many things are problematic right now for Beastie.
And next up, we're seeing a switch up into just mass Earl's Guards from B. Oh, no more kiting? Okay, no mind. Beastie is going to resume with the kiting. More reinforcements coming on in now. He's still just kind of relentless when it comes to sending more and more reinforcements forward, so... Yeah, Beastie had to also reinforce for quite a long time here. At the end of the day, once the smoke settles after this very long engagement, Beastie has managed to put up a second TC behind this, so he is on 2 TC now. Has a lot of stone in the bank as well, could be dropping his own keep. Rumfire upgrade also coming in now behind all of this. And villagers are moving out now. We are going to be getting a second keep in, or rather a first keep for him. Can't count the Golden Horn Tower as a keep. It's going to be in the middle of the map between the boar and the berries, so Beastie desperate for food at this point. And he doesn't have farms yet. There's no farm transition for him.
Yeah, that's the concern. The momentum is just so low. Granted, we've seen Beastie climb out of very deep holes in the past. That's one of his signature moves, per se. Oftentimes, you just feel like he's done, stays in the game, and then pulls off a miracle. But right now, he's got all the momentum. Almost a 50, actually more than a 50%. It's almost 100% advantage in the worker count. Nice to fortified base as well.
It's like this hole has no bottom. 41 villagers on food now for Beastie, yet still just 300 per minute. He's only just now got them to work again. But it is going to be an explosive burst of food income here in a little bit, but it's going to take more than that for him to be able to deal with 25 crossbows and 25 Earl's Guards. And now Hobblears on the way as well, right as another keep is getting put forward by B in order to secure one of the sacred sites.
Beastie's looking for something here. He's got a couple of Radari. If he wants to come back in this game, it has to start by hitting B's eco. He responds quickly, however, and there's just way too many crossbows here. I don't even know if these Radari will actually get out of the base alive. The right flank is walled off. There are castles, town centers all over. Crossbows are slowly focusing them down. They might force a little idle time, but Beastie cannot really afford to throw these units away. He just cannot really remake all these expensive units easily.
Yeah, definitely not easy to remake. He's just spamming out archers at the moment. Has a lot of silver left in the bank. And we do have the first trebuchet out now from B. He's starting to siege down base of Beastie. Yeah, Villager's gonna have to evacuate now as well. Jumping inside of the keep. Beastie's army is here, but... And he does have the +3 damage upgrade on the archers, so he should be able to actually deal with the Earl's Guards here for the time being. It doesn't feel nice, but it's doable. It's survivable.
Trebs are now coming in here for B. He's going to start sieging down that defensive position on the left side. He's got quite a few archers to work with. A couple of Radari as well. A lot of silver in the bank, but just very, very weak economy behind this. For now, he's just trying to stall, and B is just going to age up to Imperial, dropping the Berkshire Palace on the other large gold vein.
The raid coming in from BC, trying to find some value, but the Berkshire Palace... Oh, B. I know what this is. Berkshire Palace to further increase the damage on the Earl's Guard. He's Earl's Guard maxing.
Yeah, he's got 30 of them on the field. Bit of a raid coming in here for Beastie. Here's the thing, Beastie is slowly catching up on the economy, but just when he feels like, okay, maybe there's a shot, his opponent is going to be up in Imperial and he's nowhere close. Beastie's only got 10 villagers on food. Needs to make a farm transition, but in a position like this, it's nearly impossible.
Imperial Age has now been reached. The Berkshire Palace has been revealed. Snipe comes in on the Trebuchet, does manage to get it. But are you really in a much better spot now that you've taken it down? I'm not sure about that. More upgrades going to be coming in now. We're seeing +3 pierce damage and +3 pierce armor coming in for B. Doesn't have the elite Earl's Guard upgrade quite yet, but has enough to break past this keep easily with just a tremendous mass of units out on the field at the moment for him. Beastie investing into his own Trebuchet just doesn't feel like he has any grounds to siege from at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's committing to this fight over here. Trying to keep that keep alive, but that's impossible, and all the villagers that he has might just end up falling here. The Berkshire Palace is within range. The Trebs are firing at the castle. I think Beastie might have managed to snipe that Trebuchet. Indeed, he did. So the castle is alive for the time being. He sent in a couple of cavalry units to snipe the Treb. B wasn't able to respond. Beastie lives to see another day, but that day does not look very bright right now.
Yeah. The food income is all but gone. We got some Hobbler raids now onto the berries as well. No farms at all yet for Beastie. I think the first ones only just now came in. It's just that this is not the best spot right now to be doing a farm transition at all. It really feels absolutely devastating here at the moment for Beastie. We're now seeing Culverins coming in for B.
Yeah, it's one of those... There is never a good time to make a farm transition, but when you're under attack like this, it's just nearly impossible. Beastie would need a solid 5 to 10 minutes of gameplay time just to stabilize his economy, and he's not looking to give him that time.
Yeah, not at all. We'll check out the Earl's Guards. Have we gotten Elite in yet? I don't think I've seen Elite on the Earl's Guards come in yet. But they do have a nice little +3 damage. +4 damage, actually. I think there was another keep that has come up. So +4 damage at the moment on those Earl's Guards. With one more being able to be unlocked from Blacksmith, and actually some more from additional even, if push comes to shove.
He's got 0 villagers on food. It feels like he's trying to buy time, but while doing so, he's just falling behind more and more. He's trying to take out the Berkshire Palace, might be able to do so. Bit of a flank coming in here from the Hobblars, though. First trap goes down, so does the second. And now B is just done playing around. He's going to take out Beastie's third trap. Stands and fights, and I think this has to be it for Beastie here. It's gonna be B moving on to match point, because Beastie can no longer hold this swarm. Match point B, as we will head to game number 4.
Indeed, match point is coming up, and yeah, Beastie, his number one seed in the balance here at the moment. B looking very strong here. Total resource gather in that game. Clear lead by the House of Lancaster. It's a pretty interesting balance here between, okay, can you 2TC against this Civ? Can you 2TC against that Civ? We definitely saw it not being the case up against the Malians, but against the Macedonians here, the way B played this, with the continuous villager pull time and time again, to make sure that that outpost does not go up, that was beautiful. Beastie once again, with 6 villagers on the outpost at B, he just pulls every single villager that he can. Just take down the archers with the short bows. It doesn't matter as long as the outpost does not go up. What a wild game.
I mean, the start for this game was absolutely crazy. It felt like chaos for B for a long, long time, but he's known to be the Chaos Lord, so that's the dangerous thing about B. He does not mind if games are messy, he does not mind if he needs to use his own villagers to fight for a solid 5 to 10 minutes, because when it was all said and done, he was able to stall Beastie's aggression out and then just leverage the 2 TCs to pull ahead. Crazy game, though. And we're not done yet. It's going to be match point for B, and that match point is going to be played on Coastal Cliffs. Golden Horde was the choice that Beastie had alongside Macedonians for Lipany. This time around he went Ayyubids and Golden Horde, and B is going to let him play Golden Horde here against the Japanese from B.
This is such a cursed matchup. We've seen this matchup quite a bunch of times during the Homestead Cup. I think Japan hasn't won it a single time. Every time we've seen Japan try and go for a fast castle age in that matchup, and the Golden Horde just every time right there with a large army just to dive past the outposts, and it's just so tough. Like Golden Horde, I feel like they definitely have the number of most of these fast castle, like naked fast castle civilizations, where it just feels like you just, even if you go for like double outposts, you try and contain the greed. You need units, you need military units. You cannot just play naked fast castle up against the Golden Horde.
Yeah, that's the feeling that you're getting, and in a way, when you look at how Japanese is played in the competitive scene for a long time, it's a bit of a one-trick pony, and I want to be cautious with that statement, because obviously there are other layers to this, but 9 out of 10 games when you look at Japanese in the competitive scene, you're looking at a fast castle into Mounted Samurai style gameplay. It's quite predictable, and in a way, it can be counterpicked very nicely. So, Beastie potentially has a very good idea of what's going to come at him. He takes away Ruse from his opponent. We do have 5 minutes until the game starts, so I think this might be a good time for us to talk about how things unfolded last week and the one before in Group B.
Taking a look at the matches here from Group B. So far, Lucifron getting a good... Both Beastie, B, and Lucifron, they're all at the very top here, getting most of the wins in. We also are updating. There we go. Now we also see the games here that are currently going on between both Beastie and B. Between our top 4 contestants, looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, wait, did Beastie lose or... Okay, Beastie lost versus Lucifron 3-0. So very, very strong result there from Lucifron. Wait, am I reading those correctly? Did Lucifron lose 3-1 versus Numedan?
Indeed, that is correct. Numedan beat Lucifron 3-1. And it's a costly loss for Lucifron, because that could easily cost him the top of the top spot in his group.
I genuinely just got confused with myself whether I'm like reading this correctly. Okay, B losing against MSN, I did witness that. That was amazing. But I did not witness the Lucifron versus Numedan set. That's kind of crazy. Testament to Numedan, even though he did lose 3-0 against Louis today, that is quite an achievement for him.
And right now we have Beastie, Lucifrom, Puppypaw, and B in the top 4. The order of those players is not yet set, but we know for sure that these are the 4 players qualifying into the playoffs from their respective group. It's just a matter of who gets to have the best spots in the playoffs, who is going to get not just 1, but 2 bye rounds at the beginning of the playoffs.
Yeah, and that is very big. Just getting that extra time in order to be able to analyze your opponents, because now you know who can be a serious threat. Now you know, like the player count, it's not like top 16 anymore. You're going to be getting down to the top 8. And just having the ability there to really take a look at the strategies that your opponents employ there just gives you a big tactical lead there as well, because you're not revealing anything else now. You're not playing until like later on into the tournament, so it's just a very nice tactical lead there to have and be able to like hide information on your side while gaining information on the other.
It's also the fact that any series could be the final one that you play. Even if you're the player favored against the other, you never know what's going to happen. You might just have a bad day, one bad fight. Those things happen, and if you have to start from a quarterfinals level, there's a chance you get knocked out right there. If you win your group, you go all the way into the semifinals, so you're guaranteed a top 4 spot. That's kind of the reward for players performing well in the group stage.
Yeah. Of course, always that risk with potentially losing a set means that you're gonna be out, and not a risk that you want to take if you can avoid it. So getting those buys definitely something that these players are looking forward to. Beastie gonna be no exception here. Looking at the rest of the draft that Beastie has going for himself, so KT still on the menu. We did see KT earlier. There's Dry left. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it there, but could be. More likely that'll be Sengoku or Ayubits. And B on his side, still having the Byzantines and Rus, as well as the Tughlaq Dynasty. Yeah, Rus and Byzantines, pretty good picks there on Dry as well.
You've suspiciously left out the Tughlaq Dynasty, though.
I did mention. Yeah, I
just meant as an option to pick. Is that related to the fact that they are winless in the tournament?
Now, I'm gonna say in team games, Tughlaq really good. Really, really good. Elephants kind of broken in team games. In 1v1s, also still really good. It's just more difficult to get to them. On hybrid maps, Tughlaq really good. Like hybrid maps, you do not want to play against the Tughlaq. Even though they did nerf the fishing a little bit from them, Tughlaq is still very strong there. But I just don't really see them over the Byzantines or the Rus on Dry Arabia. I think both of those civilizations are just a much better fit. Though you could think about, okay, my opponent has like a cavalry countering civilization, so maybe there's an option there. But yeah, I think it's going to be either Rus or Byzantines there to be realistic. But it is time, Lidakor, for us to jump into our game number 4. Match point here for B, who's spawning in as the Japanese in the color green on Coastal Cliffs. Starting off here immediately with the Dark Age Barracks. He's up against Beastie, playing in the color yellow as the Golden Horde. Already sent a villager out far side in order to get that Uvu out. And yeah, it looks like there's gonna be a very, very early aggression timing here from B up against Beastie. So he's gonna have to move out quickly if he wants to secure his gold in time. Oh, look at that, Lidakor.
Ooh.
The wall on the side. He's whamming right now.
That's a big investment in Dark Age. People often forget, hey, it's just a little bit of a wall, but in Dark Age, every bit of resource matters. He knows fully well that there's going to be aggression coming his way. He did scout the units coming across. Looks like B is heading down in the middle aisle, so this wall might finish before B arrives. It's going to be a little close if B pivots to the right quickly. And it looks like he will. He's just now changing the direction of those little green dots. Oh, he's going to wall in both sides of the Ovu. Okay.
He really wants to keep that one safe. Now, B, he has spotted out the gold. So he knows now where the stone is, but yeah, he's going to see these wall segments now any second now.
Oh, this villager might be caught off guard over here, but it's going to be a complete wall. And this is the big thing. This is the shorter wall that you have to make.
Oh,
Is that open?
Still,
Is that open?
he can destroy the segment. He can destroy the segment and block Beastie Scout from ever returning with the sheep. Has he? Can we look at Beastie's point of view? As he does. Oh, it's not just a segment. It's a segment and a piece. Not just a side. Okay. Oh.
Push! Push! Squeeze! There we go.
Oh, now he can lock in the spearman there potentially.
Oh, this is becoming very, very costly for Beastie because he's building a lot of walls now.
Yes, he is. Yeah. It is a pretty big investment. I wonder if he just finished the wall segment there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the shorter segment, so the fact that B went in that direction actually helped Beastie. Because finishing the wall in the north would have taken more time.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like Beastie is indeed going to be going for the finish there on the wall segment there. Oh, still hit it once. Ah, come on, he can't.
Love the body block. One of the
Yeah.
spearmen is on stand ground, just physically blocking that entrance. Granted, as long as they're doing that, they're not torching the Ovu, so there is that.
You gonna pay attention to that? Yes, once again. But yeah, you're right, he's not torching down the Uvu, and the thing is, the Uvu generates more resources per minute than a single villager ever will. So this is, in theory, worthwhile for Beastie as long as he doesn't lose that villager. Behind this, B also bringing back more sheep. It's kind of crazy how 2 sheep were killed inside of Beastie's base, but B still has more sheep found. I'm not sure if that actually... I don't think Beastie killing those sheep took them away from the metric there, from the sheep bar. It's not as smart as our sheep bar.
Yeah, that's 13. We'll never know.
I don't think those count towards.
Spearmen breaking their way through those walls. And again, as long as they're doing that, they're not torching down the Ovu, so there is that for Beastie. Khan and Torkud on the way, but quite a few spearmen out already for B, so he could just pull those back for defense, or he could also wall up like he's doing right now. It's one of the things that you can do on this map. You usually have your wood line spawning close to you, and because it's a kind of tightly confined map, usually you have the chance to wall off at least one flank.
Yeah. For a Star House, now coming in for B. Khan and Torguds on its way for Beastie are going to be finishing up soon as well. Looks like the Uvu is finally starting to go down here now. So Beastie eventually is going to have to reinvest into that one. He already has a lot of wood though, so it's not going to be the end of the world for him to reinvest into that one. Looks like one of the villagers is already moving out towards the next stone vein for Beastie. So it's already going to be putting up the Uvu over there. One that he gets with the feud late. We can just go back later down the line to add in the one on the right-hand side again. Already has the Batugan as well as 2 Torguds in queue. So the Golden Tent is going to be busy for a while anyways.
Yep, first Torgud on the way, Batugan now out. Beastie also moved all the way to the far left with his Ovu, because the one on this stone mine got taken out. Love the little detail that B left the spearman here. Just to make sure that this villager cannot do anything, just like blocking that position. The spearman is on stand ground, so it's not going to get aggroed by the villager. It's just physically blocking the placement of the building itself. As I'm saying, that he is going to recognize this and jump the villager.
He does see this as well. Is going to be sending the villager out again towards the TC. Is BC sending like a second villager at the same point in time? No, he's got an archer there now.
Yeah, Torgood looping around. Make that the con.
It looks like
Tower is coming in here for B.
Yeah, and it looks like Fast Castle is still going to be the name of the game here for B. But this is a much better scenario for him than in other games. He delayed Beastie by a good bit. Is he? Okay, there's no way he gets that villager. It was close, though. Almost gets a villager kill in. And Beastie, with the heavy delay, I feel like he's not going to be in time, especially with those little walls on the side there, to punish B from getting that Fast Castle agent.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a big investment for Beastie to get all those walls going. So as much as B invested the resources to make the racks, make the spearmen, Beastie had to pay a lot of resources for those walls, had to rebuild the Ovu. And as you said, when it's all said and done, Beastie's just now starting to get army rolling. And on the other side, the floating gate is already being built. Will this be spotted by Beastie in time? He's going to bump into walls on the right side. He is going to start pushing that angle, and that's probably a good scenario for B because the landmark is offset to the other side.
Yeah.
There's a villager coming across, though. Are we going to see a tower here?
It would be a fortified outpost, so it's a little bit expensive. And B is also rushing an outpost here on the side. And yeah, there it is. Actually, a fortified outpost is going to be coming up.
Wow. Deja vu from the previous game to some extent.
Yeah. He is going to be blocking the wood with that, at least in part. But wait, is he actually going for the outpost? Yeah, he is going to be going for it. Just needs a little bit more space now that the outpost is also coming in for B on his side. Scout did find the Uwu there on the left-hand side. And the floating gate has now been completed. Uma Beneman already out on the field. Now soon to be accompanied by some mounted samurai. But B has been able to get the castle age up in. Hasn't really been hit hard in the meantime here by BC. No immediate all-in sight. Looks like the fortified outpost is going to finish on up, but actually, yeah, it does finish on up. No, wait, is it? It's not finished on up. It has no progress bar on it. The villager just got taken down, didn't he? Yeah, he got taken down.
Yeah, he got taken out.
This is an ongoing bug with the progress bar not being visible, so I assumed that it got put up, but yeah, BC.
Yeah, you can actually see the little gold outline. That's how you know that the building is not complete.
Yeah. There it is. Another villager is being sent forward now. You finished that outpost on up there.
Yeah, Beastie also went for the siege engineering upgrade. Does intercept the first Uma Bannerman that's running across the map. A couple of mounted samurai also coming out. They did take a bit of a beating. Reflective armor is still recharging.
Shinto priests out though for B, so he always has the option of healing those mounted samurai back up as long as he's able to keep them alive. There's the villager now. This time, Beastie's gonna have to pay a lot of attention to that one. Doesn't want to let it go down again.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find that magic angle. He's going to finish the landmark or the tower in just a moment. He's trying to posture in front of the enemy base, confine B in there, but B was able to slip out to the left side. Start collecting relics. It's up to 5 mounted samurai. Slowly chasing down the Torgood. He's getting his own towers fortified as well.
And mounted samurai gonna have to be careful. Healing is of course always an option, as we do already see that one Shinto priest healing up the mounted samurai there. Next to B's TC, and now the first ram is coming in.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting position because B is very reliant on the farms near the Skura storehouse. So that's his primary source of food. If that gets pushed, things could get chaotic. But he's up to 7 mounted samurai. He's got the town center, he's got defensive towers nearby. It's going to be difficult for Beastie to push this, especially because Beastie's force is very, very light. It's mostly spearmen and archers. They only have tier 1 of the ranged defense upgrade.
Ram is moving around the top side now. Do we see the Mounted Samurai rotating towards it? The outpost from Beastie already has the Aerosmith upgrade on as well, so it's not like the Spearmen can realistically move on out against the Ram that are currently garrisoned inside of the outpost there. Villagers jumping inside of the TC. Meanwhile, the Mounted Samurai actually leaving their base. And Pierce damage level 1 is going to be coming in now for B. He knows that if it comes to a dive, he's going to need every little bit of bonus damage that he can get. Oh, Shinto Priest need to be very careful though. Jumping inside of the Cursed Storehouse. Looks like the Ram is going to end up taking down the outpost there, though it might actually fall to the this TC arrow fire. Little repair coming in, but not going to be enough, not going to be in time.
Tower's going to go down. A lot of villagers idle on the food, and look at B's food income. That's what I was trying to highlight previously. He's got no villagers on food, so no more Mounted Samurais in queue. Mounted Samurai counterattack is coming in, though, and Beastie might have to make a run for it with the villagers. They're heading down south. There is a decent contingent of spearmen to hold them off for the time being, however. He's got to be careful over here. Takes a big beating from the spearman. I don't know if he should be taking this fight over here. Deflective armor is gone. The bannerman is taking a beating, and multiple Mounted Samurai fell.
Yeah, good chunk did get taken down there. At least 2 did go down. Make that the 3rd one. Springleton placement is coming in now inside of B's base, but the army from Beastie is just continuously diving deeper and deeper. Now the gold has mostly been exhausted, but it was used by B in order to buy food.
It's such a chaotic game, both players having to flee with their villagers, but when it's all said and done, Beastie has managed to stall out the food income for B. Those farms are mostly idled out, and the gold mine is as well. B pulling the villagers to take out that fortified outpost. Beastie's trying to pivot back to that side, single villager being pulled for the repairs. This could be disastrous for B if he gets surrounded here. And here come the Torgood. I don't know about
Mounted
this
Samurai,
if you're
though?
B.
It looks like there might be enough Mounted Samurai here. There aren't that many spearmen. Most of BC's spearmen are inside of his own base. Villagers pulling the ships as well. BC's entire army is going to get cleaned up here.
B is going to lose quite a few villagers, though. Or is he? It's only a handful of villagers that fell. 6 villager kills in this entire game for Beastie, and you're right. If his army gets cleaned up and he only kills 6 villagers, you gotta say that this is a win for B.
Most definitely, and now with this, B has suddenly gained some map control again, with which he can potentially start bringing in some relics, and that's a good amount of stone as well, so a couple of daimyo upgrades are soon to be on the table there as well, and getting that early rocket, definitely not something that you're gonna be inclined against. Outpost though, not sure if this one's gonna be able to hold against the army from Beastie. Fight is being taken though.
These are still feudal age spears, let's not forget about that. Beastie is still just now aging up. Does take a decent fight though, and that's a lot of Mounted Samurai being thrown away against the spearmen.
Yeah, but he knows that he desperately needs this gold access. So he's committing to it. He did manage to keep a couple of the knights alive. 3 Shinto priests there are also going to be able to heal the knights back up, most importantly, of course. Muscovy Yasak is coming in behind this for BC, and BC is loading a lot of resources. So could be queuing up a lot of crossbows the second he gets the age up in, alongside some more spearmen. He does have a 5 villager lead at the moment. But B has weathered the hardest part of the storm when playing this matchup, which is, of course, getting to Castle Age and not dying 2 minutes later.
It's going to start becoming a game that progressively slows down from here on out, I feel. Because this is usually how this map plays out. Very intense at the beginning, but once the trenches are dug, once the walls are up, things actually slow down quite a bit. And you can see for both players, those walls are being built up as we speak. Quick look at the relics, though, and this is a huge thing here. B is now bringing in a bunch of relics. He gets a bit of a breathing room, and he's going to turn that into 4 relics under his control.
Yeah, relics, definitely the most important thing here now. Both players are getting to that, or rather have gotten to that Castle Age. Both Mounted Samurais are going to get picked off here now. We're also getting to the point now where B needs to start investing into some Yumi archers. We do see the veterancy on the Yumi archers coming in before even the first one has been produced. Can we also take a quick look at the Daimyo? Which one that is for B? I think it's Daimyo level 2. Yeah, Daimyo level 2 has just been completed. With the amount of stone earlier, I wouldn't even have been surprised if it was Daimyo level 3. But yeah, Daimyo level 2 already has a lot of bonus food gather speed on those farmers.
And that's going to become exponentially more important as we go, because this map is starting to run low on food. In fact, if you take a look, there are 2 deer packs still available on B's side. Beastie does have 1 deer pack that's walled in. I think that's like semi-depleted. As I'm saying that, that's basically a fully depleted deer pack. Beastie doesn't really have a lot of available food left to work with.
Yeah, it's not a ton, but the Golden Horde, of course, they do have the ability to make the stockyards, which are a great food source. He has put up a second outpost in the front of his base. Fortifications, actually a third one on the Gold Vein. Fortifications are coming in behind this as well. So with triple outposts, yeah. BC realized that this is not going down anytime soon.
Good luck with that fortified outpost with Sprangles. That's not going to happen. This is going to happen, though. Nice little raid here by Beastie. Gets a couple of villagers with the Torgood.
You're sure inside the TC from B, though, means that he is slowly going to be catching up in the village apartment. Actually, 5 relics on his side as soon as he gets the next monastery up. And that is big. That is big, because when you look at the gold, it's all forward here. So if B doesn't have map control, which at the moment he definitely doesn't, he's going to have to get gold somehow.
Yeah, and if you look at this map in general, if this map goes to an hour-long game or so, it runs out of resources, like fully every single bit of resource depleted. It rarely happens, but it's a consideration. As the game progresses, having that passive resource trickle inside your base is extremely important on a map like this, considerably more important than it is on some of the other maps that we have in the map.
Getting another ram in now. Beastie definitely intent on aggressing upon this position at the front line. He does have 4 men-at-arms, and with the Muscovy Yasak, that is a lot of Pierce armor on them. They're not going to be getting taken down by the Yumi archers. Luckily, there's still 11, now 12 mounted samurai that can finish the job.
Yeah, he's fortified on the left side. I'm kind of worried about his right side being open over here. I feel like he could just make his position so much more comfortable by dropping a wall. Beastie is digging in, however. He's getting walls across the map. He's going to start fortifying his position and slowing things down. He's going to have to start transitioning his farming eco or food eco as well.
Oh, a little raid, but the entire army from Beastie is going to be here to defend. No mounted samurai gets picked off this time around. And B still just pumping out more and more of these mounted samurai. Very expensive unit. Definitely worth its value.
Yeah, Beastie moved out to the gold mines to the front. Now he's fully dependent on them, and that's a massive advantage here for B. Anytime he can hit these gold mines, he's gonna cut Beastie off from basically all available gold. And in the meantime, it looks like B is also going to secure up the sacred sites. He's going to grab this one, and there is one to the north that should be available for him as well.
Oh, B's getting led towards the rest of Beastie's army, but does pay attention. -1, -2. Yikes. Just keep him alive barely.
Overstayed his welcome a little.
Beastie is being given a lot of time here to bolster the men-at-arms count, and the more men-at-arms he has, the harder it's going to be for B to fight against him with just the Yumi archers. Might need to start trickling in some Onimusha as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you have a bunch of Yumi archers against a men-at-arms spearman front line. Plus, you have a bunch of crossbows on the back line. I feel like this is not a fight that you can take. The mounted samurai would just get picked apart by the spears and the crossbows before you can actually snipe them with the Yumi.
Yeah. Once again, a ton of of Springald emplacements coming in here for B. Really knows how to reinforce these gold deposits. There's no fortune yet though, so the villager's gonna have to drop one soon, else they're gonna be in for a long walk home. It looks like this is gonna be the position now where B is gonna want to take a fight. Army value, 2,000 lead almost for B alongside all of these outpost emplacements. So the next fight is definitely gonna be hard fought, though BC does have the countering army composition. So should be in a good spot to take this fight. The fight is gonna be taken. B is hiding back towards the outpost now with the Yumi archers. Debris are going to be getting sacrificed here.
Tower is going up here for Beast. He's got a lot of spearmen on the front line. Crossbows firing from the back line as well, but that's a lot of mounted samurai. Tower does complete. Yumi diving deep to focus down the crossbows. Looks like Beastie's front line is slowly collapsing on the left. Still 18 mounted samurai to go, and Beastie's army is evaporating. This defensive tower is trying to help out a tiny bit, but Beastie is getting cleaned up over here. He's going to have to pull his forces back.
Managed to secure the crossbows. Doesn't lose too many of those, but traded out... I'm not going to say an adjective with that. I'm not going to give it an attribute, whether it was good or bad, the trade there that happened. But he traded out against the with the spears. But it's not looking that good. The Yumi archers now diving deeper, taking down a lot of the crossbows, a lot of the spearmen reinforcements that are coming on in. BC's food income is starting to look better and better. He's getting to the point in the game where the Golden Horde can really start just pumping out tons of units, but he's out of gold. He doesn't have the means of getting any gold out right now as... Well, that's his gold vein right there. That's been completely surrounded now by those mounted samurai, but the Yumi archer count is starting to fall. Villagers might need to get pulled away here now. Okay, never mind. They all just die instantly.
The lack of gold is haunting Beastie right now. He's got the food income set up now, but that is where the lack of passive gold income comes into play. The fact that B has 5 relics against none is a huge factor here, especially considering that B also has an extra sacred site for the passive gold trickle, and B knows that this is a game of gold. He's going to creep up with 2 towers, probably planning to drop Springald fortifications on it as well. He's just gonna have to try and challenge this one, but I don't know if he can stand and fight.
I'm not sure if that's the case for B, actually. Whether he's got enough units. His archer count did get reduced severely.
True.
And we're at the point where there's enough crossbows that B can fight the archers with the crossbows.
Yeah, you're right. Most of the archers are actually gone for B. 1 tower went up, villagers are being pulled to repair it, trying to get the Springald emplacement going. Second wave comes in.
Oh no, no front line here though.
Oh, no front line indeed. And the mounted samurai get a beautiful charge in here. A lot of the crossbows were heavily damaged from previous fights, and they just evaporate in an instant.
And just feels so difficult now for Beastie to remass the crossbow numbers. We see 26 spearmen in queue for Beastie now, as he realized, okay, I need frontline, anything, just give me anything now in this game. Could also start adding in some horsemen now as well, but he is actually able to push back against Beastie's army, B's army for the time being. The archers focusing down against the crossbows, and only men-at-arms are not going to be able to deal with the mounted samurai there at the front line.
Also that we have multiple towers here for B now. You got 2 on the flanks, Springald emplacements available on both, and now they're contributing to this fight quite a bit. Next wave coming in here for B, and Beastie's position is just not something that he can hold. 3rd tower is going to complete, and remember, Beastie has no gold access. He cannot pop out more premium units at this space. He's forced to go for spears and archers. It's looking grim right now for Beastie, and in this match point position, B might be very, very close to securing the series and putting himself into a really good position within his group.
Yeah, not just that. And look at this. This is just a very, very strong food economy here for Beastie. But he just secured so much gold with all of these outposts at the front line. Beastie is in a very strong position to just remass units time and time and time again. It's just difficult for him to deal with the Yuumi archers. If it was like horsemen and spearmen as an army composition, maybe, but he's been just making a ton of men-at-arms and crossbows here as well. Now, the crossbows are definitely also something that is necessary, but it just drained his gold so quickly. Actually have a second TC now from Beastie as well.
Yeah, he's gonna try to scale his economy, but while this is all happening, B is now in control of both sacred sites, starts the timer, 10 minutes ticking away. It's not just the lack of gold now for Beastie. He's gonna have to eventually decap one of those sacred sites. He is just so limited on map control, but this is a nice little counterattack here. Let's have a sizable force. There's also a fortified outpost here helping out. That's a lot of spears, so if you're B, you gotta be careful not to throw away a lot of your mounted samurai here. That's a lot of spears and crossbows.
Yeah, a lot of Courage as well. So the aura isn't gonna disappear anytime soon. But as quickly as the army got massed up here for Beastie, as quickly does it fall again. As the army from B, 22 of these mounted samurai is just too strong to hold against. The crossbow number, once again, is getting reduced quite quickly, quite drastically so as well. And Beastie, he just cannot hold against this mass from B.
It's a premium army composition for B in terms of the mounted samurai supported by the Yuumi, and on the other side there's just no premium units for Beastie. It's Karash, Spearmen, Crossbows. They do get picked apart, and with that B is securing game number 3, and with that the whole series as well. It's a 3-1 finish to one of the most iconic and traditional series in competitive AoE 4. This time around, B looking strong, taking out Beastie 3-1 and positioning himself towards the top of his own group. We will, in just a moment, have a look at the groups to see what this actually means for the standings within Group B.
Group B is going to be getting that live update now. And Beastie, he was the leading player in his group before the set. Now with a 3-1 victory for B, that could have changed. Taking a quick look at the replay here as we see this first initial pretty big fight after B was able to get the castle age in after one that happened inside of his base. The spearmen and the rest of the army from Beastie, it got separated. And B, he was struggling for gold a little bit, but being able to secure this gold here was a pretty big key for him, being able to just continuously pump out those mounted samurai. And they did a great job here all throughout the castle age as well, alongside those Yuumi archers, just being able to counter out the entire army composition of Beastie so well. And even at this point, when there was just this big flood of spearmen at the front line fighting off against the mounted samurai, even numbers are just not enough for spearmen to counter knights, especially not these ones.
But that's not the end of the story for today, folks. We have one more series left to look at, and that is going to be Marine Lord versus Wham. But here is the updated stat line for Group B. B, with this victory, moves on to the second spot. Lucifron has already played all 7 of his sets, so did B. So the top 2 are... Actually...
Yeah,
yes, the top 2 are set now. No, it's not. We're being baited by the mathematics once again. If Puppy Paw wins against MSN...
He was MSN, doesn't he? Yeah.
Then he can still move to the top of the group. The thing I wanted to highlight, though, and that's actually something I did math on while the highlights were rolling. So B ends up with a +6 game differential. Lucifron is on a +7. So the reason why Lucifron is going to be ahead of B is because B dropped the game here against Beastie. B beat Lucifron in head-to-head, which actually means that if B won 3-0 here, he would have been ahead of Lucifron. So if nothing else, Beastie taking away a game from B means that B is going to be ranked behind Lucifron in the group standings.
Ah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, it's always interesting when all of these kind of things and standings ultimately come down to a single game. But, fellas, the day is not quite over yet. We still have one very, very exciting set to go for. This was Beastie vs. B. Next up, we're going to be taking a look at Wham versus Marine Lord. That is going to be coming up after just a short break. So don't go anywhere, grab some refreshments, and we'll be right back with Wham versus Marine Lord.
Hot Pikes. Welcome back to the EGC TV Elite Classic 4. Here we are, the final day of the group stage, and we've saved potentially the best for the last. An absolute banger of a series, an undefeated Wham facing off against Marine Lord to decide who's going to be the champion of Group A and who gets to go into the semifinals of the playoffs directly.
Yeah, and our opening map here is Lipany, where we're getting some interesting bans, or rather snipes in. Marine Lord picked China and Abbasid, Wham picked Sengoku and Delhi, and both the Abbasid and the Delhi are the civilizations that are getting sniped out here. That is interesting. Now, Abbasid, historically, really, really good on Lipany, but in the current meta, there were changes as well before this tournament to the Abbasid. They're in a pretty decent position at the moment. I've been actually saying that I think Abbasid is kind of like hidden OP at the moment in many matchups. Looks like Wham is believing that as well, as the Abbasid, a civilization that just a couple of months or weeks even ago, we would probably never have thought of as getting sniped over the Chinese. Yeah, they're getting sniped here, and China is being let through.
Yeah, just to look at the details of this set real quick. Wham is in a fairly secure position at the top of his group because Marine Lord needs a 3-0 victory to win this group. If Marine Lord wins 3-0, he's going to be the champion of the group. Anything else, Wham has the #1 spot. But there is also added caveats to this, because if Marine Lord ends up losing, he might actually fall all the way to the final spot of his own group. He's got a +8 game differential. So does Anatand at the bottom. Which means that if Marine Lord ends up losing, he is actually going to have a weaker game differential than Anatand, and he's going to be the #4 player in this group. It's crazy close, by the way. It's actually unbelievable how some of these elite players are lingering halfway in between being the champion of the group and halfway being in the last qualifying spot of the group.
Just goes to show just how much weighs on these couple of remaining sets before the playoffs, where a lot of the seeding is going to be decided now. We're jumping on into our game #1 in this best of 5 between the two, with some more unique colors. As we know, Marine Lord, he loves to play in the color pink, playing as the Chinese here. His opponent, Wham, in the color blue, playing as the Sengoku Daimyo, and he knows that up against China, chances are there's not going to be any Dark Age shenanigans going on, so he goes for the greedy Mitsuri position next to the gold and the wood line, very far away from his TC.
I'm curious how the Sengoku Daimyo is going to do here on Lipany, because in a competitive setting, I don't think we've ever actually seen this. The Sengoku Daimyo is not a very, very new civilization to the game, and Lipany has not been played extensively in tournaments in the last, say, year and a half. So I would argue that this might be one of the first times. I mean, obviously, you have to look at the logs within Elite Classic 4, but in the broader context among all tournaments, these are some of the first times that we're actually seeing the Sengoku Daimyo being played on this specific map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But just judging from a civilization standpoint, this should be pretty good for the Sengoku Daimyo, considering, of course, that they share the same eco upgrades for berry gathering that the Japanese have, and with that, with a lot of berries on the map, like Lipany does have, you've got a lot of very fast food sources to be gathering from.
I think in general, the fact that, the Sengoku Daimyo is a powerful, eco-heavy civilization is a benefit on this map. Lipany really is in many ways, a slower version of Dry Arabia with some added additional caveats, especially having more berries. But when it's all said and done, from a competitive standpoint, the big feature is that this just looks like Arabia with more forests, more cliffs. It's a slightly slowed down version of the style of gameplay that you usually see on Dry Arabia.
It is, just because of how the map spawns, with like some cliffs in between, some woodlines in between. Not as open as Dry Arabia. I do believe TCs also, at least this feels like it to me, that they spawn a little bit further apart from the players. Now, Feudal Age has come in for the Chinese. That Imperial Academy is, or rather has been rushed on up. I'm wondering, though, what exactly is going to be the play here from Marine Lord. Whether he's going to be playing this with a Pro Scout build in mind, or whether it's just going to be... Actually, I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be immediate Pro Scout, but it should be eventual Pro Scout. Township coming in behind this for Wham, so we'll be having access to those shinobi out on the map. Needs to be able to, you know, just scale some of these fights in his favor. Oh, there's an early outpost here for Wham on the flank, and he's actively scouting Marine Lord's base at the moment. He wants to know what's going on, what's going to be the plan here for him. And is there a building next to the gold that's come up? I do believe there might be a production building next to gold for Marine Lord. No, never mind. That was just a village. Nope. Just a village getting dropped there.
Yeah, one thing to point out here, in regards to Wham's map, is that Wham's got all the golds on one side and even the deer pack. So
and
this
berries.
is a very... Oh yeah, you're right. It's a lot of stuff on the far right side of Wham's flank, so he really needs to make sure that this angle is secure. Otherwise, his resource access is going to be abysmal.
Yeah. Wondering what his game plan is going to be. At this point, you just want to like really find out what your opponent's doing. We're seeing the stable coming in now, and coming in again. Just getting replaced a little bit further to the side there. Marine Lord hasn't really revealed anything yet. We're seeing the barracks coming in just in case. I do believe that Wham still has his scout inside of Marine Lord's base, or it doesn't have it inside of Marine Lord's base. Looks to be next to the
it's by the
at the
boar.
moment. No, never mind. That's
That's a Yatai.
So
You're right.
okay, the scout's over here. So he's not actively scouting Marine Lord's base at the moment. We do see now that is indeed going to be a Pro Scout play. There are going to be of scouts in queue, and Pro Scouts now getting research with supervision from the Imperial officials, meaning that Marine Lord will indeed be going for the Pro Scouts play just to get the deer in off the map here for himself.
It's very funny looking at Chinese Pro Scouts on this map because it reminds me of how this map used to be played in the competitive setting. 9 out of 10 times back in the good old days when we only had 8 civilizations, this was an Abbasid versus Chinese map. And oftentimes, if someone did not want to go for the multi-TC build, it ended up being Pro Scouts. Good old school build here from Marine Lord for game number 1.
Yeah, with 5 scouts, gonna be able to pick up those deer packs in just 2 runs. 2 and back. We're now seeing the barracks coming in as well, so looks to be a very typical Chinese game here for Marine Lord. Opens up with the Pro Scouts now gonna be able to just move into lots of food-heavy units, as he will have the food to afford them for quite some time.
First couple of spears on the way for Wham. Marine Lord opted to go for the safest deer pack with this Pro Scouts opening. So everything else that's out on the map, that's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick up with all the spearmen coming out and about. Range was scouted by Wham. He actually has a really nice vision into the enemy base. Spotted the range. A couple of horsemen are looping around. But this is not the angle to really attack Wham from. The best you can probably find is the Yatai on the deer pack, right?
Yeah, just any Yatai that you can really find. There is the one on the deer pack, as you mentioned, and the horsemen are moving towards that. There's something else over there as well. A single spearman has been sent out by Wham, trying to buy the Yatai a little bit of time to run away. Good presence of mind for Wham to send the spearman over there. Just need more than one. But the Yatai is going to be safe thanks to that.
Yeah, Yatai makes its way back. A couple of shinobi pop out just for some added protection. Looks like some small skirmishes all across the map over here. First couple of archers making an appearance for Marine Lord. On the other side, some Yarikav. Trying to push the front of Marine Lord's base. Marine Lord is going to wall off his leftern flank, and as things stand, both players are just digging in, and we're in for some small skirmishes and then perhaps a race towards castle.
It's such a typical play from the Chinese, where they just suddenly start pumping out a ton of units, and the next minute, suddenly they're aging up to Castle Age behind it all. Reynolds still has a lot of villagers on wood, though, so I'm not sure if he's gonna be pulling the trigger on the Castle Age up anytime soon. Direct cavalry now for Wham is going to be able to deter some of the horsemen runarounds from Marine Lord. Wham hasn't really taken any damage on his side yet at all, and he has had those 3 Yatais out so far. Hasn't gone for a 4th one yet. Needs to be careful.
Be careful.
This might be the first one that goes down.
Oh, nice little body blocks over here. Cavalry comes in to save the day, though. The Yatai very, very low in HP. Looks like it's actually going to get away here. Nice body blocks by Wham with the Yarikav to stall out the enemy forces. Looks like he barely lost anything, and he killed quite a few horsemen. So nice trades all around here for Wham.
But this is the moment in time. I talked about it. The Chinese, they mass up a lot of units, and suddenly the age up is going to be coming on through, and there it is, Imperial Palace. Getting dropped inside of the influence of the Imperial Academy. So 2 Imperial buildings next to each other, but not really a synergy that you want to see between the two. Gonna be less space to be gonna be impeding a little bit of the influence around the Imperial Academy. One of the Ara Cavalry getting picked off there by the Spearmen. Another one getting dangerously low. Not sure if Wham managed to spot out the age up there from Marine Lord, but he's certainly sensing it as he's sending 8 villagers out to gold in order to get his own age up in as quickly as possible now as a follow-up. Already has a good amount of the food needed for it. Fortification coming in on this forward outpost for Wham as well. Just wants to make sure that the position is safe for the time being. Triple stables for Marine Lord. So he really wants to start printing on these, on this land. There is the issue with that is just that he still has 13 villagers on wood. So he's gonna be a little bit food starved for it. Gonna be able to produce out of all of those stables immediately.
He might be able to yoink all the deer pack from Wham's side, and that would be a nice little pickup over here. Only a single spearman as a deterrent, and it's actually a fairly heavily beaten up and banked up spearman.
Yeah, and that wolf is
Wham
a
does
sleeper
not have a
agent
lot of
ready.
presence here.
Yeah, that wolf is a sleeper agent just waiting to strike. From the looks of it.
Oh yeah, you're right. You could actually lower that spearman into the wolf if you wanted to. A lot of cavalry damage here as well for Wham. He's trying to find an angle to attack. The Sake Brewery is on the way.
How many? Okay,
Castle
so
Age.
Wham already has 2 traders inside of the Matsuri, so that's a nice little gathering speed buff there for his nearby villagers. And I think we're also at the time, yeah, the other Yatai that's right next to it is also soon going to be spawning another trader, so that's going to be 15%. Make that 20% if that trader makes it out alive.
Here we go. It looks
Yatai.
like he will. The Yatai won't, but the trader did make it back home. In the meantime, Marine Lord did exactly what we talked about. He lured the spearman into the wolf, and then the wolf finished off the spearman, allowing him to pick up all these carcasses and carry them back home. And this Lancer might actually find the Yatai. That's a heavily damaged Yatai right there. And Wham, a little slow to react. He might just lose the food truck.
Food truck is getting taken down. Now, this one only just recently spawned a trader, so it's not the end of the world. But definitely not nice to lose that one just like that. Now Wham able to get his own Castle Age onto the field, so we'll be able to now get some of his own mounted samurai on as well. First villager of the game, at least for Wham, has been taken down. There was already a villager that died for Marine Lord.
需要做些什么？
It's only the second Yatai popping out here for Wham. He did lose 2. Marine Lord, for now, circling around his enemy's base. So looks like he's doubling down on this archer play. Quite a few Lancers on the way, too. Wham, just very defensive right now. Wham does have a very diverse unit composition here, though. A little bit of everything, really.
Yeah, might be needed as well, considering that there's still some spearmen inside of Marine Lord's army. Doesn't have that many mounted samurai yet, though. Not sure if all of the army is here yet for Marine Lord, but at the moment, with Marine Lord's kiting, this is going to be a difficult fight to take. Shinobi are getting spawned here now as well. Slow is being applied now to the archers. So typically, Marine Lord, who is very, very proficient when it comes to kiting back and forth, is going to be getting denied some of his kiting ability. At least when those grenades do hit. Veterancy has come in on the Yumi archers now as well. Looks like Wham might not have enough units here at the front line. There's more mounted samurai in queue. Just not out on the field where he really needs them. And there's 6 more mounted lancers in queue for Marine Lord, and just so many more reinforcements coming in behind it all as well. 26 archers alongside it. Wham, he put all of his... Okay, that's kind of devastating, at least for the time being. But Wham, he put all of his economy towards the right side of his base. It is not realistic for him to, you know, just go somewhere else now with his economy. He needs to hold that position. Behind it, though, Marine Lord is bringing back some of the relics. And Wham actually getting forced into making the Yari hand cannons, and it's never a good time when you're having to make those the hand cannoneers. They're not good. They're only okay as long as there's a daimyo present. But the second the daimyo isn't there, they go into garbage tier straight away.
Yeah, it's a kind of tricky unit because, you know, hand cannoneer style units. It sounds good on paper that you get them in Castle Age, but really this is a heavily debuffed version of the Imperial unit. And it's not even a cheap unit to play around with. It's like 70-70. Boar gets aggroed over here by Wham to kick things off in this fight. The Yumi do not really have a good screen here, and for now he's going to have to pull back on them. And then Yatai getting caught in a crossfire. I don't think this is intentional, but Yatai kind of rolling up here in the middle of the battlefield. That's a sizable force for Marine Lord, though. He actually has a 2-to-1 numbers advantage. Yumi got picked off from the backline over here. Mounted Samurai still standing, though. Looks like Marine Lord is going to pull back, wait for a couple more crossbows to arrive before trying again.
As Mounted Samurai trades his life for one of the Lancers, but yeah, this is still a very rough situation at the moment for Wham. Just looking at the food income, right? Like it's 500, or rather close to 600 compared to 1300 for Marine Lord. Marine Lord just ran out of the deer, but he did manage to secure the boar as a follow-up food source for him. So this is, yeah, it's just very rough at the moment for Wham. We're seeing the upgrade now coming in for the Yatai to be able to also gather up food from farms, but oh no, the villagers here from Wham in big trouble. Marine Lord, he's just gonna start torching down the outpost, not even chasing after the villagers. They're just standing there being like, you sure you don't want to go after us instead? But no, he's going for the big hole. Looks like the archers are going to take care of one of them. That is immediately a lot of villagers down for Wham.
And momentum is building very rapidly here for Marine Lord now. He's been in Song Dynasty for quite a while, so he has the passive villager gather boost, or villager production boost, I should say. Wham, he was confined into his own base for a while. He had a moment where he lost most of his Yatai, and now he's down 11 eco, and more importantly, he's outnumbered very heavily in the army department. He does have 13 mounted samurai, but he's facing 12 lancers, 12 crossbows. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be an army that's good enough to fight directly into the enemy. Looking to make some raids happen, though. Does get intercepted by the enemy cavalry. No raids to be found here for Wham.
Double crossbow placement now also coming in from Marine Lord, so he's fortifying the food positions that he's gathering from outside of his base. And he's just got this massive army that he's continuously building up on. More crossbows, more lancers, more spearmen. be a nice fight here, though, for Wham as he tied it towards one of the stealth forests. Can we select one of these Haunted Samurai? I'm not sure if they... Actually, yeah, the attacks... not the attack speed, but the movement speed upgrade hasn't been researched on them yet. So these don't move any faster than normal knights.
Lord looking to push this angle once again. Do keep in mind, all of the accessible gold for Wham is on this side, so this is the perfect angle to attack. And Marine Lord knows that. He's going to try to dive on this position. 2 defensive towers, one of them also has Spring Gold emplacements on it. But this does not feel like a deterrent large enough for Marine Lord. He's going to dive in. He's got some crossbows as well to push away the Mounted Samurai. Look at the Mounted Samurai just evaporating right here. Spearmen and crossbows picking them off. And the towers are about to go down.
Down they will go. Some handgunners here trying their best, but really just tickling the couple of knights that are there. Villagers trying to make a run for it, but they are going to be getting shot in the back as they run for the stealth forest. Outpost is going to be getting finished on up here. Still has the fortification and Springle upgrade on it, but Wham just doesn't have enough to fight around it. There's still just too many crossbowmen in the army mass as well, and every time he pulls back for a second, it's just not gonna get much better here for him.
The Tanegashima Asigaru just being pushed all the way back. And, you know, hand cannoneers are never a good unit when you're fighting into archers. The cost efficiency is just not there. There's no front line in front of these gunners. And the archers will just pick them apart. Crossbows will finish off the Mounted Samurai. Wham's got barely any standing army left, and when the tower goes down, he's going to lose 5 villagers as well. Desperate attempt to push away this army, but it's just not gonna happen in time. 4 more villagers fall, and that's the end of it. Marine Lord secures game number 1.
Game number 1 secured indeed, and this does open up the question, what can Marine Lord potentially get out of this set, depending on how well he, you know, wins here, what the or if he even wins it, because there's still of course ways for Wham to get back in this one, but depending on the score, if Marine Lord gets a 3-0 here, that is the only way for him to actually end up as spot number 1, like seed number 1 in his group. A 3-0 is definitely gonna be a challenge up against a player like Wham, but if there is a player that can pull something like that off, it would have to be Marine Lord.
And I think this is a good time to mention the historical matchup between these two, because as much as Wham is having a great tournament, and so far he's been undefeated in his group, Marine Lord has been kind of a nemesis for Wham for a long time. Since 2022, they've played 20 times. 17 of those encounters were won by Marine Lord. So Wham's got only a 15% win rate against Marine Lord. When you look at the individual games, it's a 30% win rate. So, you know, as much as Wham has a great tournament, you gotta keep an eye out on the fact that Marine Lord historically has really good performances against Wham.
He does. But I think with that, there's also like a lot of historic games, I want to say, not just historically the statistics, but also older games where maybe Wham, and not just Wham, but like to the extent both the Canadian twins, just they've improved a lot as well over the days. And we're now at the point, I want to say, where things are a lot more even. If you take a look at the last couple of results, they're even a 3-0 in EGC Masters Finals for Wham.
Yeah, that's the... I feel like this is, to some extent, taken out of context. I do agree with you that Wham improved a lot, and I think the Red Bull Wololo series that they had is also a really good indicator of that. But when you look at the rest of the 2025 series, there are 4 consecutive losses against Marine Lord for Wham.
We don't look at those.
So yeah, like, you gotta be careful with this, because out of the 3 ever wins of Wham against Marine Lord, one of them came very recently. Indeed, it's certainly closer than it used to be. I'm curious how it's going to shape up, because I think it's a big question mark whether we're seeing the true dominant Wham that we've seen across this tournament, or is he going to bump into a brick wall like he did many times in the past? I think this question is yet to be answered.
All right, so Wham tweeted the other day that the new Age of Empires 4 DLC looks really good. And because of that, I think Wham's going to be winning the set. it's gonna be giving him the mental to, you know, just grind Age of Empires 4 and to compete well.
Okay. That's an interesting take.
That's how it goes. The dude's emotional. He's a very sensual player. It's all about the mood. But now we're jumping into our game number 2. Once again, one of the best maps here in the tournament map pool. King of the Hill coming in. Wham01 playing as the Golden Horde in the color blue. His opponent, once again in the color pink, it is Marine Lord playing as the House of Lancaster. We've already seen House of Lancaster on this map earlier today. Didn't perform quite as well as, you know, some players were hoping. I certainly did see Marine Lord cheering for Anaton in that game. Didn't end up going his way, at least in that particular game. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one here for sure. If we're gonna be seeing something similar to what we saw in the Anaton versus Vortex series, but already a little deviation as there are gonna be Dark Age Spearmen.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think as much as the House of Lancaster could be played with a heavy focus on just rushing up something in the middle by Castle Age and just playing for the Sacred side, I don't think that's the kind of playstyle that Marine Lord has. I think he just likes to straight up win, somewhat independent of the map, and he is certainly one of the players that doesn't necessarily have that many super map-specific strategies. I just feel like I cannot see Marine Lord trying to go for an all-in style Sacred Side control game here.
Spearman finding the Uwu there at the front side. There's that's actually a pretty big investment to Spearman here for Marine Lord, going for the full 5. Up against Golden Horde here from Wham. So looks to be at least getting that Uwu down, but yeah, it's gonna be. Who am I kidding? It's House of Lancaster. It's not gonna be a huge tempo loss here for him when it comes to the age up.
Khan and Torgud on the way, as most of us would have expected. It's quite a lot of Spearmen out here for Marine Lord, though. Heavy commitment to taking out that Ovu, and he should be able to do that before any reinforcements arrive. I mean, even if you have the Khan, it's not going to be able to repel the Spearmen. With Marine Lord now also looking to get up the Feudal Age.
Torgud coming in indeed. That's still just going to be a little bit longer for his age up. Wham has enough stone to get the Batu Khan out. Or Batch of Torgud has to decide, can't choose both. Though it is close. How much is a Torgud with stone? Is it like 140?
Something along those lines. Might be a little
So that
cheaper
is-
than that.
Oh, 200. But that is before the discount. There's going to be the discount as well, which is like 30%. So from 200 should be going down to 140.
Yeah. Okay. Bit of harassment coming in here on the Gold Miners. Abbey of Kings is the landmark of choice for Marine Lord. That's actually a nice little way to body block the villagers from accessing the gold, and the TC is not able to reach these spearmen.
Yeah,
So
villagers
for the
instead
time being,
just
it's
gonna
actually
be...
causing a lot of headache.
Yeah, villagers just going to be gathering the food right next to the Gur. And Wham just using this moment in time now where the spearmen are a little bit distracted to rebuild the Uwu right next to where the spearmen just were.
It's gonna get spotted by Marine Lord. He's got the
Yeah.
scout nearby. He sees what's happening. So, yeah, he's actually pivoting to that other side right there. I think he just waited for it to be finished so he can take it out again. Also is trying to intercept the villager. Might be able to body block it. DC is close by.
Ankle breaker! Oh, he gets out! From downtown. But Wham actually doesn't have enough wood to get any archers out.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You need the
His
best
eco is a
production.
little chaotic. He had to rebuild the Ovu, don't forget that.
Yeah.
Looks like Marine Lord is
he's got
pulling
enough.
away his spearmen, though. It's actually kind of funny because he could have just stuck around and actually take out the Ovu, decides to pull away his forces. He spotted the range. Looks like the first archer is going to be on the way.
Now it looks like the second Ovu is also going to be coming up soon. I'm with a lot of villagers on wood here. Getting enough shortly for that. There it is.
Багталт бүлгөө.
Couple of walls coming up on the left side here for Wham. Just to make sure that Marine Lord is not going to be able to harass him from that angle. Abby is just now finishing for Marine Lord. He's got the stone he needs. This looks like a 2TC build here, just based on the resource distribution. Where can you place that landmark, though, with the Khan running around you? The spearmen are all the way back at home. They're going to protect the TC, and indeed, there it is. Second TC, nice and tucked away, securing that gold mine. Khan should not be able to stop that with the spearmen being nearby.
Yeah. This is very different to the situation that we had earlier, of course, where it was the Malians that were just going for full-on cattle economy, not investing a lot into military. That's not going to be the case up against the Golden Horde, so Marino isn't going to be so lucky to get an easy white tower in the center of the map. Not that really helped Anatent in his game, but it's certainly a nice position to put a white tower on. Coming from Ram, now just regrouping. Close to Marine Lord space. Not really an angle available to him at the moment to really go for a punishing move. We should be seeing the first manor coming in soon as well for Marine Lord. He's positioned all of his economy right next to that second TC. All of the sheep gathering villagers there as well, the sheep there as well. That's not something that Ram can really punish right now. He looks to dive onto some of those villagers, but he's going to be getting deterred. And now there's going to be some awesome gathering here for Marine Lord with the manor, double TC, so a lot of villagers coming in. All the villagers on the wood line as well. Really just getting the maximum value out of that manor. We got to take a look at that in like 20 seconds or so to see just how many resources it's going to be actually generating here once the full minute is up.
Yeah, he's going to need those resources to get to Castle because Wham is going to be on his way in just a moment. Also was off the right flank, and with Marine Lord kind of being stuck in his base, only having spearmen, Wham is going to use that window to wall off the right flank, and that secures the deer pack, that secures the boar, as well as some additional gold mines. Nice little extra breathing room, I guess, for Wham.
Is this the moment in time
villagers?
where you just send like a villager out close to Marine Lord's base and drop like 3 barracks next to his base? So the second you get the age up in, you can just spam man-at-arms into his base? I'm not sure, because Marine Lord is actually pretty close to his own age up. And unlike Golden Horde, he can rush it up.
Yep. Wham is going to click in just a moment. Marine Lord doubling down on the stables. Marine Lord also adding a couple of farms behind this.
Yeah, 200 resource per minute. That's quite good. That is really, really good for a manor. First couple of Hobblars up there for Marine Lord. Not sure if he's... I mean, he's got double stables. That's probably just for the knights once he gets the castle age up in. Hobblar is actually going to find some value here. That one single Hobblar is going to be able to deny the wall off here from Wham.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
no.
We're going to have a little back and forth here between the two for a little bit.
I mean, eventually the villager is gonna die. Wham is just so far away. Yep.
Yeah, he's shift-clicked a little bit too far out.
Yeah, it's... The idea was great, but it's not gonna happen. Yoink!
He could have actually kept that up for a while if he focused on it.
And it's going to be King's College coming in here for Marine Lord, so no White Tower in the middle like we've seen in the previous series. Nicely tucked away at the back, very, very difficult for Wham to harass this age up. So it's going to be a nice and flat castle edge for both players, reaching castle at basically the same time.
Yeah, it's gonna be the King's College here for Marine Lord. The King's College being, of course, very nice as it does decrease the cost of all upgrades in the game for the House of Lancaster by 20%. And there's a unique upgrade on it, or rather, there's plenty of unique upgrades in the King's College, one of which does unlock the Hand Cannoneer for you in the Castle Age. And gives it a discount.
Marine Lord moving out of his base, adding a couple of knights. Wham is going to go archers against all of those spears, but that's not going to be a solution against the knights that are coming.
Oh, and we're seeing men-at-arms coming in from Wham now, but one of the other unique upgrades from the King's College is that knights will do +3 damage against heavily armored units. So they're going to be even better.
Yep.
Wait, no,
Color of Essus.
it's not +3, it's +5. Okay.
And it's not even an expensive technology. It's an 80
It's not,
200.
yeah.
That's a very, very affordable technology in early Castle Age.
It's going to be a lot of damage, not just against the men-at-arms, but also Torguts and the Roos Bounty units here.
That's fair enough. Wham is going to mix in some crossbows, but those will be slow coming in. In the meantime, he went for Relic of Ooze, so that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye out on.
Wait, did he? I didn't see
relics.
it. Was it really Relic Ovus, so not Muscovy Yasak? That's interesting.
Yeah, he went Relic of Ooze.
Hey, I didn't pay attention to the age up just because I always expected to be the same one over and over and over again. I like that one. Additional Ovus gonna be quite nice there as well. Oh, able to take one of the knights down early on here. Great value. Looks like that is gonna be the first Relic Ovu that's gonna be placed. Yeah, immediately just drops it down as an Ovu. That's gonna be some very, very good stone gathering here for Wham. Little proxy gathering operation going on there at the moment. There's also another fortified outpost coming up in the middle of the map. So Wham looking to potentially secure the sacred site in the middle there as well. Wait, did he not finish that Ubu, that stone Ubu? Looks like it wasn't finished actually. If we take a look next to the sacred site, that one stone, yeah, it's not finished.
No, it's... yeah, that one is not finished. The Relic of Ooze.
Yeah. Surprising, I don't think there's a reason to do that.
Yeah, that might have been a misclick. He's also bringing a relic back home. The fight on the right side here. A couple of Karash frontlining for the time being. The walls are still not complete. It's a consequence of that villager having been lost in the past. Spearmen will not do much against these men-at-arms, however. Walls on the way as well. Villagers coming in to try and finish the walls in time. This looks like a cleanup, though. Marine Lord is about to sweep this army. Actually, what am I saying? The men-at-arms should be able to deal reasonably well with the spears. Now with the crossbows arriving, trying to snipe out the remaining knights. The raw numbers are looking okay, though, and it's going to be enough for Marine Lord to push this back.
Yeah, looks like Wham did manage to sneak the relic, though, behind it all. That's the most important thing about this. Yeah, did manage to sneak the relic. Just needs to place it now as an Uvu. I'm a little bit triggered, I gotta say, by that one relic Uvu not being fully built.
Rotation's a little difficult over here for Wham. His army is actually split in half. The men-at-arms kind of trapped on the right side. Door goods towards the middle. Sacred Site has been kept, but that might not stay like that for long. Knights from Marine Lord are heading towards the middle. Army slightly better numbers for Marine Lord, but his army is very, very heavy on the Spearman department. Not a lot of archers for Wham, though. He's got the men-at-arms, but men-at-arms do not necessarily kill the Spearmen very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we're seeing Yeoman now coming in for Marine Lord, and this guy likes making archers. That is one of the things that is very well known about Marine Lord. There's also a very big army at the moment for him. Starts to touch down one of the Uwus here. I believe that... Is that a Relic Uwu or is that a normal Uwu? We can see if we select it. That is a Relic Uwu.
Actually, yeah, that's the Relic Uwu, and then the other one is a normal, right?
Oh, that's also a Relic
both of these are Relic Uwus.
So that's going to turn back into a Relic. At the same time, little raids coming in, though. That might give Wham enough time to turn this one into an Ovu again. There is no cost associated with this, so he probably doesn't mind, like, just sending a monk out there just to turn it back into a Relic Ovu. Fights going on here. Now, the targets don't do that much damage, but with the Khan together, it's going to be enough up against these couple of units here just to waste a little bit of time.
Yeah, Marine Lord's composition is very, very slow moving. And that's part of the reason why he's just constantly running to try and catch that army. He does not have any walls on the flank. So far, Wham has been using that mobility as an advantage. Wham does have the left side walled off nicely, so he does have that pocket of economy for food. Relic Ovu still unfinished in the middle.
Wham's still at like over 400 stone per minute right now, so he's got a good amount of stone per minute. I'm just not sure what exactly he's been spending it on. I'm guessing upgrades. We do see the Crash upgrade coming in, so that is one thing that he did spend it on, of course. Ton of crossbows here. Able to pick off a couple of the knights. Outpost has been fortified. There are some yeomen in now with the army here. This is a fight that Wham could take in theory. They're just gonna have to jump out.
They make a run for it, and it looks like Wham is hesitant to take this one. That's a big swarm from Marine Lord. A lot of light units as well, Spearmen. So the crossbows will not do any bonus damage against them. On the other hand, men-at-arms are slowly coming in, and once the Spearmen start getting thinned out, the Khan and the Torgut could start reigning supreme. Still, front lines being traded off, but that's still a lot of Spearmen. You gotta be extra careful if you are Wham. Looks like now the Spearman count is down for Marine Lord, and Wham is content to take this fight. Most of the front line is cleaned up on both sides, and it kind of feels like we just see an equal-ish trade of armies here.
Yeah, somewhat even-ish. Looks like there's a second fortified outpost that has come in behind all of this now. For Wham in the center of the map, so it did continue reinforcing the Sacred Site, which is still ticking down. We're down to like 6.5 minutes now. Marine Lord, his economy is starting to scale a little bit out of control, at least for Wham, as it's now 1,500 food per minute to just 1,000 and 1,500 wood per minute to just 350. Looking at the resource collected, it's not even close. Even though the I want to say the counter there, it's not really that accurate, it's bugged. It still gives us a rough estimate.
Absolutely. And now Marine Lord needs to decap the Sacred Site just to make sure that Wham has no options of all-inning this one. Sending in a couple of forces to neutralize it, but then pulls back. So for the time being, Marine Lord, or well, Wham, I should say, retains control. Marine Lord heavily pivoting into the Yeoman, though. Tries to yoink the Relic away, does have the Monk sniped, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Wham to place a good Ovu on this one.
And we're now also up to 32 Yeomen. So very, very strong backline here for Marine Lord. Armies once again pushing forward. The fortified outpost has been rebuilt, but getting sieged down by Wham. Wham has a decent army mass of his own. Looks like he is going to be ready to take this engagement. A lot more units coming in, though.
Yeoman using their range, trying to snipe off the backline here for Wham. Wham doesn't have a very, very strong front line over here. It's mostly light units, crossbows, archers, Karash, only a handful of men-at-arms and Muscovy units on the front line. Slowly but surely, Marine Lord is starting to pick away at the villagers as well. Villagers getting caught in a crossfire over here. The second tower is not built. And Marine Lord, really good archer micro over here, slowly focusing down those units. Again, most of this force is just light units here for Wham. Not something that you really want to utilize against all the Yeomen.
Yeah. Oh,
Nice,
that
beautiful
was a
volley.
great volley there. Synchronized shot coming in hot there. And now Marine Lord even adding in a trebuchet to try and push into these outposts, either here or maybe even in the central sacred site. The Ubu has actually been put up, the relic Ubu. So it's gonna be a little bit until it gets burnt down. In the meantime, generates at least a little bit of stone income here for Wham. Yeah, looks
Now,
to be moving
the
towards
Sacred Site
center.
countdown is still going. We're down to 4 minutes, and Marine Lord should be able to decap this.
Yeah, he's even got
But-
Impa right the corner if he
Yeah.
wanted to and just drop a Berkshire in the middle, but instead reinvest into units.
He should be able to decap this, but he shouldn't leave it last minute. You don't want any crazy shenanigans over here from Wham. Should be able to start taking out the towers. Wham is also concentrating his forces in the middle. Still no good response to the Yeoman here. It's just a couple of men-at-arms, archers being added. With the eco advantage that Wham has, it's very difficult to just trade archer versus
There's the
archer in this
Berkshire.
matchup for Wham. Yep, there we go.
And with that, it is impossible for Wham to stick around here in the center. He sees it coming in as well. Wondering if he's just going to forfeit the center now.
Yeah, that eco advantage from the House of Lancaster is just too much for Wham to handle now. He is not really close to Imperial, but if he wanted to, he could try to make a run for it. But behind this, his economy is just not weak to sustain that. If he goes into Imperial, he's not going to have any resources for units or techs.
Yeah. Last 3 minutes on the sacred side, but not going to be the win condition here for Wham. Villagers in the center. Going to have to evacuate. All the spring builds and placements now getting taken away as well.
Yep, towers are being taken out, Sacred Site being decapped. Once you put a unit on it, the timer stops anyway, so you don't have to rush to decap it anymore. Marine Lord's got plenty of time to deal with this. Elite upgrade is coming in for a Yeoman. And he's got a really, really strong position here. It's not just him decapping this Sacred Site, it's the fact that he can capture this and force Wham to make a move eventually. He doesn't necessarily need to just walk into the enemy base and finish his opponent off, even though I feel like he does have the army to do that. Bit of a counterattack by Wham down south, looking to hit the enemy base, but looks like he's just going to intercept a couple of reinforcements and that's it.
80 military units at the moment for Marine Lord, all about to be getting upgraded as well. Elite is already in on the Yeoman, Elite coming in on the Spearman as well. Little synchronized shot here, not going to be finding any targets, but is going to be finding the villagers here on the side.
Oh, that's a difficult spot for Wham to be in. If these Yeomen swing south, Wham, he can only escape to the south, and he could easily be surrounded. Speaking of surrounded, though, this is a nice little surround by Wham. It's a Costal Age army against an Imperial one, but the Yeomen, they're facing a lot of men-at-arms. Imp upgrades make a big difference, though, because you do have that extra attack to pierce the armor. Slowly but surely, Wham is pushing this one away, but I don't know how sustainable this is.
All the outposts now, which do have the Springle emplacements that Marine Lord is running towards. There's a ton of horsemen actually in queue as well behind
Yep.
this.
That's quite a big loss over here for Marine Lord. He's going to get cleaned up by a Costal Age army. Wham is still nowhere close to Imperial, but this is the first step to get back into this game, cleaning up the enemy army. Some big casualties for Marine Lord. He is adding a large amount of spearmen, though, to respond to the cavalry. Perhaps maybe a little too much given how many archers Wham has.
Yeah, but I mean, food is gonna be. Oh my god. We didn't see how much that synchronized shot actually did there because of the notification. But a lot of the crossbows are now relatively low on health, and Marine Lord is trying to reinforce with some hand cannoneers next up as well. And those villagers on the board, they're not going to get pulled away anytime soon. It's going to be 8 villagers down for Wham. Can't really afford villager losses at this point.
Yep, bunch of villagers getting cleaned up. He's outnumbered 2-1 in the eco department. Ram is now starting to take out the towers over here. Bunch of villagers also exposed, and this is a battered Castle Age army. Another nice volley coming out over here. Towers being taken out. Ram's got no good response to this. If he doesn't fight, he's going to lose villagers. If he does, he's going to lose the army, and that's way too many villagers to lose. He's pulling them for the repairs, but they are going to get caught in the crossfire, and Wham's eco is collapsing very, very rapidly here.
Synchronized volley coming in. Ram's still trying to hold against this, but it's Castle Age against Imperial Age at this point. Surely there's got to be a point where you just realize there's nothing you can do, and that point is now. GG comes in. Marine Lord setting himself up for a clean sweep potentially now on match point, and that is so crucial, as that is the only way for him to actually make his way into the #1 spot for his group.
Yeah, he needs a sweep, and he's playing like he needs a sweep. Because so far, this has been a very impressive series from Marine Lord. And let's just remind everybody, he is doing that against an unbeaten Wham. Wham is 6-0 in the group stage. He dropped 4 games in total up until today. He dropped 2 today. I'm actually going to look at the stats. Wham lost 2 games against Anatend. He lost 1 against Valdemar. And who else? And 1 against Kiljardy. Those were the 4 game losses that Wham had. But he was unbeaten in the series department. If he ends up losing the series 3-0, Marine Lord is actually going to take him over in terms of point differential. And Marine Lord would actually be the #1 player in that group.
Yeah, exactly. Next up, we're going to be moving over to Lakeside. It's going to be a mirror of sorts. We're going to be seeing the Holy Roman Empire up against the Order of the Dragon and Lidakor. There's 2 ways, realistically, that this can go. If Marine Lord gets a fast Castle Age up in and starts pumping out the men-at-arms with the heavy maces, it's going to be pretty tough for Wham to hold up against that. On the other hand side, if Wham is in time with Gilded Crossbowmen, suddenly it's going to be a lot more difficult for the HRE to win that.
Yeah, I feel like HRE is an awkward civilization in many ways, because some of their timings are rather dangerous, but at the same time, I just feel like, especially once you get to late game, they don't have anything like crazily impressive going for them in comparison to, say, some of the other civilizations which do have heavily upgraded units or specific late game unique units. HRE is just one of those civilizations where once you get to late game, which is definitely a possibility on a map like Lakeside, they kind of stall out, and I feel like their ceiling is somewhat low compared to some of the other civilizations.
That's true. The developers, they did make an effort to try and alleviate that with implementations like the Black Rider, for example, in the Imperial Age, or having the bonus population space when you build a university. A couple of small things here and there. The Black Rider is definitely not a small thing. I think the Black Rider is pretty strong when you can actually mass them up. Very expensive as well, though. But yeah, in this particular matchup, I'm kind of interested. I mean, it makes sense at the same time why they didn't give Black Riders to the Order of the Dragon.
That would be sick. Imagine a gilded Black Rider
with like 80 damage from range. That would be kind of crazy. So yeah, I can understand why they didn't make that. Yeah. But Order of the Dragon up against HRE, that's definitely going to be a fun one here. I'm wondering just how the Relic game, of course, is going to be going. The HRE, they got the ability to make the Prelates already in Feudal Age from the TC. The Order of the Dragon, they, of course, have to wait until Castle Age to be even given the chance to train them. So healing is also on the side of the HRE here. And just knowing how Lakeside plays itself out early on, without a lot of Feudal Age aggression typically, this should be one of those situations, of course, where players are just going to rush up to that Castle Age.
Well, the game is ready to go. It is match point for Marine Lord. He is up 2-0 against Wham as we head to game number 3 here in this best of 5. Marine Lord with the color pink spawning into the north on Lakeside in command of the Holy Roman Empire. And down south, it is Wham in the color red with the Order of the Dragon.
Both players, as is typical on Lakeside, gonna be going for those early docks on their shorelines. There isn't a lot of fish on this map, but there is some, and as long as there's some fish, you know, these players, they gotta get it, because fish is king. They get those omega-3s in. Even spawns here between the two. Already got enough wood in for those first couple of fishing ships. Looking at the base layout for these players, Wham definitely has a pretty good spot here for an Archon Chapel, if you do so desire to go for one. The house is a little bit unfortunately placed, but alas, doesn't, like, in the grand scheme of things, not a big issue. Marine Lord has a similarly good spawn, though I wouldn't say it's quite as good as Wham's, as of course Marine Lord's Archon Chapel, if you were to place it next to the Gold Vein, would be forward.
Yeah, it's a very, very... It's an almost a mirrored spawn in many ways. I'm trying to find any differences. Really, it's the berries only that differ between the two players. Everything else is very much symmetrical.
Couple of villagers now for Wham, moving out to gold. No movement out to gold yet from Marine Lord, though he should be the first one to go for it, as he, of course, as the Holy Roman Empire, does not start with any gold whatsoever. So should be seeing a move out there soon from Marine Lord. Could be that he also just rushes to gold with the Prelate inspiration. Just sent like 8 villagers over. Inspire and go for like 2 runs there.
Bit of a harassment coming in here from Wham. Trying to get some damage down on the Veil. If nothing else, you can force that villager back home once it gets into low HP territory.
Yeah. Looks like Wham was actually the one that did go for the far walk there, in order to not have to make a mining camp early on. Just needs one more drop-off, though. Now he just needs the food, so that's going to be next on the table. Both players at the moment with 3 fishing ships each, though Marine Lord still gathering wood behind this. Could be that he's looking for a 4th fishing ship. Wham also with the 4th fishing ship. Archon Chapel is now coming in for him. Right next up to that gold vein. So isn't going to be boosting up the berries in the back, but... Actually, no bad. That's just unfortunate. But he did save the 50 wood on the mining camp, so the little victories.
Archon Chapel now coming up for both players. Bit of a head start here for Wham. In terms of his age up, he's going to be a little quicker up the feudal age, but he only committed 4 villagers to the chapel as compared to 8 or now just 6 from Marine Lord. Pulled off a couple. It's going to be interesting to see how much aggressiveness we're going to see on the water, because oftentimes on this map, the water is more about just a little harassment, shutting down the opponent's fishing eco, rather than turning this into a full-scale naval war. There's a limited amount of fish to work with, so committing too many resources to naval combat is oftentimes not the good way to go.
Chapel now also finishing up for Marine Lord. Wham did initially have 5 villagers in gold, did now go back down to 2 villagers. We do see the archer ship coming in for both players, so looks like maybe there's going to be a little bit more action coming in on water here early on, as both players are going for that archer ship. Well, I'm actually sending some villagers out for stone, but that 1 drop-off isn't going to be enough for him to be able to get a an arrow system placement in, or is it? Now there's no way that that's gonna be enough. That's like what, like 56 stone worth? 54 even only.
Yep.
Archer ship on archer ship action. I'm going for Springle ship and demo ship behind as well. Oh, Marine Lord going for a second dock on water.
So he's gonna commit a lot to just keep this naval incursion in check. That second dock is gonna be a little offset to the south. Will help a lot when it comes to giving a bit of a staging ground towards the middle of the map or middle of that pond. What about Wham though? Wham is on a stone with 5 villagers.
Yeah, this is to get the aeroslits emplacement in on water, so he's going to be able to get that emplacement in now. It's just still very weird that he opted to go for that aggression on water if he's just going to be going into an emplacement anyways. Actually, is he? I'm not seeing the emplacement in queue. Never mind, there was a fishing ship.
Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Demos. Looking for a connection. Fleet is much, much bigger right now for Marine Lord. It's 2 Hawks, 1 Galley, 1 Demo, as opposed to 1 apiece from Wham. Wham's got no more ships in queue either. So he's gonna need those defensive emplacements because Marine Lord's gonna double down on his navy. Marine Lord is actually committing a lot of resources into this naval fight.
Yeah. Marine Lord definitely very heavily committing into the water engagement here. Our ship is going to have to be careful now from Wham.
A little dive. Marine Lord is getting ready to fight this one. Isolates one of the Hawks. Nice connection over here. Chases the Hawk with the other demo ship as well. Cleans up Wham's fleet in a blink of an eye. Fishing boats also go down. You have the emplacements on the dock as we do have a demo popping out. Nice connection by Wham. And the dock, did he finish off the Hawk? I think he did.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a nice little snipe here. Nice retaliation by Wham. He needed that because he lost a bunch of the fishing eco. He lost everything on the water, basically.
Pretty much. Oh, and the long shot there as well. Gets the archer ship. That's going to be clean for the next demo ship that's coming in. And another demo ship. And each of these demos is going to be able to take a full Hulk down, so it's worthwhile to invest into these individual demo ships here. And a villager now to repair as well.
Oh, nice little split here by the demo. Takes out one of the damaged Hawks. Marine Lord losing a couple of ships over here trying to challenge this dock, but he's got different plans now. He's trying to go up to Castle Age. So does Wham. Wham's just bailing on the water. Marine Lord adding one more galley, and that is it.
Good call for the Burgrave. For Wham. Marine Lord, he is making prelates with his TC now during the age up time, so he will be getting the quicker move out onto the map when it comes to securing those relics. So there's no real way for Wham to really try and get those relics off the middle. So he just gotta have to forfeit them. Burgrave Palace is gonna be giving him some value at least.
Castle Age in for Marine Lord. He's got the 3 prelates out already. He can start moving out on the map. And, you know, one of the benefits that we have for Marine Lord from this water fight is that there was no commitment from either player into any land army. That dock that was placed there earlier, it's also going to be a nice staging ground for the relic, for garrisoning. But, yeah, there's no land army here for Wham. So Marine Lord, with the 4 prelates he has out, he can quickly pick up the relics, and Wham cannot really do much about it right now.
Yeah, getting that really quickly into the dock as well. That's a nice little touch there for Marine Lord. We see a Gilded Knight coming out for Wham. but I doubt that he's going to be in a position to really contest any of these relics. The third relic is already about to be taken next to the sacred site by Marine Lord's Prelate. If he's able to get like 2 relics back, that would be very, very good for Wham. I just don't really see it happening right now. There are Gilded Spearmen out on the map, but just doesn't feel like he's going to be there in time to contest that. Or is he? The Spearmen are moving towards that monk.
They don't have the line of sight through the stealth forest. The scout
There
is
is a
trying to
scout there.
provide them with the LOS, but yeah, the scout helps a lot. It's gonna have to body block this prelate with the scout. You could pop the Wololo if you wanted to.
At this point, it's probably too late.
Looks like he's just going to make a run for it. I mean, he's got multiple prelates, so if he makes it close to home, another prelate is just gonna pick up the slack.
Yeah, just
Indeed,
like that.
that's exactly what's gonna happen. It's an awesome start for Marine Lord. 4 relics against 1.
With the Ragnar
He also
as well.
regained his fishing eco compared to his opponent.
Yeah. The Gilded Knight is coming in now as well. The Spearman taking the fight up against the crossbows. He's actually going to be able to completely clean up Marine Lord's crossbow army here.
Nice little touch. Vololo coming in. Little too late to push away the knight or the spearman. Crossbows trying to focus on the Gilded Knight. More crossbows are on the way, though, and this Gilded Knight needs to be very, very careful. You don't want to bite more than you can chew. Another naval push from Marine Lord as a bit of a diversion. Try to just push away the opponent from the
knight got
pond.
taken down.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, while all of this is happening, the knight gets taken out, and that's a big, big loss here for Wham. His fishing eco is idled out. Gilded Knight gets taken out. He's going to lose one of the Gilded Spearmen as well. Marine Lord has to be careful with that knight, though. Gilded Spearmen do pack a big punch against cavalry.
They most definitely do, and that was before Veterans even came in on them, so didn't even pack the full punch there quite yet. We do see some horsemen coming in now for Wham as well, so some Gilded Horsemen alongside some Gilded Crossbow now as well. Vultures moving out now for Wham to start securing some of the deer out on the map. Definitely a necessary investment, but just because at some point, like, players are going to have to move out onto map for food. You don't want to just immediately go into farms. I mean, you can, but it's going to hurt your economy a good little bit if you just straight away go into farms and farms only.
Yeah, that just feels sad on a map like this, where you have so much deer on the flanks. One villager falls, another one is being chased down right here. Crossbow, Gilded Crossbow should be able to snipe the knight. Another villager fell, and remember, these are OOTD villagers. This is certainly more efficient than sniping a single ordinary villager in a different civilization matchup.
Yeah. Marine Lord, with all of the bonus gold that he has at the moment, thanks to those 4 relics, he's just investing more and more into these gold-heavy units, more knights coming in for him. Though, of course, he is Marine Lord, thus he must also make archers.
Ein schöner gebauete Wohlgefertigte. Schönes Bild.
He's gonna have to start moving out of his base soon, though, because he's being super, super condensed. Wham has already started grabbing some deer from out there. Let's have a couple of farms back at home, too. When it comes to the resource income, it's actually better for Marine Lord, though, by quite a significant margin. It's going to make an even bigger difference if some of the fishing boats do get sniped. Demo ship lurking for that galley to be taken out. Galley's gone, you can commit the demo against the Hawks, but the galley does its job, snipes the demo before it gets taken out.
Gonna be another demo ship in queue, though.
Ooh, that could be nice. You could jump the Hawks, they're way too close. Marine Lord realizes that he's
it
gonna
was a
fall back.
Springle
That's
ship.
a Hawk.
Yeah, the
That's a
demo ship
Hawk.
was next. Unfortunate. He doesn't have a decent crossbow mass out yet. He's gathering up a lot of resource. I'm not sure if he's trying to go for Imperial Age now behind this. Imperial Age just doesn't feel like the right call when you consider that his opponent is the one with the 5 relics and the Regnits. Greenland could also think about an Imperial Age with all of the bonus gold income that he's got.
Yeah, that's a big difference maker between the two players. 4 relics, especially for HRE, it's a big buff on Marine Lord's side. He actually has 0 villagers on gold. He's just on 700 passive, and that's it. The horsemen do find a prelate over here. Marine Lord slowly pushing out of his base. It really comes down to a game of food right now for Marine Lord, though, you feel. Because he really has no food inside his base. All he can do is farm.
Yeah. Now Marine Lord moving over towards Deer gathering operation here for Wham. Wham did reinvest into his military. For the time being, he's gonna have vision over this area. Question is for how long. Villagers on the Deer are gonna potentially get found. Actually, never mind. Marine Lord's running back. Might be thinking that villagers aren't there after all. Now he's already up to 20 archers. Marine Lord just pumping out units non-stop here. And that is one of the pretty big weaknesses of the Order of the Dragon, fighting off against mass units. Not something they can realistically deal with, at least not easily. Every now and then a knight does find its way through into Wham's base, and Marine Lord alongside some fishing ships has managed to kill a total of 9 economy units so far.
Yeah, most of those were fishing boats and not OOTD villagers, but still, it's a bit of a dent in Wham's economy. Raw numbers looking slightly better for Marine Lord, and 2 armies pass each other. Wham is actually using the Stealth Forest to conceal this army. Marine Lord spotted the army, decides to fall back for the time being. Gets the veterancy for Horsemen. Do you think that Marine Lord is content staying in this position with the limited map control he has? He does have 4 relics, but no map control. How does he feel about that?
I think he has map control just with how confidently he is moving around the map right now. And he probably knows the position that he's in. Villagers on Wham's side gonna have to make a little run for it here at the moment. This is a difficult spot at the moment for Wham. He doesn't really have any answer to the Spearmen at the moment from Marine Lord, just this big mass of units that is coming towards his base right now. The Horsemen, they're not really getting a clean angle to attack onto the ranged backline from Marine Lord.
Now they get the flank, but Spearmen are still alive for Marine Lord. And Wham's army is not here. That's the biggest problem. He's got a couple of Gilded Horsemen that were lingering around. Some units were just simply not in this fight. He's also, his army count is also somewhat inflated by the ships being here, and
there it is. GG comes in. Marine Lord able to win this set, and with it, takes spot number 1 in his group. At the beginning of the day, I didn't think that this would be the way the group ends there, with the seeds that the players are gonna end up receiving, but yeah, Marine Lord able to get the bye now, the double bye, moving all the way to the semifinals.
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And, you know, we talked about this. Are we going to see the Wham that went 6-0 against every other opponent and simply looked unstoppable? Or are we going to see the Wham that historically has a bad matchup against Marine Lord and, well, looks like Marine Lord had the Wham's number today. It's a 3-0 sweep, and indeed, as you said, that puts Marine Lord on top of his own group. Crazy, crazy day that we had. This one was a very, very decisive set for Marine Lord, though. You get the feeling that throughout this series, he just seemed to have Wham scored all across the board.
Yeah, it's just whenever Marine Lord starts massing up the archers, things are starting to look up for him, and this one was no different. Now at the end, once again, like, he got up to like 50 archers here. We do call him the Archer Lord for a reason, and he just has a way with them, making them work every single time, and even up against the counters here. Well done, Marine Lord. Able to advance on here now to the semifinals. Wham, of course, he isn't out yet. He still has the second spot in his group, so he's also going to be getting one bye, just not getting that all sought after double bye there straight into the semifinals. Gonna be taking a quick look at the groups now that we know that every single spot has been decided. You can see group number A. Okay, not quite there yet, but we're going to be switching around Wham and Marine Lord. So it's going to be Marine Lord in spot number 1, Wham in spot number 2. There we go. Live updates here right away. Vortex got spot number 3 and Anaton spot number 4. So these are going to be our 4 players from Group A that are going to make their way through to the playoffs. 2 buys for Marine Lord straight into the semifinals. 1 buy for Wham straight into the round of 6. And now left is Group B, where we've got Puppy Paw, who did win his set up against MSN, granting him the spot number 1 there. Lucifron, spot number 2, B, spot number 3, and Beastie is going to be on spot number 4. So 2 buys for Puppy Paw and 1 buy for the Spanish brother.
And indeed, the way this works is that the winners of the groups, that is Puppy Paw and Marine Lord, will each go into one of the respective semifinals. Then the second places, which is Wham and Lucifron, will go or start the playoffs from the round of 6. And for the round of 8, we're going to have 4 players, the 3rd and 4th places from each group. And the matchups will actually be 3rd place from one group against 4th place of the other. That means that the matchups for the round of 8 will be Vortex versus Beastie and B versus Anathand.
B versus Anaton, that's going to be definitely one for the ages, but Beastie versus Vortex, that one's going to be very difficult for both players as well. We do know they did I'm not sure if they're still actively practicing with each other, but of course they are practice partners, at least in the past, so it's going to be interesting to see.
What a day. Absolutely stunning finish. It's really crazy how even the very last set of the day just totally shook up all the groups. Both of these groups actually looked very, very different when we started the day, and it's kind of crazy how tightly contested these groups were. Just looking back at Group A, Marine Lord 6-1 with an 11-game differential, Wham just as well, but the Marine Lord win against Wham gives him the tiebreaker, and then Vortex and Anaton 5-2 each, one of them with a 10-game, the other one an 8-game differential. And if you look at Group B, every single player who qualified for playoffs finished 5-2. It was just the game differential really making the difference between these players.
Yeah, and these are like the sort of details where just one game can make the difference there between somebody getting seed number 1, or rather spot number 1 in a group, or spot number 2, as we just saw it right there, or even when it came to B or Lucifron, where even though B won against Lucifron, he just had 1 game difference less there. And with that, means that Lucifron manages to score a spot ahead of B and grants himself that 1 bye there. Yeah, this is gonna be... I'm just very much looking forward to the playoffs now that the group phase is over, and yeah, we've had some very exciting games there so far, and more to come.
Indeed. Next time you're going to see EGC TV Live is going to be next Saturday as usual. I guess I should highlight this. It is a 14 GMT start time. That is 10 a.m. Eastern or 4 p.m. Central Europe. That is where we're going to have our round of 8. It's going to be 2 best-of-7 round of 8 series, as we touched on that before. Beastie versus Vortex and Anaton versus B. And then next Sunday, you're going to have your round of 6, with the tournament concluding 2 weeks from now with the semifinals and the grand finals. So make sure you do follow EGC TV on Twitch and YouTube, and make sure you tune back in for these series, because as you've seen, these series can be crazy, these series can be fun, and some of your favorite players are still very much competing for the prize pool. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today, as usual. Any closing thoughts, Crackety, before we head out?
I just want to say, like, we've had, once again, one of the most amazing days here in EGC TV with a ton of very exciting Age of Empires 4 games. And yeah, just as you mentioned already, more to come. And I'm definitely looking forward to it and I hope I'll see all of you there as well.